Good morning, everyone. Good morning. On behalf of the JAR senior editors, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 2026 Ray Ball Journal of Accounting Research Conference. It's amazing to look around the room and see so many friends and colleagues and amazing scholars gather together for the next 2 days of spirited discussion over some really exciting papers. So welcome, thank you for coming. As many of you know, we recently changed the name of the conference. It's now the Ray Ball Journal of Accounting Research Conference in honor of Ray and his great contributions to the field of accounting research. This year is the 58th anniversary of the famous Ball and Brown 1968 study, which I know influenced so many people in this room, myself included, and the way we think about accounting research and the role of accounting in capital markets more broadly. Ray unfortunately couldn't make it to this year's conference, but it is still an honor to continue to honor his legacy and everything he's contributed to our field. So I know he'll be watching this. Let's give a big thank you to Ray and his contributions. The theme of this year's conference is current topics in accounting research. And if you look at our program, I think they really represent that theme. We received a very large number of excellent submissions this year, and it was hard to narrow it down. So as you'll see, we have 7 papers in this year's conference. We typically only include 6 papers, and that's just a reflection of the incredibly high quality submissions that we received. So thank you to the authors for submitting your manuscripts. I think it contributed to an excellent program this year. The program is going to take us across many different topics. So we have several papers that look at the role of accounting in labor markets. We're going to be looking at internal labor market mobility, freedom of speech. We're going to be looking at a paper that tries to measure human capital management. We also have some papers on regulatory disclosure. We're going to look at regulatory disclosure and its effects on whistleblowing and its effects on environmental social justice. We also have a paper that is exploring the role of audits in capital markets. And we round out the program with a paper on AI and how it affects entrepreneurship. So it's an exciting set of papers this year, and I think what makes it great is looking at them as a whole, all 7 together. They just represent so much diversity in thought. What you're going to see is different data sets being used, different methods to answer the research question, and certainly different points of view on the role of accounting for various stakeholders. I think that diversity of thought is really important because there's so much diversity in this room, different perspectives on the role of accounting research. So it's nice to see that the program is a reflection of our different points of view together as a community. So before we get started with the program, I have a couple of announcements on JAR, some changes. So many of you may already know this, but we instituted a governance structure with defined term limits for our editors, both our internal Chicago editors and our external editors. And the thought process behind this is very simple. We want to get new and fresh ideas into our editorial team, while of course still maintaining consistency and high quality editorial work. And so with that in mind, we have an important transition coming up. Phil Berger is going to be stepping down as senior editor in June of 2026, at the end of June. Phil has been an editor at JAR since 2004, and I had to look up the stats, or I had Lisa look up the stats. During his tenure, he has been involved in over 1,000 manuscripts at JAR. He has ushered roughly 140 papers through to publication. So by numbers alone, it's easy to see Phil has made a really strong impact on JAR and on our research community. Beyond the numbers, Phil has been involved in many things behind the scenes at JAR. So he was involved in changing the editorial structure, bringing on the external editors, as well as adding in the associate editors to our editorial team. He was also a key contributor to the data policy that we have at JAR, which we think has really risen the data, the integrity of the papers that are published at JAR. Many people in this room, myself included, have benefited from Phil and his feedback in the editorial process and outside of the editorial process. I think we can all, agree that he puts in a great deal of time, effort, and detail to his to giving authors feedback. And Phil will be missed. So please join me in thanking Phil for his more than 2 decades of service to JAR. Thanks, Phil. At the same time, I'm pleased to announce that we have a new editor joining us. Where's Hans? Hans Christensen will be joining as editor in July of 2026. Hans has been an associate editor for JAR for 6 years, and through that time has been involved in many manuscripts and helping and giving authors feedback on their work. So we're very excited. Hans brings a great deal of experience, but also a new, fresh perspective to the editorial team at JAR. So the editors are very excited to welcome him and see what he does at JAR. Please join me in welcoming Hans. So with that, I think we're ready to get started on the program. Just a reminder of what our format is going to be. So we're going to give the authors 5 minutes of uninterrupted time to try and get their ideas out, and then we'll jump in Chicago workshop style for the remainder of the time. All right, so the moderator will let us know when we're ready to open it up for questions. Our first presenter is going to be Stephen Glazier. He'll be presenting freedom of speech and employee disclosure, so I'll welcome him up. But in the meantime, thank you so much for joining, and I hope you enjoy the next 2 days.
All right, so to start, this is a co-authored paper. It's co-authored with 3 former PhD students. Jens was a visitor. I'm happy to say they've all gone on to great things. So Brigham, from 4 great authors this year, picked Penn State. So Brigham is a proud Nittany Lion. So there's the Penn State mascot. Jun Young also has a great job. Jun Young is a proud whatever the hell this thing is. So this is not Comet, this is TMOC, which is Comet backwards. So this is TMOC, which sounds like something from Revelations, but is a college mascot. And Jens is the only thing scarier than TMOC. Jens is a German consultant. So with that, let's start with the paper. Our research question is the title. So we're asking, how do freedom of speech protections affect employee disclosure? And we take a very broad definition of freedom of speech. But what we're really looking at is current and former employees' ability to speak without fear of censorship or retaliation from employers. This is a very important topic. There's a lot of debate about how free employee speech should be. Many different governments, many different commentators have reached different conclusions. Some of these differences are normative, how you trade off stuff like freedom of association and freedom of speech. We can't speak to those normative differences, so of course we can't tell you exactly how free speech should be, but what we can do is approach the positive question of when speech becomes free or when it becomes more protected, what type of things do employees say, how credible is what they have to say, and what are the ultimate effects on important stakeholders, in our case, the labor market. Employee disclosure is also really important. There's big boom of studies in this area documenting all kinds of important real and market effects of employee disclosure, many of them in finance and economics, but especially in accounting. And so the importance of these studies kind of highlights the importance of our work, right? If employee disclosure is important, then figuring out what and when people say things is also important. To get variation in free speech protections, we're going to use state anti-SLAPP laws. A SLAPP is a lawsuit that is intended to target an employee or a social media platform, and basically say, take that speech down or don't do that speech or else I will sue. I may not even win the lawsuit, but you're going to have to pay attorney's fees, you're going to have to go through discovery, so just take it down. So in response to these censorious lawsuits, many states have enacted anti-SLAPP laws that basically make it very hard to make a SLAPP successful. They shift the burden of attorney's fees all to the litigant. They pause discovery. They offer all kinds of protections and significantly discourage these type of lawsuits. So the intuition is, we have this quote here from this New York Supreme Justice: if there's no greater threat to free speech than SLAPPs, then anti-SLAPPs must be protecting free speech. One of the cool things about our setting, we're looking at Glassdoor, a social media platform for job seekers, is that Glassdoor itself states that it uses these laws to protect its users' free speech. So in addition to this large legal literature that finds that these laws are successful in deterring these lawsuits, the actual social media platform we're looking at states that these laws are successful in deterring attacks on free speech. What we find using these laws is that when speech becomes freer, employee disclosure becomes significantly more negative. The intuition here is that you don't need free speech to protect the nice things you have to say. You need free speech to protect the negative things you have to say. So lower ratings, more discussion of negative things, and in particular, more discussion of sensitive topics, things like workplace safety, discrimination, these type of things. So a big question, is this just grousing by bitter employees that maybe should have been taken down, or is this credible? We find evidence that suggests it's credible. So what we find is that in the presence of these laws, if you talk about, this is a real review, if you talk about something like a very dangerous workplace, that same employer in that state tends to be getting workplace safety violations at the same time. So it suggests that what they're talking about, in addition to being very important, is credible. It's also more likely to include facts and figures and no more likely to be emotional. So looks like the speech itself is credible. We consider two potential mechanisms. We find a bit of evidence for both. The first is employee disclosure. The intuition here, employees implicitly or explicitly aware of the laws. We find some evidence that, or we find significant evidence that states discuss the laws when they're passed, and we also find that employees who should be aware of the laws, like lawyers and HR managers, respond more to the law's protections. The other mechanism we look at, we call protection from censorship. This mechanism doesn't require employees to be aware of the laws in any way. The intuition here is that in states without SLAPP protections, employers closely monitoring their social media platforms are able to ask and threaten Glassdoor to take down negative reviews. In states with SLAPP protections, Glassdoor refuses to do that. And so these negative reviews are being censored rapidly in SLAPP states, not censored in anti-SLAPP states. What's really cool about our setting is we are able to observe some degree of censorship. So we are able to see that some of these sensitive topic reviews in our sample have since been taken down. Consistent with them being taken down for censorship, they're more likely to be taken down if they're negative, and they're significantly less likely, about half as likely, to be taken down in the presence of an anti-SLAPP law. So we actually see these laws actively protecting reviews from being removed from the social media platform, and in particular negative reviews. We also have those Glassdoor anecdotes, including a number of legal cases that they highlight consistent with this mechanism. The last thing we do is we trace it through to important real effect. So we say Glassdoor, it's a social media platform for job seekers. So the presence of this additional information should affect job search, and that's what we find. It affects the time to fill jobs, and conditional on sorting into a given job, how long employees stay in that job. So that's the paper. We can open it up to questions now, or, yep, Chris.
On that slide where you had Glassdoor kind of letting you know that they're protecting people's rights, it seems to me that that's a super important part of the mechanism here. Like in the absence of Glassdoor funding the motions to dismiss and these things, is this really about how does freedom of speech affect disclosure, or is it about how does Glassdoor funding the dismissal of these SLAPP lawsuits affect disclosure? Like in the absence of a, so I think important, what are the costs to dismiss these? Like if I just posted on a random website and they filed a lawsuit, anti-SLAPP might be great, but I have to, a retainer to a lawyer. So there's going to be real costs there. So I think like in the absence of that, the glass door, would we still find kind of these effects, or is that such a key piece of the story here?
It's a key piece of the kind of protection from censorship story, and that's kind of like the most exciting part of the paper for me, really. Actually, it's this idea that here are firms actively censoring stuff, preventing negative information getting out. Right? I mean, that's pretty cool. There's this huge literature on how you keep negative information inside. But I think even in the absence of that, I think you would still find something. So you mentioned you'd have to get a retainer, you'd have to do all this. But the SLAPPs would still significantly lower the costs, right? Before, you would have to pay that lawyer, and you couldn't shift that payment to the person suing you. So it's just like threatening you with, you got to pay a lawyer, or you got to represent yourself in court, right? Now, maybe you have to pay them up front, get a retainer or something, if whatever. But on the back end, the other person's paying for it, right? And that's actually pretty rare in the American justice system. So that's a pretty big deal with these laws. Andrew, I think you were first.
So how do you guys think about the state level adoption? Like, what if states are doing this precisely to address harassment problems, workplace misconduct problems? Like, when I look at Appendix A, I was thinking to myself, like, why not run some kind of adoption model and at least first develop an understanding of why some states are doing this in the first place, and then that will inform kind of what empirical threats are on the table?
Yeah, I think that might be something we can think about. We did look extensively into why they adopted it. So in our sample period, it's later. All of the laws in our sample period actually got adopted within 1 year, except the DC law. So they evolved pretty quickly. And it was often in response to, there was a particular lawsuit or something, and somebody brought something up, but no real evidence that it was systematic, more that it was like this one-time idiosyncratic thing. So I think we can bring some more of that discussion in. We're also leaning a lot on the legal literature about how these things kind of happened. There does seem to be some randomness in it, and we're right now, one of the last things we had to do, we have to get additional data. We're going to estimate a trends test and all that fun stuff and see if there were pre-trends.
So a little bit related to this kind of regulatory endogeneity of this adoption, it might make sense to use some variation within states, especially with respect to kind of your labor market tests, where you then kind of, exploit variation on how kind of thin particular kind of labor markets for particular industries are, conditional on the adoption decision of the state, for example, right?
The prediction would be the marginal effect of negative news would be less in states with less labor market competition because you're kind of locked in.
Exactly, along these lines, for example, right?
Yeah.
That would help. So anything I think you can exploit
That would
within
be
state, I guess.
That'd be a cool thing to look at.
Yeah.
It's already a double interaction, but it would definitely be interesting to check out for sure. And I have a paper on measuring labor market competition, so the perfect opportunity.
Yeah, can you help me maybe take a step back on, you spend a lot of time in the paper, not in the slides, but just mentally. You spend a lot of time in the paper sort of defining and walking us through what you mean by freedom of speech. A lot less time how we should be thinking about employee disclosure. Because on one hand, we could be thinking about this Glassdoor platform as filling this missing market for workplace quality ratings. And is that synonymous with disclosure? And if it is, where's the disconnect between that and how I think about traditional models of disclosure where we have managers trying to ameliorate some sort of adverse selection problem when trying to raise capital and things like that? How are the incentives different given that it seems like the objective function you have in mind differs pretty dramatically from how we usually think about disclosure?
Yeah, it's a good question. It sort of boils down to how do the incentives for employees on Glassdoor differ from managerial incentives, right? So just to get everyone on the same page, this is the design. We've already talked about it's at the firm state level, so we're collapsing the firm states. That lets us include firm year fixed effects, firm state fixed effects, so we're looking at the change within firm states. The intuition here is something like we're comparing Walmart in Kentucky to Walmart in Ohio after controlling for everything in general, about Walmart, like leadership and those type of things. This is the disclosure to get to John's question. So this is an example of disclosure. This is the one where he was talking about unsafe and very dangerous. We're going to measure it in 3 ways, which is rating, the number of negative words to positive words, and these sensitive topic discussions, which are maybe the most interesting to me. So the incentives to do this, it's hard to build like an incentive model, but if you go talk to people and you see what Glassdoor says, first of all, they have a give to get system. So if you want to see other people's reviews, you have to leave a review yourself. So there's some incentive to, if you just want to use the platform, it's not like Facebook. You have to rate your current or former employer to be able to do that. There may also be people that, hey, this guy's mad that he tore his ACL, and he wants to let people know, or he wants to punish his company, and he wants to get it out there, right? So, or maybe you're just really happy with your employer. You love them, and you want to get that out there. Those are the type of things you might be thinking about. Okay. Christian, did you put your hand down? You had it up earlier. All right. Christian had your question, John. Yes, yeah.
So I guess just looking at like this example, of course, putting examples up is always dangerous.
Oh, it's so dangerous. And Wayne Gay said, never put up an example. You're going to show me why.
Well, no, I'm just curious, like, in some ways.
Oh, yeah, use the mic. Sorry.
It's like I'm at the UN. In some ways, is this people just not really understanding compensating wage differentials? Like, you got hurt, or she got hurt, but at the same time they're acknowledging that they're getting presumably good means like better than average pay, and benefits are good, so they're better than average. So they're being compensated for the risk that they're taking.
Yeah, I don't think this, John Gallimore, would you think this person is thinking about compensating wage differentials after tearing their ACL? Yeah. No, I don't think they're necessarily thinking about compensating wage differentials, no. I mean, that may be present here for sure, that for a more dangerous workplace you get paid more, but, and in that case, this would kind of seem to be like a pretty credible disclosure, right? They're highlighting the trade-off. It's out there for people that need it. Christine?
Okay, so similar to John's question, I'm wondering if you can talk about who posts these. Like, does it tend to be the more negative ones are former employees rather than current ones?
Oh, so it's hard to measure their current employment status. From having read them,
Some of them say, like the one in the appendix.
yeah, some of them do say, so you could maybe, but there would be a lot of measurement error. But from reading them and seeing ones like in the appendix, it's like a bit of a mix of both. It can be a former employer. Glassdoor tries pretty hard to verify that you worked for this person. But yeah, it could be a former employer who you're not happy with, which kind of makes the credibility test, kind of really important.
Well, just
I'm
to
sorry,
follow up,
Christine.
so I was thinking that if, like, layoffs in some way are correlated with anti-slaps, and then negative reviews tend to happen from ex-employees, that could,
So I don't know why those two would necessarily be correlated, but it's something we can think about. There has been a few papers that look at determinants, and they really don't find much. And I think one of them did look at employment levels, which would seem to catch systematic, and found nothing on it, but that might be something important to bring into the paper. And by the way, I'm hoping that one of these two is taking notes and maybe ends at home. Okay, good. All right, one more question, and I want to talk about sensitive topics.
Also related to what John was saying from firms'
Thanks a lot, John.
perspective, maybe it's helpful to look into like literature related to Google review and how customers review, how they are managing the customer review, because company, when we see all positive results, we would think maybe the firms are managing it, are censoring some of the negative things. So when they decide whether to censor or not, there is some strategic incentive involved, and then how does the anti-SLAPP law interact with those incentives? Think through the disclosure incentives from the firm side would be helpful to have a more.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that's good for us in a sense is there is some literature on firm level incentives, but they tend to be firm level, right? And we have the firm year fixed effect, so we're abstracting from those. But one kind of cool pattern that'll emerge if we ever get to the tables is that the censorship seems to be targeting the most credible stuff. which might not be what you would expect ex ante in like a normal economic model. You would think the more marginal stuff comes through on a shock. But we seem to be finding the most credible stuff comes through, which is really consistent with this firms targeting the credible stuff for censorship. And then if you're just a crazy person just going off, they kind of let that slip through. Let's talk about the sensitive topics real quick. So when we first wrote this paper, we were
Stephen,
really, oh, yes.
Stephen, just one comment. I think you should, in some of the things that we just talked about, leverage a little bit more your design. I mean, not like even, you don't even need to do anything different, but a lot of the stuff like what's the pay structure, what are the incentives, presumably are the same within Walmart, right?
Yeah.
So I think some of the, I think the cool thing about the design that you have, that it isolates the effect of the employee, and it can't be much from the firm. Because you even take out, if there's something specific going on in Walmart in that year, you're taking that out, right? So in that sense, it is much more focused on what does the employee in one state does versus the other. And I think still the case that I've been a bit worried about what Andrew and Thomas were saying, but I think you are isolating kind of the employee side of things. And I think that'd
Yeah, I
be
think for the
important to
most
sort
part.
of talk about how the design allows you to do that and shuts down some of the concerns about what might be coming from the firm side. Even if Walmart were always pushing back, somebody would have to tell a story that they're pushing back more in one state versus the other, but then that's because of the SLAPP laws, and that's the effect you're looking for, right?
There you go. Vermeer fixed effects. Yes. Mm.
Disclosure literature, which is really about managers and firms' incentives given the various economic dynamics that go on with firms. But here it's really just, I mean, would anything change if I just said these are employees' comments, statements, right? It's just someone posting something on
Yeah.
a platform anonymously. It's not really a disclosure choice in the sense that you think about that. It's really just an employee playing for whatever personal reason. It's not even necessarily, yes, it's an economic decision. I think I'm being sensitive here.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so it's ultimately a question about the semantic definition of disclosure, right? Like this, how do we define disclosure? And then on the end, so yeah, you could call it claims if you wanted. That would be totally fine. My understanding is kind of this literature has sort of adopted, this term for these type of things. How it connects to the traditional disclosure literature, yeah, the incentives are really different. It is important information about firms getting out, right? So there's a concurrent paper that I think you guys, JAR, just published on these kind of disclosures leading up to big price drops, consistent with this information being held back and then all coming out at once. So it does seem disclosure in the sense that even market participants, equity market participants, are interested in what these people have to say.
So it could, under some circumstances, be material information.
Yeah.
But this is unlikely to be particularly material information in the sense of moving stock.
In the sense of, I'm sorry?
Moving stock prices.
Moving stock prices. Individually, but in the aggregate, you guys are hearing that. That's not just me. Okay, maybe I need to be over here. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go. All right, good. Okay, so maybe any individual disclosure is not aggregate, but in the aggregate, I would think they would matter, right? If all of your employees are not happy with the firm, that certainly tells you something important. And when you think about like a firm's income statement, it's 70% wages, right? It's really important, and we'll have a lot of discussion about that today. A lot of papers about how important that stuff is. So.
Two or three of these, they're expressing different opinions.
Yeah. Yeah. So it could be noise, consistent with it mattering, at least in the job market. We find evidence of that, and then there is that big thing of prior papers that find the markets do care about this disclosure. So. Maybe not this individual high-low driver in Cleveland, Ohio, who understands compensating wage differentials, but in the aggregate. Yes, yes. Chicago train, perhaps. So sensitive topics real quick, and then I'll get to the questions in the back. So when we launched this paper, we were a little worried people would say you used too much generative AI, and now we're maybe even more worried that people will say you use too little. So what we did is we fed 100 randomly selected reviews into ChatGPT, and we said, what are some stuff that employees talk about that is indicative of harm? And it spit out discrimination, ethics, fraud, management, retaliation, and safety. And then from there, we had it build these sensitive topic dictionaries. And I think if I were to go back and do it all over again, I would mostly do the same thing. I actually like this, not totally throwing everything into the black box of the AI, but using it to kind of temper your individual idiosyncratic preferences and judgments and those kind of things. So we had it spit out these dictionaries of keywords, which are actually bigrams and longer. We checked each one to a bunch of reviews to make sure it was identifying actual sensitive topics like it was supposed to be. So when you kind of think about what we did here, we're sort of minimizing false positives, right? So we're trying to really make sure that these reviews are discussing sensitive topics. Becky, you've been very patient.
Stephen, I have 2 questions for you. One is just a conceptual question, and then one is a question about your design. So the conceptual question is this is thinking about kind of once an employee has worked at the firm and they want to leave a review, kind of what the disclosure choice is by that employee and how the firm responds. But I'm also interested in what is the overall decision up front of like what the employee signs as part of the contracting agreement when they join a firm. And I think the design is not necessarily going to introduce this as a conflict because you're comparing, again, these employees within firms. But there's many firms where, for example, you can't use social media at workplace, or you can't, post anything social media-wise. So what is the upfront kind of decision when an employee joins a company, what are they kind of signing away in terms of like by virtue of their agreement to be employed there about the disclosure that they're making, and how does that upfront decision, does that impact anything ex post? I think just maybe a short bit on that decision or that discussion or discussing that in the paper would be helpful just to understand overall holistically, like what is the choice of when an employee goes to work, how much are they signing away or agreeing not to post or talk about things? It sounds like these anti-SLAPP rules or laws are still in place, for this specific piece, but having more of a view of this overall contracting choice would be helpful. And then the second is mostly about the design. So the paper reads like it's studying all of these laws, but I think really in your sample period, there's 5 states. So all of the analysis is around really 5 states, and I think comparing it to like 16 other states that maybe haven't yet adopted, but there's a bunch of states that already have. And so thinking about that dynamics, perhaps this is related to Andrew or to Thomas's earlier point, who are the states who haven't adopted? Who's in your control group that you're really comparing to? And what are the dynamics in that state relative to the 5 states that you're looking? And I think having some of the trends analysis or other things to better understand the treatment, like who's in the treatment relative to control, it's really hard to assess like how different these, these effects are across the treatment and control. There are effects that show up, throughout, but is any of it something that's different in some of these states, whether they're red versus blue or other propensity to have regulatory intervention would be helpful.
Yeah, I think on the second part, it's a great point. Just to back up a sec, the reason we originally have only 2 pre-periods, right? So we originally only had 1 year of pre-period tests. We called it an anticipation test. It looked great. But then our reviewer made a really good point. Well, you could just add more and do a longer trend. So that's what we're working on now. We just have to go and get the data again because Jens graduating is basically the problem. So we're working on that. So I think the trends is a great point, talking more about the states. We're leaning a bit on prior literature, but it is the case that these modern SLAPP laws, like I talked about how they passed very quickly, right? So they are a little different. And then thinking about who exactly is in the control. All things we could talk more about, I'm sure. Yeah. So hopefully it doesn't read like we're using all because we're not, right? So we'll have to work on that. On what they sign away up front, some employers will try to get you to sign an NDA. They're often not enforceable in court, but employees don't know that, so you may feel like you signed something away where you couldn't leave one of these reviews. often that's somebody like Google doing it, right? So the hope is that kind of washes out with the firm year fixed effects. Or to the extent it doesn't systematically relate to the anti-SLAPP laws, right? So you could sign away some stuff via an NDA or think that you did, more likely. I don't know who was first, Hans.
Yeah,
You look
because
eager.
we should have sort of two hands up when it's on the exact topic, I feel, or something like that. So exactly to that point. So I was thinking, so the thing that we want to worry about are stuff that's happening within the state for the reasons that Christian laid out, right? So what about the following? How about you include a control variable for the media discussion of these same topics? And then in each state or something like that, right? Because my worry is that there's a discussion in the state about harassment and these kind of things. And therefore, people are inspired to, or these laws come about, but that could also affect how likely you are to file, right? So if you include that control, and then, of course, that's going to be an imperfect control, but then you could bound the bias by, there could be this Altonji, or Emily Oster has a simpler way, right? But you look at how much does that affect your treatment effect. So the general discussion that is not by the employee, but in the public debate.
Right. We do look at discussion of the laws and SLAPPs around their passage. We know it goes way up, but maybe kind of one way to kind of get at what you're suggesting, and we know it goes up because of the laws, right? So it becomes a bad control. But maybe one way to get at what you're suggesting is to look at trends in that. Pardon? Well, actually, just from reading them, that's right. But we know it goes up right with the laws.
But that's the concern, right? No, I would like you to try and use it to gauge how much the bias is, right? But you could maybe,
But what if we looked at whether it led up to the laws, right? Like, would that get at what you're getting at?
That will happen, right? But that's the concern, right? That the concern is we just have to worry about things that correlated with adoption. It's highly unlikely it's random that they adopt these laws, right? And that's probably based on the public debate, right? That public debate could also affect some of your outcome variables, potentially, right? So we want to see how much. It's impossible to control. This is the classical concern with the DID, right? So let's try and assess it. So look at this Altonji work, right, or Emily Oster's work, right? And you sort of try and see how stable is your treatment effect when you control for these things that are imperfect. You could use something on Google, discussion of this, whatever, something like that.
So just to back up a sec, your concern isn't that there's this kind of lead up to the laws and that lead up is
has nothing to do
endogenous,
with
what's
the law. In
happening.
fact, the law is an outcome of the public debate.
You're saying
right?
the law is an outcome of the public
exactly.
debate.
So
the
the law
public
is an
debate,
outcome as well as all your other outcomes, right, are also an outcome of something else. Right? And that almost has to be true unless, well, it's likely to, it's a concern in all of these DIDs that we see actually in many of the papers today. Well, I mean, if it's not random, right? And we know the political process is not random.
Right. So, and you're saying the public debate is driving the results, just to be clear. Okay.
Or that thing that gave rise to the public, we can observe outrage.
Yeah, it's the underlying, right? So you would think that would kind of lead up to it.
About
right? Yes. Okay,
people
I
angry at
now.
corporations for harassment, something like that. So now I want some control for that. I can't control for this. This is unobservable, right? But I could control for something that's correlated with it, potentially, right? That's the idea of these Altonji and Emily Oster, right? And then that's why we're going to look at how much your coefficient change, not whether it survives or stays like significant, right? So we can sort of gauge it, because I don't think you can ever nail it, right? It's a question about gauging it.
Oster coefficient stability test. Yeah, we can look at that with the news articles, and maybe look at news articles specifically about this kind of debate and not the laws per se. So gotta.
So this is related to what Hans said. There is a paper in JAR that talks about how media disclosure, like everything becomes more negative. Media coverage becomes more negative. Short sellers appear to get negative information on the firm more quickly, etc. So I think what would help, what I think this sensitive topics analysis might do is help you make the point, if you want to, that this is information that wouldn't have reached the media unless the employees were talking about it, right?
Yeah.
Because that paper is more interested in how the firms change their disclosure, and the idea is that they tend to withhold bad news less and do preemptory disclosures. Here, because you have firm fixed effects, you can't go there, but at least you can make a case for how this is how the information gets to the media. The employees are talking about it, and instead of looking at media as a control variable, I might even suggest looking at it as an outcome variable relative to what the employees are saying.
Okay.
Something worth, and that would help with the contribution of your paper.
Okay. Yeah, you're talking about the Lee et al. And it's anti-SLAPP. Yeah, that's something we can look into too. Yes. Let me talk about the table before you call me out on it. So real quick, the table. So this is the result. We find a very small effect on rating, to be clear. Rating, very noisy. Maybe it's washing out in aggregation. We find a pretty small effect. It's quite small. Negative words, we find about a 7 percentage point increase in negative words. Sensitive topic, we see about a 57% increase on the mean. So this is kind of the thing that excites me most. That ends up being like, just in our sample alone, 8,000 additional discussions about discrimination, safety, those type of things. Your question about the rating.
Need to look at whether there are more assessments or comments that get put up with a negative rating, but no negative words. So if the employee is concerned about being sued, it's probably unlikely that you get sued just because you put a 1-star rating and you have nothing defamatory in your comments. So perhaps you can look at, hey, are there more 1-star ratings now that have not a single or very, very little negative comments from the employee?
We do have a test that kind of actually looks at exactly that. So what we find is that around the laws, you get more sensitive topic discussions. 1-star reviews relate to sensitive topic discussions, and the laws don't change the mapping, right? So kind of inconsistent with them responding in a behavioral sense. I'm just not sure how many people beyond lawyers and HR managers are really aware of the laws. I think the real action is on the censorship side, but there's some debate about that in the co-author team, and I don't know. Like I said at the first JE conference, a paper is a democracy and a presentation is a dictatorship. So, okay, Susie.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. So I like that you have two mechanisms, employee behavior and protection from censorship. I found the second mechanism especially believable. When I talked to a corporate lawyer who I'm really close with, she also told me it's not unusual for companies to send notices to Glassdoor just asking reviews to be taken down. So there's anecdotal support, and I think you provide pretty direct evidence in support of that. I did find the first mechanism a bit, I think it relies on a very strong assumption that employees at the time they write reviews are aware of this law change, that they know that they're under this legal protection. I think that the evidence you show is a bit indirect because you show increases in media articles and concentration of results in job positions like attorneys, but it doesn't really show that employees directly consume these articles and become aware of it. So I was wondering, I almost thought you could just write the whole paper around the second mechanism, which I think is very novel. But if you want to maybe make the evidence for your first mechanism stronger, have you thought about maybe looking at these reviews and examining whether these employees actually make explicit references to legal protections or anti-SLAPP laws? If not, then you could also look at other platforms I don't know, Twitter or Reddit, or even just asking employees directly just to get a sense of whether this is something that they are likely to be aware of.
Yeah, I think that could be something we could look at. I do sort of agree with you about the employee awareness. I think most people aren't aware of these laws. I wasn't aware of them before I wrote the paper. I wouldn't have written the paper if it was relying all on employee disclosure. But it has been kind of robust. I've kind of wanted it to go away, and it hasn't in the tests. I mean, everything we've kind of run at it and tried different things, it tends to find some results. But they do tend to be a little slim in the sense that it's lawyers and HR managers, which are not a huge portion of the firm. So that's why I keep going back to the censorship side. Yes, Lisa. Oh, yeah, sorry. Never go here.
Definitely an interesting paper. I think along this line of a mechanism, So I also agree that the second mechanism is more plausible. I think you also have the same thoughts. But if we do that, then related to allow discussion on the employee disclosure, then it sounds like the paper is not about employee disclosure. It's actually about the information dissemination platform. Like what's the role of that one? That's also interesting. But on the first one, even the employee behavior changes. I was wondering whether you have thought about the mechanism. For example, after the law, and then maybe just a small number of employees they realize this and they disclose or they express the negative views, and then the other employees actually they have this incentive race to the bottom, so they are actually learning in the process. They learn about this rather than through this anti-SLAPP law. They actually learn from each other employees, and then this maybe either race to the bottom or learning mechanism. Then we actually see more negative expressions here. Then I'm not so sure about this is the effect of the law or some other mechanism. So something along the mechanism, the thinking here.
Just to clarify, the other employees are becoming aware that they're not going to be censored. Yeah, so I would say that is the effect of the law. It is them being implicitly aware of the law's protections by kind of looking around and saying, I don't see a lot of censorship. I feel more free speaking up about what I have to say, and that's ultimately due to the laws allowing some people to speak up, right? So I would say it's still due to the laws, and we would call that like implicit awareness of the laws. We talk about it a little bit. Emmett.
Hey, so this is just clarification. When the disclosure that you have in mind, does it concern political speech at all, or do you take that all out and it's primarily about employees' complaints about the practices of the company that they work at?
There's no political angle, right? So when we talk about freedom of speech, it's a broad definition that would include that kind of political speech, but what we're specifically looking at is freedom from employer, right? Like that's a censorship or retaliation, just to be very clear. And then what was the second part of your question?
No, that is, the second part is coming now.
Okay, great. There we go. I knew there was one.
If that's the case, then in the presence of whistleblower protections, like what is the incremental role of SLAPP laws?
So the question is like, why aren't they just whistleblowing all the time, or?
Yeah, I mean, whistleblower protection is employees are generally more aware of whistleblower protections, and companies are more aware of that. Especially for things related to stuff like discrimination and poor management practices, right? So to the extent the thing is companies are actually violating what is allowed, wouldn't the natural approach to be to go to, OSHA or to blow the whistle somehow, rather than to post on Glassdoor?
So we're going to see a really great paper shortly that says not all employees are aware of whistleblowing protections, right? And so, look forward to that.
So I'm with that. The part where I push back is that if people are not even aware of whistleblowing protection, what's the odds that this is not my comments, come up otherwise, right? They're incrementally aware of anti-SLAPP laws.
Oh yeah,
so
maybe they're totally not, and it's all the censorship angle, right? Because the censorship doesn't rely on them being aware of it in any sort of way, right? Because the censorship has to target Glassdoor because these reviews are anonymous. So it's all flowing through Glassdoor. The employees may not even be aware it's happening in any sort of way. And that's why Susie loves the censorship. So real quick too, we break the discussion into, or the sensitive topics into each of the subtopics. Just descriptively, we find results for all of them except retaliation. This was a little surprising because anti-SLAPP is supposed to protect you from, retaliation for your speech. So ex post, a step down the garden of forking paths, we split it into speech and other retaliation and find results for speech retaliation. So Barrios, you've been very patient, and then, you know what, he's been even more patient. Jim, you're first. Sorry, John. Jim's hand has been up forever. It's because I'm standing here, and then I can't walk over here. So yes, yeah.
So I think this might help you out with some of the concerns about the endogeneity of the adoption. The design is super cool with that you're looking within the firm and you're able to do the firm year fixed effect. And your threat is that if something's happening at the state level, could you, instead of having this set up, use a static firm fixed effect and a state time period fixed effect and have your treatment be the firm headquarters? because I think, and this I think could help you with the mechanism a bit, because I think most of us, when we're talking about our professional community, it's with our colleagues, not with our neighbors. And I think there's probably more communication going on within the firm. And so you could compare basically people in a city at a certain time period when their firm outside of where they are gets treated. And I think it would help you with a lot of the endogeneity stuff going on here, and may even help you tease out the mechanism.
Yeah, it would probably not work on the censorship side because it's really the protections protect you where you worked and where the reviews were left, right? But it might help with this awareness angle. I think it's a great point. And just to go back on the endogeneity of the laws, I mean, there's only 5, and we've looked into them pretty extensively. I had these two put together a whole Excel document of why the different states adopted them. And it did look pretty idiosyncratic, but none of that really made it into the paper because I hate long appendices and I hate long papers. But maybe we should bring some more of that in. Mark.
A paper about free speech in general. So do you think there's much substitution going on here in the sense that there are different platforms through which the employees could be disclosing? And then at the beginning, you sort of convinced us that Glassdoor is kind of proactive on these things. And so to the comparison of something like Reddit or something like that, do you think there would be substitution across platforms based on the fact that Glassdoor is more proactive, or do you think Glassdoor pretty much has this market nailed down?
I don't think most of the rank and file workers I know are sitting there thinking like, I'll go complain on LinkedIn instead of Glassdoor because Glassdoor is more proactive about censorship around anti-SLAPP laws.
But you sort of can't have it both ways, right? You have a certain amount of awareness, but not, I don't know.
Well, the
It's just an
censorship
empirical
angle would
question.
work.
No,
no,
the censorship
it doesn't
is-
rely on awareness. I mean, that's why
This
I like
is why
it,
you
right?
always want to fall back on censorship. I guess.
That's why I always want to start with censorship.
Okay.
I mean, maybe there is some substitution, but I think our thinking is more that this would more broadly generalize to any platform. I mean, LinkedIn
Well, I
wants
think
to
it-
keep up posts.
I think it's more of
that
an
get
empirical
targeted.
question. I mean, setting aside the censorship, I think you could run through all of these and say, given that Glassdoor was proactive, to the extent that people wanted to disclose somewhere, they were shifting across. And I think the same intuition would flow all the way through all of the tests.
I see.
But it may just be empirically that Glassdoor really owns this market, so there really isn't that much substitution going on.
If you want to talk to, I don't know where to go not to make that noise happen. I'm running out of place. Okay.
Right there.
Right here. Okay. Like LinkedIn, for example, will also protect stuff from censorship. I mean, we're really looking at Glassdoor because it's a nice standardized platform. But LinkedIn does the same stuff, right? They protect posts that firms want to get taken down. Like one of our PhD students, Will's wife, went through that exact experience, trying to get her firm to take down a review on Glassdoor because she's an HR, or on LinkedIn because she's an HR manager. Discussion in the company, and they said no, we have anti-SLAPP. So I think it's kind of happening across platforms, and somebody's been very patient, John. Yes. Oops. So for that to be true, they would have to be hiring a certain type of employee right around, just specifically in a SLAPP state. Oh, because they're aware of the SLAPP laws. I mean, that would still be due, right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think they were not being censored, or they were being censored before. Now they're not being censored is probably how I would think about it. Yeah. See if the role's being left, make it an outcome. Yeah. We could think about that. Yeah, real quick on your first question, because we're not done yet. You asked specifically about whether it's credible, so we thought about that too. So one of the things we wanted to look at was, does this seem to relate to underlying issues? And so what we did is we put in violations from violation trackers, and we said, violation tracker. We said, do the reviews that are negative in the presence of SLAPP laws relate to these violations? We find that they do. We're able to break it into specific types of violations and specific types of discussions. And so what we find is that, for example, if you talk about workplace safety in the presence of anti-SLAPP protections, you're more likely to get workplace safety violations. So it looks like there's some credibility. One kind of interesting thing to note here that I kind of mentioned before that highlights the censorship angle is really only credibility in the presence of the protections. Which, when we were thinking of this sort of marginal story where like more marginal people come in, that is moving on the margin, like the whistleblowing, you would expect the effect to become more marginal, the credibility, right? But we're finding the opposite. It's only credible in the presence of protections. Yeah, I mean, right, there would have to be some reason that's correlated with SLAPPs. I don't, oh, come on. Yeah. Well, I think maybe more the way we were thinking about it is you have this big base of employees that have experience with the company, and what they're able to say and what they're able to get through changes, right? And they've had past experiences with the company suppressing speech, right? Yes, all right. Anna has decided that the paper is wrong in the sense that some people have too much freedom of speech and should be censored. So, and we also look at specificity of the review, so they're more likely to discuss facts and those kind of things. Yes.
So basically, what you have is that you were saying, I think, this story, you have a lower cost to be able to voice your opinion as an employee. So you should have basically a lower threshold to disclose your information. So the marginal disclosure should be not as negative as the others. In other words, what you find is actually the opposite.
Yes.
It's what you were kind of saying right
Yes.
now.
Yes.
So what kind of story do you have then in mind? Because in a standard model, that would not be the case.
That's what's so cool about the paper. It's the censorship. Think about the firm's incentives. They're going to target the most credible, most negative reviews and say, get those out of here. And then when they can't do that because of the SLAPPs, those credible reviews start showing up. So it's not this marginal employee behavior. I mean, that's exactly what I was telling John and why I like the censorship
the
mechanism.
additional theoretical element that you have in mind that is triggering this average negativity that is going up?
This average negativity that is going up.
Yes,
So-
because
so
that
just-
should be
just-
the
yeah.
opposite in a standard model.
Yeah.
And it's what basically John was saying,
Yeah.
that you should have more frivolous disclosures.
And that's what I was saying
And
back
so
to
that
him.
is the
And that's what we
reason
wrote
why
in the
the
paper.
average
But that's not what
effect
we
should
find.
be lower, not bigger.
Because it's the censorship. That's the difference. Think of the firm's incentives, what they're going to get taken down. If they're going to target the most negative, credible stuff and get that taken down, right? And so when they're no longer able to censor, the most credible negative stuff comes through. It's not happening in this standard where it's this employee who's hyper aware of all these laws and changing on the margin. In general, we find very limited evidence for that. Let me summarize that evidence quickly before Anna throws something at me. So we find an increase in news articles. Also, what we do is we say, well, there's some employees that probably should definitely be aware of these laws, like lawyers and those types. We call them aware employees. We interact it with SLAPs. And what we find is that in the pre-period, somebody like a lawyer is more likely to leave a positive review that's more positive than everyone else, which is like lawyers, right? And then in the post-period, they shift down to become as negative as everybody else, is what we find in this test. So the small subset of employees that are aware become aware. Let me just summarize the protection from censorship angle, because we've talked about it so much, and then I'll come around to the questions. So protection from censorship is this idea that, I need like a mark, this idea that in treatment states, firms are not able to target reviews for censorship. In control states, they're able to get negative, credible reviews taken down, right? And so only in treatment states are these negative reviews showing up. And we know this happens because Glassdoor talks about it in the legal cases. The question is how large is the result? The first thing you would expect is if they're censoring in some states but not others, you would expect an increase in reviews when they can no longer censor. This is my least favorite result in the paper, but I'm still going to show it to you guys to give you the full picture. We don't find any change in reviews around the number of reviews around the laws. These are T-stats in parentheses, so these is incredibly a noisy analysis when you think of the confidence intervals, lots of huge values. But we dig deeper, and one of the cool things we're able to do is we're able actually to identify some censorship. So get the timeline down. Revelio scrapes reviews. Any censorship that happens before that can drive our results and is not observable. They scrape them weekly to monthly at this point in time. Any censorship that happens after the scraping, we're able to see. So we can confirm it's no longer on Glassdoor. So we're able to observe some ex post censorship, and we're hoping that what we learn from that censorship can inform the censorship that can drive our results in the pre-period. We find about 2.4% of sensitive topic reviews are censored. We focus on sensitive topic because those are the ones we can quickly collect data on. They told me it would take over a year to get data on all reviews. So we find 2.4% are censored in that post period. The censorship rate is much lower in the presence of SLAP protections. We can also go down to the review level. Recall that these are all sensitive topic reviews. What we find is that if the review is negative, it's much, much, much more likely to be censored. That suggests actual censorship, right? Because it's targeting negative reviews systematically. And then in the presence of an anti-SLAP law, the censorship rate is cut almost in half. Again, consistent with intentional censorship. So we're actually able to observe negative reviews being taken down and anti-SLAP protecting those reviews. So thank you for your patience.
Thanks. Super cool paper. I really like it. You know, one thing that I think might be helpful, at least for me when I was trying to understand the effects, is when you talk about censorship, I think what you really mean is like the sort of like active censorship where something is up and then is taken down versus the, you know, the act of sort of like intimidation that sort of leads to self-censorship. But your paper speaks to, I think, fairly credibly both results actually being there. Like your awareness results suggest that people that are in the know are more likely to adjust their behavior, but you also have, you know, the evidence of specific reviews having action taken on them. So, you know, and one way to talk about that is to, you know, I usually think of the actions of a social media company with the content being posted. It's like, you know, that's content moderation, essentially. So you could talk about the role of content moderation as a form of censorship, but also, you know, self-censorship as well, and that would maybe help to separate those two effects because they're both, yeah, they're both there.
Yeah, that's great.
You're emphasizing employer side. I'm actually wondering, you might have done already about like the heterogeneity of the employer side. So the reason is that you're actually citing quite a few times actually Thorkin's paper. One of the main findings they showed is actually smaller companies are really affected by this negative review for their job seeking behavior. Actually, large companies not. But I'm actually a little bit go back to Sugata's point where maybe it's because some of the finding is actually here quite significant, might be even regardless of their size, because anti-SLAP law not only actually affecting the employee side, it's actually they really worry about if something is negative in the Glassdoor, media can pick it up, and then that will be really kind of disaster for even large companies. So that I actually wondering, given that you're really, what you actually kind of main finding is censorship from the employer side. So I want to also see, it's not identification in terms of mechanism, is there heterogeneity in terms of the employer characteristic, and specifically a little bit connecting to the Sorkin's paper, where actually he find that actually really large company, AT&T, they doesn't care. Like it's because of one negative review doesn't really change the job seeker, but actually smaller company are the one negative review really making like the disastrous for them to attract talent.
So split the censorship on company size or something. Yeah, we could do something like that. I think that might be a nice extension. Yeah.
Yeah, I very much like the story with the censorship there, but I think you also brought in like this angle of specificity in terms of censorship, right? I think this is kind of a bit what is missing in this table to me, because you're about censorship of a very particular type of negative review, not about the 1-star one where they just write, "Oh, I hate you all," but the one where it's actually specific, right? So kind of these combinations of the two tests, you at least bring the specificity angle in that test. I think
Like
that
another
would
determinant here.
strengthen that.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be cool.
So I have one suggestion about kind of pinning down the law effect. And so you have many cross-sectional tests on employers' characteristics, like, you know, whether they have like violations and other tests. But I think one thing that you could exploit a bit more is the nature of the disclosure, so like a public nature of the disclosure. Because this anti-step law is not about like all kinds of disclosures, it's about like, you know, disclosures of public interests. And if you can pin down topics related to those kind of disclosures, that will be really help you to pin down kind of the effect of the law.
Yeah, so they only protect public interest, but that's a pretty broad definition in courts. It's basically anything anybody in the public would like to know. And social media tends to be able to use that defense pretty broadly by just saying, like, people are posting it here so other people know it, so it is of interest. But I would think that the sensitive topics we look at are clearly of public interest, right? Discrimination is a big deal, so.
Yeah, thanks. I was wondering why you think that there's not a relationship between the violations and negative ratings in the pre-period. Because if there's not really a credible threat to sue someone for just putting a 1-star rating, then alleviation of that threat shouldn't change the behavior. So is it a censorship result there that like the reviews were being provided, the 1-star reviews were being provided but taken down? Or like why would we get different generation of ratings per se, which maybe you don't get sued for, like the numerical rating?
Great segue to the next table.
Great,
Thank you. Yeah, so we do look at this 1-star. We look at the incidence of 1-star and the share of negative reviews that are 1-star, this shift towards extremism. As for the question of why it's changing, is it awareness, is it censorship? A couple cool things about 1-star. First of all, they're the most informative. You think of like how you use Amazon. When you're looking at a product, you start by rating and look at the 1-stars, right? So they tend to be the most informative. We find evidence that they're super credible, those kind of things. I think in the pre-period, why these are getting targeted for censorship is because they're really negative and they tend to discuss really important issues like discrimination and those type of things. And companies don't want that in the public domain, so they're getting them taken down, right? So in some sense, rating may be a byproduct of targeting these sensitive topics, right? And the rating results are smaller. The sensitive topic results are the biggest in the paper, right? So, yes.
So just going back to the effect of the law, I wonder, I'm with the concerns that there could be other things going on in the state that pass the anti-SLAPP, and such as like events that increase, for example, awareness of employees concerned about all these like sensitive topics, and then they are naturally more likely to talk about those, not because of the anti-SLAPP law, but because of some concrete events that trigger them to be more aware of that. So I'm wondering whether it would be helpful if you can look at within state variation and look at companies or employees of companies that historically are more likely to be exposed to like anti-SLAPP type of litigation concerns, and then after that, whether they are more likely to change their reviews.
So I kind of see the concern. I think we need to bring in that appendix of why different states. You know, it tended to be, it's an interesting process, right? But it tended to happen pretty quickly, and it's 5 states. so we can bring it in. We should do that. As for if you're more exposed, does it change more? I mean, that kind of would work with all of the mechanisms, right? And then I guess anything that kind of relies on people looking around and changing on the margin, it doesn't really seem to fit the facts of the data, which is that it doesn't look like we're seeing more on the margin. We're seeing more of the most extreme, the 1 star that discuss discrimination credibly. Those are the ones that are coming through. That doesn't fit into a standard economic model, right? It has to be about the censorship to kind of fit everything together. It kind of is the main driving result. Real quick, nope, that was this one. I want to talk about this one. We did look at whether the incidence of, or rather how 1 stars map into topic discussions change. We find that they don't. The other cool thing on this table is that 1 stars positively relate to sensitive topics, which goes back to this discussion.
So on your comment that, maybe it's all censorship because of this extreme result, I wouldn't totally abandon employee awareness because one thing you could think about is that, if I have the most extreme complaint, maybe I'm also most likely to become aware of all of the potential protections available to me. So it also goes back to the earlier comments about, can more be done to nail down how employees would become aware? And one thing I thought about, so when Jensen and I were working on our NDA paper and news, we found legal work, and I know you guys have talked to lawyers too, but legal scholars said, companies are changing their employment contracts. And so the employees could learn things through there. I know for you guys it's not contract-based, but maybe you could use the Wayback Machine and look at, what are some website resources that employees would look at? Is there variation in how soon after these laws pass are these resources that employees would actually, more realistically look at? Are they talking about anti-SLAPP, more quickly, like the ACLU, state by state, resources or union-related resources? So I think there could still be more to not totally abandon the employee awareness side.
Okay. Yeah, it's still anti-SLAPP, but it might be one of the other mechanisms. Yes.
Yeah, I have a question about, let's say, the economic agents that actually take this decision. So if I understand this correctly, you have employees that can take decisions, you have firms that can take decisions, and then you have Glassdoor that can take decisions, right? Now, I wonder who's really the driving decision maker here. I really like this argument that it's all about censorship, but can you make the point that it's actually the firm censoring, or is it Glassdoor censoring? If it's Glassdoor censoring, then this would still be interesting, right? But then I wonder, what is the degree of freedom here? Is this more a case study, essentially? Or can you convince us that's really firms changing their decision making? Do you have any smoking gun test that's the firm that censors less? Or is it impossible to separate?
It's not clear to me why Glassdoor would be more willing to censor negative reviews that are probably going to generate a lot of interest.
Yeah, but they also generate legal costs, right?
Yes, when they get the anti-SLAPP laws, but then it's because they're worried about the firm censorship still, right? So it's ultimately the firm has to be censoring or threaten to censor in the background to drive the result.
Yeah.
Glassdoor has no incentive to take this stuff down unless they're worried about litigation.
I'm more thinking
right,
about
from
this
the firm.
in an econometric point of way, because it's in the end who is making the decision, who is treated, and what's the degrees of freedom that you have. But thank you.
Yeah, but and just to clarify, Glassdoor, we know from all of those studies I put up, it's an important media platform in and of itself. So even if it's just Glassdoor, I wouldn't call it a case study. It's one of the top 100 most visited websites in the world. It's important. But we also know, like, anecdotally, LinkedIn, other websites are getting threatened with censorship for stuff being posted on there and protecting it via the SLAPP laws. We have 3 minutes left, guys. So I'm going to show the last table. I'm sorry. Come up, talk to these two if you have questions. I'll be at the bar. So last thing we do, we look at job search. What we say is, in the pre-period, if you're looking around as a job seeker, you're trying to find a job, you're not seeing very many credible reviews, you don't really know where to go, you may waste a lot of time interviewing with people who are not a good fit for you, you might waste a lot of time just interviewing with a bunch of people. In the post-period, when it's being revealed, hey, these guys are very credibly not the type of people most people would want to work for, they're unsafe, very dangerous, you're more likely to sort into the good types quicker, right? So the first prediction is we'll see a drop in the time to fill jobs if you're a good type, and a reallocation, not an on-average effect. The second thing is, you know, some people, if you've ever worked in the back of a kitchen or you've ever worked at a construction site, raise your hand if you have. Yeah, okay, like 3 of us. So if you go that route, you know that there's some people, they don't really care about a dangerous workplace. They're totally fine with it. And so if you're the type to ultimately go this route, you knew what you were more likely to know what you were getting into and be okay with it, right? And this could be a general effect. It doesn't have to be Glassdoor per se. And so what we find is that in the presence of no sensitive topic discussions, you fill jobs about 5 hours faster. Pretty small effect at the job posting level, but aggregated across all postings in a state would be a pretty big deal. And what we also find is that conditional on going to a bad type where you knew what you were getting into, in the post period where the disclosure of being a bad type was credible, you were okay with that and less likely to separate ex post. You were less likely to say, I don't want to work at a place like this, and leave. So thank you guys very much. This is all the stuff we saw, and thank you. Right on time.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you to the editor, the associate editor, and the referee for their comments and for accepting my paper into the conference. So my paper is about how we can use an AI mentorship to study, to build financial capability among microenterprises in developing economies. So first, why study microenterprises? They represent a very important part of the overall economy, contributing to 50% of the GDP and 70% of the total employment. However, they often have weak management practices, sometimes not even having basic record keeping. So here is where training can play a very important role. So governments and NGOs, they annually invest like around $1 billion in this type of training. But the results, they are very modest, and sometimes they are not significant. So here we can see 20 different RCTs and evaluations on different training interventions. And most of the outcomes, they are not significant, and they're modest. And there are very few studies that focus on the role of accounting. So that's exactly what my paper wants to focus on, the role of accounting in the training curricula. So I'm focusing on the limitations of traditional training. First, what is the, one of the main limitations is the approach of a silo teaching when they are providing accounting knowledge. Also, I'm focusing on the lack of a standardized quality that these traditional trainings have, the lack of timely support, and the lack of scalability. So I'm doing all of that using an AI mentorship to address these limitations of the traditional training. But what distinguishes my study is three things specifically. First, the accounting integration training. So I'm studying not only whether we should teach accounting, but how we should introduce accounting in the business training curricula. Second, the fact that I can unpack the black box of learning process. So I can observe with the high frequency conversational data how the entrepreneurs are absorbing the information across the training period. And third, I'm presenting an alternative training, an AI mentor to provide accounting training for entrepreneurs. So I have two research questions. The first one is, does accounting integration improve financial reasoning? And the second one is comparing an AI versus human training. So I'm using an RCT with microenterprises in Honduras to evaluate these two research questions. And I have 3 groups that help me to address those. 2 AI mentors for the first one that I'm comparing different accounting pedagogical structures, and the second one with a human training group. So here, let me first summarize my findings related with the first research question about the accounting integration. So this one is based on the conversational data. I have here that entrepreneurs, they are, the treated entrepreneurs, they are using accounting as a holistic view for the business decisions instead of a silo technical skill. So to be more specific, the treated entrepreneurs, they send more, 11 more messages related to accounting integration, which represents around 78% of the control mean. They normally focus more to make the link between marketing and business strategy when they are using this accounting information. So something very important is that the pattern is also consistent for entrepreneurs-initiated messages and unprompted messages in the system. So, and that the conversations is not just about the accounting integration, but also the entrepreneurs that are treated, they are more likely to articulate financial business plans into their conversations in the treatment. For the second research question, my summary findings are related with pre-treatment and post-treatment results for a survey, not related with the conversational data. And I'm comparing AI versus human training. So the main message here is that it's not just about the technology or the AI itself, it's also about how we can structure the accounting information into the training. That's because I'm finding that the accounting integrated treatment group is the one that improves most the perception of growth, like 60% more likely related with the human training group. So there's not results related with the productivity like measures or self-reported monthly sales and profits. But this is consistent with prior research as well and the limitations of measuring these volatile outcomes. Related with the management practices, the accounting integrated group is also more likely to provide, to increase their cost practices, to identify direct and indirect costs. And all these outcomes are related, are stronger for those entrepreneurs with the lower capability in the treatment. So right now, well, you can start making questions, and I will explain with more details the research questions. So for the first research question, this one is related with the pedagogical structure. So here I want to analyze, can accounting integration improve entrepreneurs' business outcome, acumen? So here one of the most important things is to understand what is the conceptual difference between teaching accounting as a silo or as an integrated approach. So, yes?
Oscillated a bit between micro enterprises and entrepreneurs in who is being treated here. And the notion of entrepreneurs, I think of something a little bit different of someone with an idea that needs access to capital, and you can see how accounting can facilitate credibility on how they might report and things like that. But these seem like they were very small family-run firms and things like that, not necessarily needing accounting for financing, but more for management practice. And I guess I'm just trying to think about, is the pecking order of the frictions a little bit different in the setting you're looking at for how accounting might alleviate those frictions than we might think about in a more traditional entrepreneurial setting?
Yes. Yes, that's a really good point. The context here is specifically for micro enterprises. So in average, they have 2 workers, and they have been operating for around 3 years in the sample size. So it's a very small firms. And that's part of how it's not automatically that we can think that accounting integration approach might help them, because it might be the case that they don't need that kind of approach, or they have like 2 basic setting that they might not need to make a trade-off analysis or so on. So one of the points that I wanted to mention here is that the chief is not automatic, because it might be cognitive, like the cognitive load for the entrepreneurs might be hard, or it might be difficult to change like all habits for the way that they are doing their analysis or their business decisions here. So that's really important point, because it's even if we introduce an accounting integrated that we might think is more useful, or is the common way that we teach, for example, in the MBA classes, it might be not completely beneficial for the micro enterprises context. So if integration works, then the entrepreneurs will start making this trade-off. But it's not automatically the chief. Yes, Thomas?
Okay, so I have a question about kind of the general takeaway of the paper and how it relates to the motivation that you had early on as kind of business training RCTs as kind of a way to foster development. So ultimately, you don't document or find effects on kind of revenues and profits, right? Mm-hmm. Which I think are ultimately the key outcomes in kind of this development policy context. And so I think it raises the question also in the context of the motivation as a policy holder, if ultimately kind of using these mentors is actually worth it as a policy tool, right? Because then it's you listed all these kind of other business training RCTs. And so, I mean, of course, then it becomes another one of these business trainings that changes something kind of in terms of entrepreneurial kind of thinking or reasoning, but it's ultimately not really kind of affecting growth. And so, maybe among the kind of suite of things we could do to help these businesses, it's maybe not the one we should go for. But still, of course, I think documenting that you don't find real effects can be informative. But then I think it becomes important to distinguish, you don't find real effects. Is it because, you have little power in the experiment, or is it because you do have a first stage, but it's kind of a soft treatment, and so it doesn't lead to kind of second stage real effects? Or is it because maybe, yes, there's learning, but there's also a lot of kind of, changes in how the entrepreneurs just interact mechanically with the AI, which could basically be a way of saying this is to some extent survey demand effects. So basically, given that I think you don't have real effects, I think distinguishing a little bit or trying to distinguish a little bit between these things is important, because then you can also tie it back to your motivation. I feel like currently you're setting up the motivation very well, but then you become a bit hand wavy in terms of tying it back. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally. That's a very important point, because that's a common concern, like the difficulty to see like improvements or effects in sales and profits in the literature. And that is because when you have business training, then it's difficult to disentangle what is the effect, because it might be the entrepreneurs are actually reporting more precisely what they have in terms of sales and profits, because they are learning how to measure, right? Like maybe they were not measuring some of the costs or some of the sales correctly. And then it's difficult to know if they're actually increasing their sales and profits, or they are just learning to report more precisely. That's one point. The other point is the short period of time of the treatment, because we're talking about 1 month of treatment, and in general, the different RCTs, for example, that I was showing before, they have very small, short duration of the treatment, like sometimes just 1 week of training and different hours providing this type of knowledge. So it's very difficult to expect that all the results will materialize in sales and profit after a short period of time. So that's one difficulty, because I just have measures after the treatment. But also one of my contributions related with your comment is the fact that I can observe intermittent outcomes. So the fact that I can see this learning process, and I can observe the high frequency data, that helps me to have like some intuition of the mechanisms that can help later for improving sales and profits. So I see it as just putting an analogy, it's like if we have like a vaccine trial, imagine like the doctors wanted to see what is the effect of the patient after, they might wanted to see like what is the mechanism through the one that the vaccine is working. Like for example, if we could see like antibodies like developing in the person, we will understand, okay, this is the mechanism. So now I feel like normally it's very difficult for training programs to understand what is intermediate outcomes, and they just focus on reduced form outcomes like sales and profits, because they cannot observe all the behavior across the training. But this is a different model for observing what is happening inside.
I think if it's possible to get another round of outcome data through the ILO and longer term effects, then that might be worth integrating, because then you also get more power. And then, yeah, I think the argument on the first stage is a good one. But then I think it becomes really important to convince readers that this is actual learning, right? And not just a mechanical reflection of the interactions that the mentor basically induces. Because if that's the case, then we'll never observe real effects, right?
Yeah, that's a really good point. How we can actually see if they are learning, and that's one of the most difficult parts of the whole experiment. One of the suggestions from the associate editor was to incorporate those unprompted messages. That means that the message from the entrepreneur was not a sequence of a message from the AI mentor that introduced the accounting integration. So they wanted to see, what about if we can isolate, like to see like if the entrepreneurs are just introducing accounting integration by themselves after some period of time in the treatment. So I'm adding that in the test right now, but definitely it will be amazing to have more survey waves for measuring the outcomes in the long term. Yes?
Okay, yeah. I really like the setting, so it's really cool. I was wondering, maybe if you can go back to your previous slide about the motivation with the accounting education, whether this is the best fit or the best kind of frame, because I read it a little bit different in terms of what you're doing. So, so you're pitching this as basically pure accounting or siloed accounting versus accounting plus business. But if people ask the AI mentor, what is happening is the control group doesn't get pure accounting, but rather the control group always answers whatever they ask about marketing, hiring, and accounting. And the treatment group always basically pushes an accounting or finance implications angle, whatever they ask, right? And even in your example that you have in the appendix, where the user is asking about how should I write this hiring prompt, in the treatment group, it doesn't even provide a prompt, right? It only talks about the financial implications. That made me wonder, is it maybe more about a reallocation or a shifting of attention, that maybe, and if you assume it works, so this was a good outcome, then maybe one implication would be that people ask the wrong questions, right? So they ask about how should I write a hiring prompt rather than thinking about the financial implications, and that's what your treatment is doing, right? Shifting attention to accounting and finance implications.
Yeah, that's one way to see it, exactly. Like the treatment, the accounting integration AI is trying to nudge the entrepreneur to think more about the financial consequences of their decisions across the treatment. So it's that's a different way to put it. Like it's shifting like the attention of the entrepreneur. But the idea is here to make the connection as well, because the entrepreneur always have the option of changing the topic again with the AI and saying like, no, like for example in the hiring example, no, I want the post. I don't want like the financial consequences or to analyze how much I might need to cover the wage. So they always have the option to change again, like the topic, or it's just an optional thinking and analysis that the AI is providing if they are interested on. But yeah, that's definitely a different way to see it. Yes?
Yeah, maybe directly following on this. I think this is, I find this super interesting study. One problem that I always have, also in our own work with field experiments, that you have a theoretical motivation for how you design the treatments. Yeah, then also reality comes into the way, and then you have contrasts that you can actually observe. Right? There's always a little bit of a mismatch between, let's say, the motivating theory that you have and then what you can actually measure in the field. And to me, what would be super helpful if you can be very precise, about what is the theoretical treatment that you have in mind. So in that regard, I wonder what exactly does accounting integration mean from let's say almost a cognitive standpoint. So what is it actually that you want to capture? And then also to be open that the contrasts that you observe are not perfect.
Yeah.
They will never be, right? So we are not in the lab, right? So they will always be messy. So, and then just discuss, that would be helpful for me, discuss where is the, let's say, the difference and how do you interpret the evidence in that way. So my question, how exactly should I think about accounting integration from a cognitive standpoint? What is it that you have in mind?
That's exactly where I'm going right now. That's a really good point, because I want first to understand like what is the conceptual difference, and then how I can operationalize that into the treatment and how the system actually captures, and then empirically how I'm defining and capturing the definition of accounting integration. Thank you. So the conceptual difference here, as I was explaining before, if the accounting integration means basically that the entrepreneurs are using the financial logic when they are analyzing decisions into the functional areas, like marketing, planning, strategy, and so on. So the idea is to use accounting as a financial framework and logic for that. And just to cover first a little bit of the theoretical framework, and then I go to the question. How exactly I see like accounting integration can help to reshape the entrepreneur's mindset? So it can do it in 3 different ways. First, as we know, accounting can provide a measurement system. So it can help to the entrepreneurs to map all the financial decisions and activities into quantifiable metrics, and then help them to evaluate choices in a more consistent logic, right? The second part is to provide this integration framework. So the idea again here is to link the decisions across the functional areas with their financial consequences, to make it more explicit. For example, in the case of the hiring the new worker, making more explicit the financial consequences of hiring a new worker, it will help the entrepreneur to integrate the financial logic into other decisions, like here, for example, related with productivity in people. And also, it provides a forward-looking structure for the entrepreneurs. So here, the idea of accounting integration is that it will help them to support planning, to support this intertemporal trade-off that they might make, and therefore the entrepreneurs can move from a silo task to a more toward strategic decision thinking. I will go now for how I define this specifically, how I can operationalize this into the system and how I empirically define accounting integration. But first, the question, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, right on this point. So very cool study. And just building on what Thomas and Joachim were saying, I'm wondering, of course, the big challenge was how to measure the improvements. And I think you have a really nice solution for this. But then it's going exactly into this place of what you want to have versus what you're then measuring, because what you're teaching is some kind of teaching them the vocabulary of how to think about things. And so they've learned how to talk about it now in these accounting terms, not necessarily to think in accounting terms and to think in a measurement way, but that those are the terms that they learned. And then you're measuring that they're using those terms in prompting. So can you differentiate? I think that's what Thomas meant with survey demand effects, etc. And so this is all about, is this kind of them just responding because that's the language that they learned now? And is this really saying that they learned accounting, or is this just they know those terms in those contexts and that's why they use those terms in those contexts?
Yeah, definitely is a challenge how to disentangle all those interactions. That's why it's also very insightful to see that the entrepreneurs into the conversations, they are more likely, the ones that are treated, they are more likely to do actionable plans. So they are, and also in the longer term. So they are more likely to make plans longer than 3 months during the conversations related with expansions of their sales. So that's beyond the accounting integration itself, so showing how they are shifting also their mindset for the forward-looking plans. That's one way to think about it. But I will show just in a minute how I define the variable here. Yes?
Still building on these last couple of comments, if in your condition where you're integrating accounting, you're, I think by construction, spending less time on accounting and more on the other business disciplines than the accounting only condition. So you're calling it accounting integration. You could also call it less accounting. And so am I wrong if my takeaway is that the business disciplines, like marketing and strategy, the other ones, at least for these micro enterprises, are more important than the accounting knowledge? And that might not generalize to bigger enterprises, but that's one way. That was my takeaway.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I have one empirical test where I added also the number of accounting messages itself. And I do like a similar related model just to put like the accounting questions that are silo accounting and the ones that are integrated. So the results showed for the accounting integration. So it's not just about the number of accounting messages related, it's how they are thinking about the accounting part. So I can observe into the conversational data when a message is just accounting focused. For example, if the entrepreneurs are asking, hey, how I can calculate my profits, that's just an accounting question. Like it's not accounting integrated if they are not putting in perspective of something else, right? Like if they are not making the link. But I will show just in a minute the way that I'm classifying those. That's a really good point. Maybe I will move a little bit forward first before taking the other questions so I can show the definition itself. Before going to the empirical way for defining the accounting integration, just want to mention briefly here for the second research question, which is the comparison of the AI and the human-led training group. And here, why is ambiguous if AI will be overperforming like the human-led group? Well, on one hand, we have that the AI can address these limitations that I was mentioning at the beginning. For example, it provides scalability by lowering the cost and reaching more entrepreneurs with the same quality. That's very important because normally when we increase the delivery, we cannot keep the quality of a training program at the same level, right? So we have consistency and personalization, and this continuous access, this knowledge on demand, that's something very important for the context of an entrepreneur because they might be linking with the context, the knowledge that they have. So, but on the other hand, it might be that human training, it might be more useful for entrepreneurs because maybe for the human connection or the trust or the confidence that they might feel for sharing some questions, or also for the peers interactions that they might have, the learning processing and spillovers during the training. So, I think.
AI told me that it can make people falsely confident about unfamiliar technical topics. So maybe this is an example of that. But it kind of goes back to these concerns where the AI is just making them feel like they know something and they don't. And I liked your mechanism response. But related to that response, you use the medicine example. There's a bunch of medicines. We don't know the mechanism. Tylenol, we have no idea what it does in your body. We just know it works. So maybe if you can take what you learned from the mechanism analyses and say, this was the special thing that the mechanisms revealed that nothing else could have done. Like, what is that secret sauce you pulled out from knowing the mechanism? That, like, what would you tell the human teachers to do better, for example? Maybe that would help with this false confidence effect.
I see. Well, first, the fact that the entrepreneurs are having like more active knowledge is not passive, because it's not just in a classroom where they are just listening like overall abstract concepts. They can put it into practice. They can connect it with the reality. They can, every time that they have a question, they can put in practice like a specific concept or a way to think about it. That's one way, for example. The fact that it's easier for them to transfer the knowledge instead of having in the classroom, like transfer that knowledge into their specific domains and their context. That's one way. And also, I see the fact that the increase of the perception of growth in their business, although it's not an objective measure like sales and profits and so on, it can show like the entrepreneurs feel more confidence for their business, and they might perceive like my business is growing. They might have like already plans for future, for example, that they feel like more confidence to take it because they are understanding their business model and their financial consequences of their decisions. So
ultimately, though, it's kind of the concern is that it could be false confidence, right? And then if we don't see the sales, so I'm just wondering if, like the prompt suggestion you got from your AE, if it's just revealing something that, oh no, they're thinking really smart about this, you know?
Yeah, it can be false confidence, definitely. And also that's one of the challenges for traditional business training as well, that sometimes the entrepreneurs start changing the management practices, but then after a few months, they change them back because they don't feel like comfortable with the changes. So it's definitely a limitation for a short term duration, but yeah, that's something I can think more about. Yes.
That's fine. So, you know, in terms of what you can tell the human trainers based on your study, when you do the third treatment arm, the G3, right? It's human trainers, but are they doing siloed teaching, or are they doing, so it came across as if they're doing siloed teaching. So when you compare it to AI with integrated teaching, you're varying two things.
Yes, completely, yes. And I will explain that in a second. I have two different dimensions I'm very, and one is the pedagogical structure of the accounting knowledge, like integrated versus silo, and another dimension is the delivery method, AI versus human training. So I will explain just that in a second,
Because
but what I'm, the direct comparison, just to explain that, is between G1, which is an AI with a silo accounting approach, and the human-led training, because the human group has a silo approach for teaching accounting and for teaching all the components. So in that case, I'm just changing the delivery method. Because the silo accounting is similar.
But you know, like in an MBA class, if you teach siloed accounting, they're all gonna go to sleep.
I know, and that's the surprising.
Right? You can't do it.
That's the surprising part, because for all of us, it's very common. It makes sense. That's the way that we teach for MBAs, and that's the standard. What is surprising here is that for business training and for the developing, all the developing world related with business training, it's not the way that they teach accounting. So they normally teach separate classes just for bookkeeping and understanding like a lot of knowledge that they might be very difficult for the entrepreneurs to put in practice. So that's exactly the point here. Like it's It's not like a new way to teach accounting. It's the way that we normally are related with accounting, but it's not the common way that they do it in business training curricula. Yes, Chris?
The finance guys do that too, in other fields. So it's not just accounting. I think the main distinction is applied versus not applied.
Yeah, definitely they apply it to their context, and it's more like a managerial accounting approach, and the idea is specifically to link it to their decisions. The two treatments, they are applying to their context. So that's something important to mention, because the AI make it more likely that the entrepreneurs apply their information to their specific problem that they're having, because they can text at any moment through WhatsApp to the AI. So both of them, they are applied. And in that way, the unique difference between the two systems is related with accounting guidelines or financial guidelines that we can think here. But both approaches with AI provide this kind of context for the practical approach. Yes?
Yeah, so I had the same idea that I don't know that you can focus as much on accounting, although I love that, the focus that it's an integration of business topics. But I wanted to look at that second question, the second hypothesis that you have. And you even said the quality of the AI is really important, right? The benefit of having AI versus human-led, besides this application, is the quality. Do you ever look at the actual conversations that happen and do some kind of validation that what is the quality level versus an in-person, right? Is the difference not so much like, are they as good or better than a human, or are they actually worse, but the benefit of having someone live that I can talk to anytime is greater than that cost? So I think understanding the accuracy is really important.
Yeah, I was checking the conversations. They're very interesting. And what I can see is that they're more open about all their questions that they have. So during the human training groups, they cannot, not all the entrepreneurs might ask a question because they might feel like, I don't know, shy, or, it's like having a classroom with a lot of entrepreneurs with different education at the same classroom. So it might be very challenging for them to ask all their questions that they have and to explain their problems. So that's something that I noticed across the conversations. Definitely they are more open about the questions. They ask more specific to the applications as we were discussing. So that's part of the advantage of the delivery method. It's changing how personalized can be, how you can consider all this knowledge on demand. And I think like that's so important, because for the entrepreneurs, like we are talking about like an average, like 40-year-old woman. And so it's that kind of profile. And it might be very challenging for them to go to the classroom and then think about like, okay, how would I actually apply this to my business, right? Yes, before taking more questions, I just want to move a little bit for the setting, just to explain here. So as I was explaining here, this is through WhatsApp. The entrepreneurs can ask at any moment. It's 24 hours available for them. This is powered by GPT-4, and it provides this knowledge on demand. And the most important part that I wanted to highlight here is that I can observe that high-frequency data. So this is in Honduras with partner with different organizations, the Chamber of Commerce, the International Labor Organization. And they have already like the infrastructure of business training programs since a few years ago. So they have been doing this type of programs. It was easier to implement because they have used an international methodology for training entrepreneurs from the ILO, which is called Standard and Improve Your Business. So that helps because you can keep the book that they are using for the classes common across the treatment groups. Okay, so I might move from the video, but that was just explaining how it works. The entrepreneurs can send voice notes, pictures, and text to the AI. And that was very useful because some of them, they might have like troubles for reading or texting. So it's very useful to have the voice note as well. I wanted to get into this slide because there were a lot of questions about this, about what is common, what is not, what is the comparisons that we can make. And what I have here is 3 different groups. two AI versions that they use exactly the same infrastructure, but it's just changing the accounting guidelines. And I'll explain more about this. So they're using the same WhatsApp AI, and the human, of course, is the human trainer. The curriculum is the same book as we were talking about, and the accounting approach, that's very important because here, between G1 and G2, the AI groups, I'll be just, the delivery method is constant, but what I'm changing here is the accounting pedagogical structure. But when I'm comparing human-led training, it's also a silo approach because it's module-based. So it will be easier to compare, for example, G1 to G2 in that sense. Those are the two dimensions I was talking before. That is, the comparisons can be made based on that. So when I'm comparing G1 and G3 directly, I'm comparing the same accounting structure, but like a different delivery method that provides, for example, more applicable work and more knowledge on demand and so on. So, and when I'm comparing just the two AIs, mentors, that helps me to keep the setting. AI here is just a setting for exploring this question and exploring how accounting may change. And that is very useful because I can keep everything else constant. And I will show right now how the system works internally. But that's, I think that's very exciting for even for other topics in research, because we can keep everything constant. Yes?
So, but I think the one, the one constant in each of your treatment is that they learn about accounting. So in a way, you compare accounting across the different delivery channels or the pedagogical approaches. So it's not about accounting itself. You could have done the same with management or finance, and then again compare those two. So in the end, I think it is very difficult to say something, oh, it's accounting that drives your results.
Mm-hmm.
In the end, I think you can compare whether these different channels or pedagogical approaches help those micromanagers to make better decisions. But I think that's something that should come out better from the current framing of the study.
Yeah, definitely, because it's not both. Everyone is receiving accounting. The difference is like it will be more proactively, like with the treated entrepreneurs, for example, the AI mentor will bring the topic to the conversation. It will try to put the conversations in those terms as we were discussing before. But yeah, it's differently the.
So there is no counterfactual without accounting. I don't know whether this would be manageable or.
Yeah, I see your point. Okay. So no, there's not a group without accounting because I'm assuming every business training program will teach at least some part of accounting, right? Because it's a very core fundamental component of the whole curricula. So I'm assuming, okay, conditional on teaching accounting, how we should introduce accounting, how we should embed it into the decision-making process for the entrepreneurs. Yeah.
So I clicked on the link that you have in footnote 1 for the siloed training, footnote 15, sorry. And that seems to go to a manual that, in my opinion, is all financial accounting. Whereas the other things you're showing here are, in my mind, the integrated pieces are managerial accounting. And so can you convince me that it's not just that you're saying that maybe I'm biased in how I interpret your findings, but managerial accounting is more useful for these entrepreneurs than financial accounting?
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good question. To be honest, it's very surprising. Like when we go to the curricula of ILO and we see like the information that they use for this business training, the way that they teach all the record keeping and accounting, it feels very far away for the reality of the entrepreneurs, right? Because they are like putting a lot of as you said, like more financial accounting, and it might be too complex for the reality, right? So the information feels very disconnected from their context. I think like in that sense, it's not about financial or managerial. It's also about how connected it might be with the reality for the entrepreneurs and how applicable could be. Like, so if entrepreneurs, I have seen like they normally are so focused on marketing and access to credit and things like that, especially for marketing. But I feel like it's because they they don't see the benefit of understanding this accounting knowledge or accounting logic, right? Because it's so disconnected for the reality that they think like, maybe I don't need any of that. So I see it more in that way, more than financial than managerial, because of the context that we are in the micro enterprises here. Yeah, thank you. Yes, Regina.
I think my question is very related because, and I think it's very nice feature of your study is that it's very different from prior RCTs because a lot of prior RCTs in econ and developing economies were looking at access to credit and liquidity management. And you actually find the opposite, that what the entrepreneurs care about is mostly their performance and not liquidity management or access to credit. So I think it's a very interesting feature that potentially you can play a little bit more, and that will help you to answer some questions about the mechanism.
Yeah, totally. That's a very important point. The fact that they are so focused on understanding their profits and losses, and in some of the cases, it's surprising to see like they don't know. They don't know exactly what is the cost of their product. They don't know exactly if they're actually getting some profits out of it. So they focus very often on cash flow, and like if they see some cash in their business, they feel like okay, everything is okay. But they don't do all these analysis, and those are the main topics that they are focusing on. Definitely, it's a first step for understanding what is going on after, how they can improve, how they can access to credit in a more like integrated way for their financial stability, right? Not just giving access to credit to everyone, but first understanding their business model to have the foundation of.
I just thought you can leverage that a little more, and it will help with other questions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes.
So I had a thought related to Regina's comment and kind of taking a step back, thinking about your theory. Do you think we could think about it in terms of a sequential process, like in the learning theory, where like the entrepreneur's attention is on that relevant accounting information, and then that affects the engagement? And then that could affect the integration, which then affects outcomes. Because I think like that could be a way to tie this together. And you have really rich proxies like Regina was talking about, where they're looking at the P&L, and that's in your unprompted. So I was curious if you thought about your theory in that kind of sequential way, and if you could empirically test it. And it also seems like it relates to like the argument you have about cognitive load, that it could ease through that. So it just seems to tie into these models like by Mayer and multimedia learning.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because also I was exploring different descriptives, right, for how long, for example, the entrepreneurs take to, in every session, how long they are talking with the AI. And those in the content integration group, they are more likely to have like longer sessions. So they as you said, like it might affect the engagement level of the entrepreneurs, or how they are curious to understand that. Maybe they never thought about that kind of like logic perspective, like financial perspective into their business. So yeah, I definitely I can link more that information for.
It also might help you with seeing why there's not the immediate result on the decision quality outcome. So you could see if there's a moderator kind of intervening in there where it flows through the integration, but not the outcome or something like that. So, yeah.
That's a really good point. Thank you. Dory?
So something that has been exciting, and as you and I have talked with companies like Microsoft or others about what AI can do for research, is that it can allow us to have dependent variables that weren't possible before. And so I wonder if you could show real effects that are different than just the topics people are discussing or their perceptions about growth, that would be learning and confidence. And so running the text through like something that measures this person's confidence, which could be part of why they're setting action plans in place. Or separately, is this somebody who understands the principles well, so that they learned?
That's a really good point. Also, that might be related with the perception of growth, right? Why are those entrepreneurs that are using accounting integration more confident about their growth? Maybe it's, that they perceive more growth. It's about confidence, or it's about risk-taking, or it's about what? Yeah, that would be a really interesting point. And as we were also discussing, maybe even the voice notes can help, right? To evaluate if they're increasing the level of confidence around that. That's a really good point. Thank you. Laurie? Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I think one thing that might help with the mechanism and the outcomes that I was thinking about, I think the story could be more complete if you add some maybe mediation analysis in here. because I appreciate that you have like a lot of these process measures. And even though you don't find the direct effect from the treatment to the outcomes, like in terms of the sales and the profits, I think if you showed that your process measures, some of them are correlated, positively correlated with those outcomes, you might even still find like some sort of material indirect effect of your treatment on the outcomes through the indirect path. And especially if there's like low power or noise. But even so, if like it just might really help to show that some of those process measures are impacting the outcomes that you're interested, or even just for the perceived growth if they are. Like I think the story could just be a little bit more complete if you had kind of some sort of mediation model in there with these process measures, potentially.
Yeah, that's a really good suggestion. Thank you. Like putting everything together in the same framework and like having some mediators or like, I would think more about that. And also, I just, when I was listening to your comment, I remember that for the sales and the profit, one comment from the review process was related to identify that minimum detectable effect in sales and profits. So when I was doing the analysis, the minimum detectable effect is related to 70% of an improvement in sales. So the power is definitely a constraint here in the model, in the intervention, because for the power, I'm just able to detect very strong, high changes in sales and profits, like around 70%. So those modest changes in sales and profits, they might be very difficult to detect in this type of treatment. And those are related also, again, with the short duration of the intervention. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would also be nice if you could speak a bit more about the setting itself here, right? So right now, like the descriptors are a bit short, but from what we have in there, it seems like these are mainly one-woman entrepreneur shops that engage in relatively commoditized activities like selling food, right? Like I think you have the one example with the rotisserie in there. Like my question there is a bit like, to what extent does accounting even have a potential to help them in that sense, right? So if I have to sell something at a certain price that is basically determined by the market overall, and then the costs are also kind of given to me, and that's kind of what I know, like to what extent do these practices really have the potential to make my business and my life better, right? So I think like fleshing that out in particular in this setting, that would kind of be helpful of setting up the story a little bit, and also setting up the tension here in terms of credibility, and in terms of also sales and profitability results, what we could expect realistically.
Yeah, that's a really good advice. Thank you. Definitely, the examples are very interesting, like to see how accounting can play a very important role for changing their business, their mindset about their business model. And some of the cases, like I really like the examples when they are thinking about, I have some examples before about the farmer, that they were thinking, okay, for how long I should keep like an animal, like here, like should I sell the animal after 1 month, 1 week, 2 months, and what is the cost related with vaccinations and feeding the animal and so on. So those kind of, it's very different, the context, right? Because it's for very tiny entrepreneurs and so on, but it might help them to provide this kind of framework or how to make decisions and understanding the business model.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about how accounting historically developed, I mean, it was really like a development of more complex businesses than we have. That we have received all these practices essentially being created out of necessity, right? So, and here I guess we're in a setting where they're probably not there yet, right? So it's, I think that makes it very interesting.
Yes, exactly. That's part of the motivation. Exactly. I will focus more to make that stronger. Yes, Karen.
All right. So I think it'd be really helpful if you could help me and others who are unfamiliar with this kind of setting understand how field experiments focused on micro enterprises in developing countries treat self-reported measures of efficacy. And this sort of builds on Stephen's point and many others. I think there's a quite reasonable concern about overconfidence. And I want to build on that very slightly to say that if we are convincing people that a good way to spend their time is on learning accounting as opposed to learning how to find the best chickens that are going to fetch the best prices or something like that, that can actually that can backfire in a real way. So what I'm really trying to figure out is to what extent or how has the literature dealt with self-reported measures of efficacy?
You mean like what type of measurements they have used before, or?
If a
yeah, right. Okay,
micro
okay.
enterprise
Yeah.
leader says, I think I'm getting a lot better at this, I think my business is going to grow,
I see.
how does that get treated in a lot of this literature? So for instance, I'm going to get a loan, is that going to really help my business grow?
I see.
That might be a little bit different because the liquidity constraints are different from self-efficacy or locus of, or what you can control, things like
Yeah,
that.
okay. Yeah, there's a lot of constraints for the self-reported measures about sales and profits for different reasons. First, maybe they don't know. They don't know exactly what are the sales and the costs and the profits and so on. It sounds amazing, but like it's the reality, right? Sometimes they don't trust. So it's very difficult for them to share in the survey and for even before the treatment, in the initial baseline survey, like sharing that information that is very sensitive in a context where crime is a big issue. And so they might be very sensitive to share that kind of information. And so here there are many factors, and prior research, they have highlighted that. They have shown even like other measures, like for example, the perceptions, they're sometimes more like they're stronger than actual objective measures of sales and profits because of those issues. So it's easier when people is saying like the direction of their business, where it's going, or the perception, comparing to there's Del Mel, I think like it's doing this comparison for showing those subjective measures about perception that they're more reliable when you're comparing with those sales and profits. But also one part that is very interesting in this setting is that across the conversations, the entrepreneurs share a lot of data related to their business activity, like costs and sales and everything. So I think like sometimes the structure, having a survey with a very structured questions, it might be very difficult for capturing all this information related to the performance. So conversations and the fact that we can observe all those information maybe can be for a future a way to capture business performance, right? Through the conversations and like even like guiding the conversations through that to capture a more real answer or estimating later. But yeah, it's a fair concern for prior research as well. Yes. I can try that, yeah. Yeah. That's a really good point. Actually, in the design, I made a stratification for the randomization based on gender because prior research, they have focused on very different results of gender related with business training, how they absorb the financial information, how they behave for marketing, how they even engage during the business training. It's completely different. So it's a very important point, the gender. Yes, the difficulty that I face, and I did the stratification based on gender, education, and the number of years that the firm has operated. Because those are the three variables that the prior research highlight. But the difficulty here is the power. So sample gets very small, and if you make another interaction after, it gets even smaller, so I didn't want it to get there. But the design was related to that precisely because it might have very differently results. So maybe I can drop that's a good idea instead of the, yeah. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. No, yeah, education is a very important factor here. And I was surprised because prior literature, they were highlighting that education can go in different directions than the one that I find. For example, people with the highest education is the one that is taking the most of AI because can understand better how to make questions and how to interpret the answers and how to make a conclusion and so on. But here in my setting, the entrepreneurs with the lowest educations are the ones who are taking the most of the AI. And I think that highlights also when a tool is designed specifically for the setting, right, for the micro entrepreneurs. Because in this case, the fact that it's personalized, the fact that it takes the system, the treatment takes the initial information and profile of the entrepreneur to understand what are the needs, even before starting the treatment. That helps because it's like taking the entrepreneur at the hand and take it like, okay, you need to learn about this and so on, right? It's not just leaving the door open for any question, but also kind of the system already knows what are the improvement areas that they need to focus on. So that's a very important thing. I can highlight more about the education on here. Yes, I will make you, yes. Go ahead there.
So Marcela, I had a question about the kind of, if I took a step back, about how you or ILO think about the net benefits and cost of this. So if I think about the benefits, you can't measure P&L, profit or loss yet, because you need kind of longer outcomes. And there's some effect on growth, but I think it's statistically insignificant, and you have these kind of power issues. There is this kind of higher engagement. So there is potentially some benefit, but it's hard to trace it all the way through yet. On the cost side, at the end, I know you do this cost effectiveness, but really what you conclude is that you need both. You need both the in-person and some AI component. So if anything, there's like a small increase in potential cost because it's both the in-person training plus, you're concluding that you need that plus kind of the real-time interaction of AI. So if you were to take a step back, how do you think about what would you advise the ILO, or how do they think about the result? What is there a net benefit to introducing this AI?
Yeah, that's a really good point. We have discussed a lot about that because they wanted to know what else, right? Like now what? Like, shall we remove like the trainers? Shall we just focus on AI? Shall we make like a combination of both? I think that there's a complementary role here because we have seen like the peer interactions, the confidence, all that the human can provide. But the AI lowers the cost for personalized training, right? So I think like the best balance here is that we can, your thinking is assuming that you keep the same number of trainers, but maybe we can reduce the number of trainers, having like a larger classroom, but then having all the personalized follow-up with AI. So I think like the difficulty of putting like more entrepreneurs in the same classroom is that sometimes they might not have time enough for asking their own questions, and to actually, you as a trainer, you might not have time enough for engage and so on, right? But if you have the AI that can follow up later with very personalized advice, related with their context, applicable, and so on, then you are having both, like the peer interactions, the human connection, and so on, like a channel, but at the same time, someone who is there for a continuous training. So I think that that's a good mix, but that's definitely something to test, right?
I think so. Maybe a specific suggestion for the paper is that in the cost effectiveness section, talking about that, what if I assume X number of reduced trainers plus this cost, but then also think about, is there any assumption you can do to try to quantify a benefit, recognizing the limitations that Thomas brought up, et cetera?
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Yeah, I didn't make that trade-off. That's true. Before taking more questions, I just wanted to finally explain how I'm operationalize the concepts of accounting here in the system. So I wanted to make emphasis on this because it's very important. What is held constant, why it's changing into the system. So I will go directly here. It might be a little bit small, but I wanted just to make emphasis that is common for the two AI versions. Is common the classification of the message, which is the first step that the system does. When an entrepreneur sends a message, for example, I want to hire an worker, it will classify this is a topic related with human resources, for example. And then, that's important, it's a separate component that is common between the two AIs. And then it will go to the book, to the methodology of ILO, to look for the specific module related to productivity, person, and so on. And it would extract the information. Sorry. It will extract the information. It will retrieve this relevant content based on the tag. And then it will put it in terms of the context of the profile of the entrepreneur, the needs, their prior conversations, and so on. And the system, the two AI versions, they have a common prompt. They have a sequence of instructions saying like, okay, put it in terms of actionable items and like something related for their context, related with their baselines and so on. So all of that is common between the two AI mentors. The unique difference between the two treatments is that later I have like another prompt, which is related for the accounting integration rules. And if you're in the treatment group in the G2, the module has like 3 more rules, like saying, okay, put this in perspective of financial consequences, make it more explicit, make it introduce this framework that we have talked. So I put it here, simulator that shows, maybe very small as well, but this one is just a simulator to show the same profile of an entrepreneur, just to illustrate, for the 2 type of treatments, for the 2 AIs. And we can see here that if on the left-hand side I have the accounting integrated group, and the right-hand side I have the baseline, the accounting as a silo, and we can see that everything is the same into the prompt structure, but it's just that this accounting integrated group has these extra guidelines. And the important part here is that will introduce the changes into the whole quality into the whole system. So even internally, I can observe how the AI is inferring, how it is thinking. So the Mia, the version of Mia that has the accounting integration, is thinking internally before replying to the entrepreneur, okay, Mario, the entrepreneur, is asking about a job posting. Before going to the job posting, I should introduce the financial consequences of that. The other AI, the Mia in the baseline, doesn't introduce any of that and saying, okay, Mario wants this job posting. The ILO methodology says that they should focus on having very clear what is the hours, the salary, and so on. So we'll focus on that. So that's exactly how the treatment is changed internally into the system. I think that that's important because, as we were discussing before, it's a challenge for the conceptual difference, how to operationalize, how the treatment itself and the intervention is capturing the information, and then how empirically I define it, right? Like, so what I'm using to define accounting integration and accounting demand and silo accounting and so on, all the conversational measures are based on the tag that are assigned to each message. So every time that the entrepreneur is sending a message, the system internally has to provide that classification. And if the, can I have it here? If the, we can see it here, if the accounting integration means that it will have a mix of tag. It will be an accounting tag and something else, like a functional area. For example, here marketing and in the accounting tag. But in the accounting silo, it will be just accounting tag. It's not related with the functional area. So that's how empirically I'm defining accounting integration here. Yes?
So my question is about where learning is coming from. So there are 2 ways to think about the role of AI. The first one is kind of problem solving. So I have a specific problem that I run into in my business that I'm trying to solve. And the second one is kind of about like day-to-day management. It's not a specific problem I'm trying to deal with. I just want to learn more about how to manage my business. So do you see kind of, are there ways to distinguish between the 2, and do you see kind of a differential treatment effect? Because I think the implication will be different, and you know, the specificity of learning will be different depending on which problem I'm dealing with.
Yeah, do you mean like if they have a problem and a question related, and if something just like knowledge, like they have a question related with knowledge?
One is about general knowledge, and the other one is about kind of, you know, have like a very significant problem with my shop, and then, you know, how do I kind of deal with this problem? Can you kind of integrate accounting information to help me solve the problem? So my like prior is that, you know, the attention to learning is higher when there is a problem. And maybe like that can help you kind of
Yeah,
tease out some of the
I
cross-sectional
can
effects.
analyze that. I haven't done, but yeah, I can see what is the nature of the interactions, right? If and what happened after, like if it is a problem or just like a random brainstorming or like it's just a question that they might have, right? Like related to the content. Yeah, definitely, that's interesting. Like the conversations I have seen, most of them they are related with something specific that they have. So, but yeah, it will be interesting to see systematically how the data looks like. Yeah.
Can I just, I mean, maybe this is a stupid question, but what you just showed us was basically that the integration AI would, in essence, kind of bring accounting in when the entrepreneur starts with a non-accounting topic. But how doesn't this then get mechanical? Like, so you see what I'm saying? It's like the entrepreneur starts with like, I want to hire an employee. And then the AI is kind of prompted and trained to say, you always then need to talk about some accounting issue. Doesn't that then hardwire to some extent that there's going to be more integration in the conversation as well?
Yeah, that's a valid concern because it could be, yeah, like the conversation goes directly to the point that the AI is trying to deviate the conversation, right? So what I'm also doing to mitigate that concern is to analyze unprompted messages, which means that the prior message wasn't related from the mentor. It was not related to accounting integration. And I wanted to see, even in those cases, if the entrepreneurs are introducing accounting integration into the conversation. Because after a while, they might start doing it by themselves. That's what I'm expecting, right? That's what I'm aiming. That the entrepreneurs start thinking to that financial logic. So I'm also analyzing the unprompted messages. It's a very small set of cases because it's not the most common fact.
But I think that would be, like I was going to suggest something like that. I think that would be very cool and would help with the story that they're learning something here about the integration, and then subsequently their behavior and the way they're prompting changes, right?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I have one table related to that. We'll get there. But this is, okay, we have a few minutes, but yeah, yes, I will start moving there.
So I was thinking about some of these trade-offs with accounting integration. And so one of the things I thought of is like nothing could hamper like innovation or creativity, like a chatbot telling you like, don't forget to think about how much everything costs. You know what I mean? So I guess I don't exactly know what creativity or innovation looks like in these industries, given that I don't know what all of the kinds of businesses are. But is there some sort of like textual analysis you could do about the kinds of questions that they're asking and whether, you know, this focus on accounting first kind of hampers doing new things or doing innovative things?
So if I can explore if accounting integration provides more creativity of innovation,
No, I was
or
actually
just in
thinking
general,
less,
like
but if it's more, that would be interesting too. Yeah.
I see, yeah, or just in general to evaluate into the data. Yeah, that would be very interesting, like, yeah, definitely.
So I have a little technical question. You on the previous slide, you were just showing, or I think the empirical specification, and we might not get there. But on attrition, it's just something I noticed. So, of course, the validity of the RCT and the causal inferences rely on the fact that when you observe or measure the outcomes using surveys, attrition is fine, but differential attrition across treatment and control is an issue, right?
Yeah.
Especially if you're then no longer balanced on the baseline characteristics.
Totally.
Because then the coefficients are a combination of the treatment and basically the differential attrition. And so one thing I noticed in table 2, if you look at the coefficients in kind of columns 1 and 2 on survey completion, they're not, not yet statistically significant. I mean, the sample is small, but the economic effect size is very big. So treated companies are 60% more likely to complete the survey than control companies. And so I think, directionally, I think it points to the direction that there might be a little bit of differential attrition. As a check, what you could do, why don't you tabulate the baseline characteristics for treatment relative to control companies for those that complete the survey and see if you're off. If not, then you're fine. I think the more technical way to fix this would be with a thing called Lee bounds, right? Where you basically you bound the treatment effect given that you have some differential attrition. And I think it's important because it basically affects potentially all the point estimates. Now, maybe it's not an issue because you still preserve balance, but it's something you should show.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. I would double check that table later with you because what I remember right now it's for the survey completion, like the attrition itself, is not different between the treatments. What is different is the intensity of the participation. So I have two different columns there for...
Yes, there's no star, but economically.
Yeah, okay, I see.
Treated
Okay,
companies are
then-
60% more likely.
Okay,
And we have a
perfect.
T-stat of close to 1.6, right?
I
So
see.
I think it's at least something one should check. maybe.
Yeah, and I can do that comparison later. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
So final 6 or 7 minutes, so why don't we give Marcela the chance to show us a few of the highlights and then wrap up, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, this one is just with the overall sample, but I can do definitely with the after the attrition just to see if we can keep like similar comparisons regarding with the stratification. So okay, just to show like some of the main results here. So before actually testing RQ1, I'm just making a manipulation check, and I see that accounting demand is increasing the general demand, but there's not like spillovers related with other topics, for example, marketing. But that's not exactly the testing the accounting integration. That's just to see if this is as intended, like a manipulation check. This is related with previous comments, like most of the focus is related with profitability. The entrepreneurs want to understand better how to manage their profits and losses. And that's just understanding what type of topics they are exploring. But the main test for the research question 1 is this table where I can see that the accounting integration, the entrepreneurs in the treatment groups, they are sending 11 more messages related to the control mean. And also I'm controlling here for silo accounting just to see that this is not driven by more accounting related messages. It's about the structure of the messages related with accounting integration. This is not the focus of my study, but as we were talking about, education and entrepreneurial motivation can have like also a differential factor here. And I think like this table is one of the most important for the concerns that you were mentioning, Christian, like having these unprompted messages or the first initiated messages from the entrepreneurs helps to mitigate the concern that it might be mechanically driven for the AI conversations. Because this message, it shows that related with the control mean, those treated entrepreneurs, they're also more likely to start unprompted messages related with accounting integration. And then it's not just about the accounting integration, but also about whether or not they are implementing or talking about actionable plans into their conversations, and also in the longer term. So I find here that those entrepreneurs in the treatment group, they are more likely to talk about sales expansion plans related with the mean. And I will not talk too much about this, but I was also implementing multiple hypothesis testing just to see like the same family outcomes, and I find that the accounting variables, they keep even with the stronger when we adjusted the p-values. Related to RQ2, because I have 5 more minutes, I find here that it's just perceived growth, the main effect and the main difference related with the human-led group. And what I wanted to highlight that we have been discussing a lot, that is not about monthly sales and the profits because of the limitations we discussed before. About accounting practices, this is related with cost-related practices. And also most of the effects, they are for those entrepreneurs with the lower capabilities. So this is important for showing like the complementaries between human-led training group and the AI groups. Those entrepreneurs in the human group, they were appreciating more the peers interactions that they can do, like the networking. So that's something to highlight for future work. And about the cost effectiveness, as we were discussing before, the AI mentor decreased the cost substantially for providing this access to business training to the parents. ILO did a study for the Chamber of Commerce in a few years ago, and they estimated that the cost per entrepreneur, it was $1,600 for participating in the business training. And we have here also for other research that the cost can be very different across countries. But even when we compare with the lower bound, we can see that the cost decreased substantially for an AI mentorship to $40 per participant when you have those kind of implementation, and with very comparable results, right? So here, I definitely will highlight more this trade-off of reducing the trainers and the cost effectiveness, because it can provide a better picture for the partners. So the key takeaways, first, we can explore here a different, like how accounting can help to the entrepreneurs to link these financial decisions with their business models and to their business choices. And I feel like it's very exciting to see like AI can provide us a different way to interpret these intermediate results and to understand this behavior, this learning process that have been like a black box for a long time. And definitely there's some policy implications here related on how we can scale this business training by lowering the cost and providing the same quality. So thank you so much for all your comments and feedback. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. We're getting started a bit late. It's hard to come back from such a short break, so we'll go till 12:35 instead of 12:30. It's my pleasure to introduce Sinja Leonelli, a paper co-authored with Jonas on the effects of regulators' press releases on employee whistleblowing in the OSHA setting. So we'll let Sinja just decide herself how long she needs to go to set things up, and then she'll open up for questions, and I'll let her manage the time unless I really have to intervene.
Sounds good, thank you. Hi everyone. I can speak for both Jonas and me when I say that we're really grateful to be included in this conference program, and we're really excited to hear everybody's thoughts and questions to hopefully improve the paper. I also have June taking notes, so all of your comments will be taken down. And then I have one more thing to say. So for those of you who don't know, I did graduate from Chicago a few years ago, and I still remember being a PhD student here, being a first year, and going to my first JAR conference, and feeling like I don't know anything, and it's so far away, like unattainable to be a presenter at JAR, and now I'm standing here, which is like kind of surreal, but also a full circle moment, so it's kind of cool. Anyways, that's all of the sentimental stuff out of the way. So let's talk about some more important stuff. So press releases and employee whistleblowing. In case you don't know as much about whistleblowing or misconduct, it's not your primary literature that you're in, I'm going to give you a little bit of a background here. So misconduct is pretty pervasive. There's lots of it going on. It's also pretty costly. And so in the last 25 years, firms have paid about $1 trillion in fines. And there's many ways you can measure whether this is getting better or worse, but for what it's worth, violations have tripled since 2000, so there seems to be something going on here. And it's not like this is pennies either for firms. So for S&P 500 firms specifically, 57% of them pay more in fines than they pay for R&D, or that they have paid for R&D. And for the average S&P 500 firm, they've had to spend 5% of their profits on fines. So quite a bit of money. Within all of the various violations and misconduct that you can get yourself into, workplace safety is the fastest growing category. Now on the other side, we have the regulator. And how do you even figure out where there is misconduct? How do you even get to the enforcement? And it's really difficult to estimate how much underlying misconduct there is and how much is actually detected. But most estimates show that there's generally definitely less than 50% that is detected. And traditional monitors like regulators, they struggle with two particular reasons for that, right? So one is they are resource constrained. So they have a hard time, or they don't have the ability to actually go after each firm that they think has misconduct going on. And the second part is that there's information asymmetry. It's really hard for an outsider to know what is going on internally at firms and see where that misconduct is going on. Now, employee whistleblowers can help with those two aspects. They can share their insider information with the regulator, reducing this information asymmetry, and it can help the regulator better target their resources and make enforcement more effective. So it makes sense that many regulators are now relying more and more on whistleblowing. And there is more and more whistleblowing literature as well. A bunch of you in the audience have papers on that as well. But a lot of that research has focused on the cost and the benefits of blowing the whistle. So the cost, something like retaliation, the benefits, maybe you'll get paid for blowing the whistle. But we think there's another aspect to this. And that aspect is information frictions. So there's some anecdotal evidence out there that shows that some employees don't even know where to report or what to report, right? Where do I even go with all of my complaints? And they might not know or might be uncertain about whether the regulator is actually going to do something. And so if you're the one sticking your neck out, hopefully someone would actually do something about it, right? So what we're trying to look at in this paper is whether regulatory disclosure, a specific type of regulatory disclosure, press releases, can actually affect whistleblowing. Okay. So before we all go into the nitty-gritty of all of this, I do want to show you what these press releases look like so that we're all kind of on the same page. So many regulators use these press releases about their enforcement actions, and they all have similar characteristics. So they generally talk about the firm that was found to be in violation. They talk about what violations there were, what the fines were, and how that enforcement action came about. So that information is generally in there. So we have an example here from the EPA. We also have one from the CFTC. And so there were a couple whistleblowers that were mentioned here as well. They got a pretty hefty reward, great for them. And the SEC as well, talking about someone in internal compliance helping them with their enforcement. Now our setting is going to be OSHA. And their press releases look relatively similar, right? So they have the same kind of parts in there, same kind of characteristics. With that characteristics, with all of that information in the press releases, it's possible that we can alleviate these information frictions that employees face, right? In these press releases, they tell you where you should be going, what you can be reporting about. That's in these press releases. And it can give you some information about the regulator, whether they're actually active and doing something. But this is not so easy to just say, yeah, for sure, we have these effects, absolutely. There's a lot of other things that are going on with whistleblowing. One of the most concerning things with whistleblowing is that there's a ton of retaliation, and many employees are very concerned about it. So retaliation is a really costly thing. Oftentimes employees can get fired, things like that, right? So if you're scared about getting fired, all the information in the world is not going to help you blow the whistle. That's not going to happen. The other part is, well, we have these press releases. They're coming from the regulators. They're putting them on their websites. How are they actually going to the employees, right? Do we need some kind of information intermediary here to actually see some effects from these press releases? And the last part is, well, the regulators not just putting out these press releases. They do other stuff. They have regular enforcement activity that they're engaging in, and that can interact with these press releases. So if a regulator is really present in an area, it's not really clear that these press releases really help that much and help with information frictions. Okay, I think I can show you my main results over here. Very succinct, very summarized main results. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to take some, but I can also keep going, Rafael. Oh boy.
So my point is about the motivation. When you think about the implications, like beyond for regulators, beyond OSHA, I think there's something you could play up here. I mean, when those regulators think about whether to disseminate enforcement actions, I think it's not always obvious to them. There's a conundrum there. Like when I think about nonprofit regulators, when they think about, for example, disseminating enforcement actions, they're often worried that on the one hand, people will get to perceive that there's a lot of fraud going on and they'll disengage, or at the same time, they're showing there's a sheriff in town. Kind of what you're doing is, what I like about the paper is that you're adding kind of new variable on the radar. You're informing regulators about this new variable when they think about the cost benefit of disseminating enforcement actions. I don't think it's obvious to them that it could help other people, just tip them and inform them about issues that press releases can
I don't think necessarily that that's what their point is of the press releases, right? The regulators don't go out there and write these press releases because they want more whistleblowing, right? I don't think that was the ultimate goal for most of the regulators, right? So they think about other things when they write these press releases. So this is almost more like an unintended effect or an unknown I don't know if it's a benefit or a cost. We'll find out. But yeah, that it's more like an unintended part of the press releases. Yeah, I agree with that. So we can rewrite that a little bit. Yeah. Okay.
So it's not clear to me that these regulators that you're trying to draw an analogy to have a very similar objective function to OSHA, which is enforcing workplace safety and things like that. It's hard to draw an analogy with like intentional corporate fraud with, you know, making sure the workers wearing the hard hats and those kinds of things at the workplace. You know, I can imagine there being firms having this optimal amount of investment in safety to make sure workers are well protected. But if, you know, can they take that to the extreme, you know, and wrap every employee in a bubble and they'll all be really safe, but that might not be good for a lot of reasons.
Okay. So your point is making this like more comparable, or like can this apply to other regulators? That's the question.
Yeah. Why is the corporate misconduct like the first thing you're coming at trying to motivate us with?
Well, I guess so. Even in the OSHA sense, right? So when OSHA goes out to these firms and inspects them, when this is a willful violation, or when this is something that they're continuously exposing their workers to, that is a different enforcement action than if it's an accident, right? So they do differentiate between the two. And I'm not saying that, yes, this is, of course, we're talking about workplace safety and health here. There is a certain amount of, danger in that workplace, right? So that's always there. But that's not necessarily the point of OSHA. We're not trying to wrap them in bubble wrap, right? That's not the idea here. But it's about getting these workplaces, or like getting information about these workplaces that are intentionally, right, putting their employees at harm, right? And that's the same idea with fraud too, right? If this is intentional fraud, this is intentionally putting your employees in danger, right? So it's kind of the same idea. No? Maybe. Okay. I'll take the maybe for now.
Sinya, you've said a few times now and in the paper something like the firm exposing their employees to a safety issue.
Yeah.
But it's often the employees who, maybe the firm has certain rules and they're saying follow OSHA.
Yes.
And then the employees break the rules anyway. So it could be the employees, not the higher level. I think this relates to John's comment, not necessarily the corporation. It could be. And then is one employee blowing the whistle on another employee? So it's not. So I don't think it's fair to characterize all of these as the corporation putting their employees in harm's way.
That's a fair point to some extent, though there is variation, right? So yes, there can be employees that don't comply with the laws or comply with the standards that the company has, but then it's also the manager's job to make sure they do, right? Or the firm owner's job that they actually make sure they are following those rules, right? So in that sense, it is kind of also the manager's fault as well. But yeah, they don't generally report on other employees. That I don't see too much. Usually when they report generally unsafe conditions at work. That's the most types of reports that I'm seeing. Let's go, yeah.
I'm just curious, it seems like these tips are some of the best tips, right? Like they're more likely to result in issues, they reduce injuries more. Do you have some intuition for why the spillover tips are kind of the best ones? And then it almost seems like the regulators underreacting to them. You know, they should be investigating these more often than they do the other tips.
Okay, so you're referring to, we see this increase in whistleblower tips by 12%, and then the inspections triggered going up by 14%,
same
right?
magnitude, and then
Yeah,
conditional on it, there's more in a
violations.
much larger
Right,
industry.
yeah,
And you kind
exactly.
of have it in the paper too. It's not just pulled from there.
Yeah, so what I would say is that the 12% and the 14%, they seem pretty similar to me.
Yep.
So the way that I would interpret it is that these whistleblower tips that are coming up afterwards don't seem to be any worse than the ones that necessarily came before, right? Not more frivolous, but they're about the same quality in the terms of how often OSHA wants to go in and inspect these, right? But when they actually then go in, there are more violations that they find.
Right.
So this can be part of the information frictions that are being alleviated, right? So one part of the information frictions is, hey, I don't know what to report about. Now you know what to report about. So you're already telling OSHA a lot more about, potentially, a lot more about what the violations are that are there that the OSHA employee should be looking for, which could then lead to more violations. So that's one option, right? So I don't necessarily think they're different types of firms necessarily, but that's one option of how you could get to slightly more violations. So they're like, it's not hugely different, right? It's a little different.
45%?
A little
Yeah.
different.
Okay.
A little different.
Do you have thoughts about the trade-off that the regulator faces here? In that, now they have to do more inspections. They're already resource constrained, so it feels like there needs to be some kind of cost.
Yeah. So for sure. So we've talked about regulators being resource constrained, and that is often an issue for them. When we're talking about these increases here by 12% or by 14%, I need to put that into perspective, right? So what we're truly estimating here is about one additional complaint or one additional inspection per month, right? So when you think about how many inspections OSHA is actually doing in a location, adding one additional inspection on doesn't seem too crazy, right? In terms of how much resources that will take. So in that sense, I think it is realistic. We did look into whether OSHA reduces their actions elsewhere. We weren't able to find, we had some negative coefficients, but nothing ended up loading. So it doesn't seem necessarily that they're taking the resources away from somewhere. So having just one more inspection, apparently they can handle that. So I guess that's kind of what they're doing.
So Johnson's 2020 AER paper basically
Yep.
showed that this kind of press release can reduce firms' misconduct, right? But they cannot
This part.
attribute mainly to the reputation effect.
Yep.
So have you thought of linking your finding to their result? For example, is it one of the mechanism for the
Yep.
effect documented in Johnson's paper?
Absolutely.
To what extent that
Yes.
will explain the results?
Yeah, so we'll get there hopefully a little bit later on, but yes, so the Johnson paper, what they're doing is he's looking at the press releases and finding that injuries decrease over the next 3 years, and he's attributing that mostly to a deterrence effect. So you see these press releases as a firm, and you're saying, oh no, the OSHA's going to come to my place. I need to make sure all of my workers are safe, right? That's kind of the idea that Matt has in his paper. So that is potentially one of the mechanisms that could drive these injuries. But when I get to the tables later on, hopefully we'll get there. But we do try to tease out whether that is driven by whistleblowing and then the injuries go down, whether it is driven by deterrence and then the injuries are going down, so general deterrence from the press release. And there's another a channel that's like a employee bargaining channel where employees can say themselves, hey, I want my place to be a more safe workplace, right? And we're trying to tease that out. And we do find that these injury results do seem to come through mostly for the firms that have whistleblowing complaints, right? So it does seem to be that this is one of the primary mechanisms for this future lower misconduct, I guess. Yeah. Okay, go over this. Sorry, what was I doing? Who was I
trying to do a
ignoring?
double hand.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see the double hand. Go ahead.
So on Ning Zhang's point, which I think is very good, is I still think you need to think a little bit about if there are these peer effects on other firms, that should affect also the probability that somebody's going to whistleblow at that firm, conditional on that behavior of the peer firm. And I think that's part of, and Ellen's paper in that context is also relevant because that's sort of where you see some of these peer effects in addition to Matt's paper. And so I would say these things are connected. And I'm not exactly sure how you can even disentangle them if the peer firm moves simultaneously in response to the OSHA press releases.
So you mean that the OSHA press release happens and then because of that press release, the peer firm improves their safety or because of something else?
Well,
at
so
the same
imagine
time?
you have two states where, or two situations. One is where the peer firm sees the other release and says, oh my God, we got to do something, and they do something about it, and there's no whistleblowing. And then in the other firm, they're like ignorant and they're going to like, we don't care. And then you see the whistleblowing. That means that when you see whistleblowing is going to be conditional on what the peer firm effect and response was to the initial press release. And that sort of, that interaction, I think, is potentially important.
Okay. I'll have to think about how we can get at that, but yeah, okay. All right. Now, Susie, sorry. You can yell. That's okay too.
Sorry about that. Okay, great. Another alternative explanation is that so you're attributing all these things to the press releases themselves, but press releases are not like randomly assigned. Of course, I think OSHA sends out press releases after they have identified safety violations. So I think the same concern that Hans raised in the first session applies here. I think it's possible that it's the violations themselves that lead to increases in public awareness and lead to increases in whistleblowing, not the press releases themselves. And I think this, I would say like this alternative like salience channel is also likely to be stronger for like more severe cases, which will likely have like greater penalties. And because you're like identifying this treatment effect based on the size of penalties, I think some of the result could be driven by that. But then I think related to that, I had like two comments / questions. One is, what exactly count as these like safety violations? If they're like very like subtle ones that are unlikely to be known to the public without the press releases, then I think it gives like support to your interpretation, like some misuse of machinery, like public is not going to know about that unless there's like an open statement like from the government saying that. Whereas if these are like some big events like injuries or accidents, then even without the press releases, arguably the public is going to know about it, and then that could lead to, I don't know, increase in awareness and increase in whistleblowing because they're more concerned about safety now. So I think just knowing like the composition of violations could help. And also if some of those events are indeed accidents, to the extent that there's a long lag between the incident date and the press release date, and then the fact that you find result after the press release date, I think really helps. So I think just wanted to understand better that like what's included in the data and what they look like in terms of timeline.
That was a lot of points. Okay, I'm gonna try to remember all of the things you said, but I cannot promise that I will. Okay, so on the one part that you were concerned about is the kind of the comparability and the randomness of these press releases, right? So I'll get to the research design in a second, and when we talk about that, you can see that there's like a threshold that we're going to be using above and below which there is a press release or not. And yes, the fines are still different, right? So absolutely, you're right, but we do try to make, we have some various robustness tests where we're making this bandwidth pretty small, and we also manually check a bunch of these where the press releases and the inspections that we matched, and we made sure they were similar and looked the same. So I'm pretty confident that they are pretty similar above and below this bandwidth.
Yeah, my concern is slightly different. My concern is that these events, these outcomes, I think could have happened even without the press releases.
The press release.
Because
so
of the
how are employees going to know about that? Local employees, at other firms, how are they going to learn about it though?
Right. So that leads to my second question, which is like, are these types of events that are unlikely to be known to the public had there not been a press release?
They are. They are, because we did check regular like news coverage about OSHA, anything OSHA related, right? And there's not much. So unless there is a press release, you will not hear this in the news. Okay, so the press releases trigger the news coverage. So generally, if there's some kind of violation at a firm down the road, unless you have a friend there, you don't generally know about that. They do put this stuff on their website, but I really doubt that all of the employees are browsing OSHA's enforcement actions daily and like looking at what's going on, right? So yeah, no, you generally wouldn't know this unless there's a press release. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna push forward a little bit with the design just because there were some questions on this. So we can all kind of get on the same page there. So we've talked already about the setting being OSHA, occupational safety and health. So when we're talking about whistleblower tips, we're talking about things like, hey, I don't have the correct guardrails at this place, or I don't have the PPE I need, right? So that's the kind of things we're talking about here. And OSHA is very limited in their resources, like many other regulators, and they generally don't inspect more than 1% of the establishments that are under their jurisdiction. And they are, because of that, very dependent on whistleblowing. In the last 25 years, OSHA has gotten over 1 million tips, and about a third of them get inspected. So they do actually lead to quite a bit of enforcement action. And if you look at all OSHA inspections overall, they do other inspections as well, about a fifth of them are triggered by these whistleblower tips. If you're curious about which firms are snitched on the most here, right? So those seem to be, from the employee's perspective, the worst firms. Okay. So for the research design, the really nice thing about OSHA, and why this setting makes so much sense, is because they have a threshold policy for their press release. So they started issuing press releases around 2000, and like we talked about with Raphael, right, the point of these press releases was not to improve or increase whistleblowing. It was to tell everyone who the violators are, who are the bad apples here, right? And what are we actually doing? What are our enforcement efforts that we're bringing to the table? So they did this based on a threshold. So, and this threshold was based on monetary fines. So if you had an inspection and you got a certain amount of fines, if that fine was above the threshold, you would get a press release. If that fine was below the threshold, you wouldn't get a press release. That's the idea. And for the most part, OSHA did comply with that policy. Now, the states that are grayed out here, these are all states that run under state-run OSHA programs. So we're excluding these from our analysis because they did not have to adhere to this policy. But all of the other states here are included in our analysis, and you can already see what kind of counties are in our analysis or in our sample at the end. And how we get to that sample, I will tell you now. Okay, so this is one example of how we build up our sample. So we have a press release. So this press release is about Fiberdome in Lake Mills, Wisconsin. Okay, so we take this press release to our data and we look at, well, when was this inspection? We find it in our data set. We see they had some issues here with protection and hazard communication. They had fines of about $50,000. Now the threshold here at this point in time was $45,000. So this is just above. They got a press release, and so OSHA complied with their policy here. Now what we're doing is we're looking for a similar firm, right? So we're looking for a firm in that same state, same industry, with an inspection that happened around the same time. And we find one, right? So we find Mayline Company. They were inspected right around the same time, and they were fined about $30,000, right? Below the threshold, and they didn't have a press release, okay? So now we have these two companies that are going to tell us which counties we're going to put into our sample, okay? So these two companies are not actually going to be in our sample. These two companies are going to be taken out. They just tell us what should be in our sample because we are estimating spillover effects, okay? So what we do then is we take these two counties, so Jefferson County is going to be our treatment county, the same manufacturing firms, right? So only manufacturing firms, same industry, and then Sheboygan County is going to be our control county, also only manufacturing firms, and we're excluding that main company that was that had the inspection. Now we also make sure that we try to make our companies as comparable as possible, right? These inspections as comparable as possible. We're implementing a $30,000 bandwidth, so you can only be max $30,000 away from the threshold. And we also try to get a relatively clean effect of these press releases. So we require that there's no other press release within 3 months in these counties as well. Okay, Matt.
I'm curious how much discretion there is in the fine amounts and whether the policy could actually influence the level of the fine. You know, maybe you have a firm who lobbies hard, like, please, like, knock $1,000 off, keep us out of the sample. Or maybe it's, you know, OSHA saying, actually, let's add $1,500 here. That way we can make a splash about this. And how that would sort of influence the interpretation of the results if that is something they do.
Yeah, so there's very little discretion. So once you find a violation, right, the discretion is in the violations that you find, right? So what I would be worried about is a regulator turning a blind eye to a company and saying, hey, I don't see this violation, right? And then for another company picking out every single thing, right? That's where I would see that that discretion. But that doesn't happen too much. And when we look at the data, so we've looked at these fines around these thresholds before and after these press release policies were implemented, there was nothing, right? So it was all very, very smooth. There doesn't seem to be any kind of sorting around there. So I don't think that is a common thing that is happening, right? Unless it's happening equally in both directions, which not because we wouldn't be able to see that. Okay, let's go to Ed.
Yeah, I guess taking it back a little bit to the other comments and also building on the one before it, I'm still struggling a little bit with detention.
Okay.
I think we kind of know that news coverage of things matters for dissemination, and I'm not sure. I believe the idea that they aren't intentionally publicizing their whistleblowing awards in order to encourage people to come forward. I think I'll maybe check some of the manual and some of the statements that were made around when they started to do this in the 2010s, 2013, sometime around there. So I
Okay.
wonder, for people like me who maybe don't think the direction is surprising, if you can do more with the magnitudes, maybe playing
Okay.
around this threshold. I think, the point estimate is 12%, which is interesting, but maybe you can turn this more into what would some alternative policy designs look like? How costless is it to change this
I see.
threshold to elicit larger responses? Maybe that would help expand the contribution
Yeah.
of people like me.
So there are a few different thresholds in the data set, so not every state has the same threshold. We've looked at the thresholds separately, and it doesn't seem like the effect is very different depending on how high the threshold is versus how low the threshold is. So it doesn't seem like changing the threshold necessarily makes a difference. But what we do see is that when we make the bandwidth tighter, right, we get bigger effects. So this 12% is the estimate when we have this $30,000 bandwidth. But when we make our bandwidth smaller, we get actually a bigger effect because it seems to be this true discontinuity around there, right? So we would have to think about how we can estimate the best way to get the actual effect size. But yeah, I mean, I agree to some extent that the news coverage is not really surprising that you need that for an effect. But we also looked at whether news coverage is there without any press releases or without any OSHA, without OSHA telling the newspaper that we did something, right? And it's not there. So you do need the press releases for eventually having some kind of news coverage. So without press releases, you won't get these effects.
I believe that entirely. I just didn't think it was surprising.
Okay, we'll try and do more with the sizes. Okay, this is almost like a double hand. It looked very enthusiastic.
Just to help with this, I think what's just to build with the tension part. Actually, the way I see it is OSHA complaints differ from SEC whistleblower complaints or CFTC complaints in the sense that there's retaliation, but the thing is there is no monetary benefits. Unlike an SEC complaint where you would get monetary rewards, OSHA complaints, whistleblowing complaints
Right.
do
You
not
don't
result
get
in money.
money. Yep.
So then the thing is the motivation for why you would take on the risk of
Yes.
retaliation is a question.
Yeah.
And the primary benefit is that you get improved safety.
Right. Yeah.
So
the
in that-
personal
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 safety.
benefits.
So,
Yeah.
so given that, as an individual, they have significant agency with respect to their own safety. So then the fact that press releases help incrementally encourage you to file complaints, I think the setting differs from other instances. So to help with the tension point, I think I wouldn't necessarily motivate the paper with SEC type complaints, but the thing is over here, I think there is tension because there is no monetary benefit. So the argument for whistleblowing is
More like
significant
intrinsic.
because
Yeah.
there's agency. Yeah.
Yeah. That's fair. Okay. Yeah. I see the hand. Okay.
So to go back to the tension, one way to see it is maybe what you're doing here is the first stage of saying there is a shock to how much inspection there is, but the optimal regulation is not the maximum you can do. You don't want to enforce always to the maximum. There's an optimal
Absolutely.
level. And so if you move the paper to use that shock to see, do we see increase in cost? Do we have consequences on the labor market? Maybe people are hiring less people. Maybe they're doing a trade-off with wages, and wages are going down because you're pricing it in. Then we can see the full picture
I
of
see.
whether we're at the efficient level, and we can have a policy evaluation where
Yeah.
we actually know what we're getting for that. We're
Yeah.
getting maybe higher costs, or maybe you don't find anything, and that
Right.
would tell you that really we are in the increasing slope of enforcement.
Right. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. Yeah, because we don't do a full analysis of the benefits and costs here, right? We show some of it. We show that the injuries go down, which tend to be very costly from a public perspective. And we do also have some results on hiring safety officers, but other than that, we don't go down that route too much. So yeah, we can think about doing a little bit more there. Okay, Lisa.
Also to help out a little bit, so related to a lot of comments already raised and also the intentional contribution. So one thing I really like about your paper is that actually the literature we already know some real effects of information dissemination. Then the mechanism, we basically put a like blanket term is increased awareness. I think the nice thing about your paper is actually you can convincingly document this mechanism, which is
Right.
whistleblowing channel,
Exactly.
right? Because we know from Matthew Johnson's paper, he argues it's the regulation by shaming channel and then some deterrent,
Yep.
but still it's the final outcome.
Yep.
So your paper, you can actually show convincingly document this middle, this mechanism, whistleblowing. I really thought that's a very nice thing for your paper. And then you can also look at the inspection triggered by the whistleblowing. So that's a more direct link there. So that's a very nice aspect. of your
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, we definitely think that that is one of our contributions for sure, right? So one of the parts is that that these press releases have information that employees can use, right? And then the other part is how do we actually get to this lower misconduct in the long term, right? And it seems to be driven by this whistleblowing, right? So we do dig into that a little bit in the paper. So yeah, I agree with that, and we can try to push that a little bit more. Yes.
Yeah, so I'm at the same table as Ed, but I don't want to say that like I'm like it, but I was somewhat similar to him and some others in terms of like the tension. I don't think it's the tension in the paper. It's maybe a little more the way it's written. You know,
Okay.
you have these two paragraphs. You're like, well, this is all the ways that it could help, but also maybe press releases would have no effect. And I think that's just like that's maybe not the best way to position the argument, but you know, when you talk about these three channels of you know, you can help them understand what is a violation. You can help them understand how to report a violation, and you can help them to understand that we'll take an action. Whether they actually, maybe they will actually take an action now, or maybe it's just like perceptions around it. But so I think those three channels are sort of interesting in part because you could think of this as like trying to identify what the problems are and how regulators might be able to actually write effective press releases.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because it tells you a little bit what are the things in the press release that you need to kind of alleviate these information frictions, right? But the other part of this is where we look at the frictions with the newspaper coverage and all of this. We're trying to also make the point that these press releases don't always work, right? You also need a certain environment for these press releases to actually be effective, right? For them to actually alleviate some of these information frictions, which is why we went down that route, right? But maybe we can change the motivation.
Yeah, I mean, there could even be like one additional, you know, like what sorts of things, you know, is it that actually generate like how to write a better press release to generate the press coverage if that's what's needed. But I think it's like how to, I mean, you could almost view this as like how to write a better press release.
Right.
You know, yeah.
But then I feel like we almost need to go back to like the overall benefits and cost of this and first understand is like, is this even something good that we want overall before we say, hey, this is how you should be writing them.
You could, but like this is their choice to write the press releases. So if they want to write them, you know, yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to put words in Ed's mouth, but I think his point was kind of magnitudes matter, and on the motivation for it, on why the magnitudes might matter, have you shown it to the regulator, and did they say, oh, we're going to think about this differently? And then also on that point, as part of the motivation, the presence of these positive spillovers mean that prior empirical estimates are attenuated. That the Johnson paper, for example, because it's a violation of the no spillovers assumption, all that fun stuff. So the Johnson paper is underestimating the effect of these things if I'm assuming they're not modeling spillovers.
Yep.
And so that's another way in which the magnitudes matter. You kind of get a sense for how attenuated the prior estimates are. And to the extent those estimates were important, then understanding they're off by a little bit is important.
Okay.
And how much?
Yeah, I see where you're going with this. Yeah, we can think about like looking into the effect sizes more and like, trying to understand the information a little bit. We did not show the regulator yet. I don't know if they necessarily want to hear from me all the time because I bug them all the time for FOIA requests. So I don't know if I have so many requests left. Yeah.
Okay, so I actually think Nimit's point could give you like a framework for why there is underreporting of such incidents. It's just like the private benefit is very little, the social benefit is large, and when private benefit is small and social benefit, then people tend to underprovide. But then related to this framework, you would like to think that if you make it easier for people to report such tips, So for those like very egregious violations, they would probably report it anyway.
Absolutely.
So you're documenting an increase in reporting or documenting increasing violations. Perhaps just to be more consistent with the overall framework is the increase in reported incidents will be less egregious than previously reported. So perhaps in terms of fines, perhaps in terms of just how much damage was done, something maybe you can look at, because now what you look at is just there's an increase in incidents, increase in tips, but in general, if you make it easier for people to report, then you will have like less informative or even frivolous ones.
Yes. So to some extent, yes. So because there is some kind of trade-off of like, should you report or should you not report, right? And the more egregious the whistleblowing or the violation is, the more likely someone will go whistleblow, right? So in theory, if this was all like a smooth distribution and everybody was sorting correctly and everybody had the same threshold to blow the whistle or not, we should see that these should be less consequential, these whistleblowing tips. At some point, we did have a test in there as well for the fines. We did take it out because we did a bunch of other stuff now. And they did increase about the same as well. So it did seem like, on average, these were all kind of similar, or at least similar to what was happening beforehand in these counties, right? So with this being information frictions, I'm not necessarily sure that they absolutely have to be weaker, right? Because when you have information frictions, they can also help alleviate information frictions for someone who sees pretty egregious things, or like didn't know where to report this, right? Or didn't know that the regulator was going to do something about it, even though they saw these egregious violations. So I'm not sure I necessarily think in this particular case, I would for sure say they should get lower. For some other whistleblower characteristics or whistleblower systems, right? That definitely will make a difference. If you have more concerns about retaliation versus less concerns about retaliation, that should be something we see. But in this information friction world, I'm not necessarily sure that that's necessarily the case.
It's an ultimately empirical question. Yeah.
Yes, that's fair. That's fair. Let me push on just a couple slides, and then I'll get back to the question. Okay, so what do we do with our treatment and control county industry now that we have found them? We line up their timelines, and we take the same time span for both of those, and we figure out, well, when was the press release? Okay, so then we say we take 6 months before and 6 months after. And months is in quotes here because really it's 4-week blocks, right? Because we wanted to be able to measure really, really short-term and quick reactions right after the press release. Okay, so then we have our sample here where we have the inclusion starting April 22nd for this particular example. And one back there. So this press release week would be our last week in the pre-period. And this week, the week right after, would be our first week in the post-period. Now, one other thing to mention here is that the exact timing of this press release is relatively random. We tried predicting exactly when this press release comes out, and we failed pretty miserably. It was not great. So it's really hard to say whether the press release comes out here or here or here. So like the exact timing of it is pretty random for the most part. Okay, so what are we implementing in the end? It's the pseudo-Poisson maximum likelihood. That is a difference in difference regression here. So we care about this treat-post interaction. We do have stacked cohorts by press release. So what that means is that for each of these press releases and those matched counties that I showed you, we put them in one mini data set, and then we stack all of those mini data sets together. We have a bunch of controls, and in the end, we have about 550 press releases in over 350 counties, and with about 12 industries in our sample. I do have to say here, though, that industry number is a little bit misleading because we're in the workplace safety and health space, right? So most of our observations come from the construction and manufacturing sector, right? So that's something to keep in mind. So here you can see that our average for treat is about 20% or 0.21. That's because we retain all of the eligible controls. So we have more controls on average for a given treatment. And for a given county industry month or 4-week block, you would see about one whistleblower tip. Okay, so these are our main results. So I can keep going with the questions.
Perfect timing on the table. So I
Good.
thought it was really interesting that the effects only last for 6 months. Have you looked
Yes.
at heterogeneity within your sample window in the sense that like
Yeah.
in later years people kind of get desensitized to it
Yeah.
and they tune it out? Because that also kind of gets at the regulatory design stuff that Jeremy and others were talking about.
Yeah, so we agree that like we thought that was kind of curious too that it was only like a 6-month effect. There is like slight caveats to this. So one caveat is that when we're trying to estimate the length of the effect of these press releases, we have to take out all of the counties that have multiple press releases, right? So we're reducing our sample quite a bit, and we're looking at very specific types of counties at that point. But we did do analyses where we looked at, is this the first press release? Is this the second? Is this the third? And we do see pretty consistent effects throughout. So at first we thought, hey, we would see a declining effect, but we didn't. So that's why in the end didn't make it into the paper, but we did see consistent effects, yeah.
So on this, to what extent, like, what's the distance between the two counties? Like, you had Sheboygan, what the other one was, but they're still pretty close.
They're in the same state, but we don't condition on the distance.
If I remember the Johnson paper, it's something like that. He has effects up to 50 kilometers, and then they kind of disappear, right?
Yep.
And so, now that you say there's multiple, so what happens if in the neighboring county there's sort of multiple? Isn't there going to be? I mean, I think it will work probably against you.
Yeah.
And I think you'd have to worry a little bit about if there are these repeated ones that you then throw out, but they would still treat the likelihood of whistleblowing in the state that you're looking
Yeah.
if those happen.
Right. Okay. So because of so you're worried about the 50 kilometer effect, right? That swapping over into in the neighboring county. So I guess we can control for other press releases there. But what we're estimating is all within county, right? So we're not estimating any kind of like how far it is that you see the whistleblower increase, the tips increase, right? It's always estimated within county. So it's always close local spillovers. But I agree that if there's other press releases around, maybe they have an effect. That's why we take out other press releases in that same county, because we didn't want that interference.
Right, but if
we
it
can
was in
widen
a
it.
neighboring one,
We can widen
and
it.
there was like a sequence, then
Yeah.
maybe people learned about that rather
Yeah.
than, and then you're gonna. I mean, you need a couple of things. It needs to also line up in timing, so
Yeah.
it's not obvious that it is an effect, and if there is, it probably works against you. But I think it would be good to look into.
I mean, one other thing that kind of speaks against it too is that newspapers generally cover what is in what is in that county where the newspaper is located, right? So the likelihood of the other county actually getting information about that is definitely lower. But yeah, I agree, we could look into that. But I think it would work against us, yeah. Okay.
So my question is about the interpretation of the magnitude of the treatment effects, and I wonder if you're identifying a lower bound because employers are responding by like improving something. For example, you document lower injuries, and to the extent that lower injuries would lead to fewer whistleblowing. So then the counterfactual treatment
Yeah.
effect would be even larger. So that will kind of help you.
Yeah.
Increase the economic magnitudes to the extent that workplace safety is held constant.
Yeah, so this is one of the reasons why we really wanted to focus on short-term effects, right? Why we wanted to make sure we have a relatively short post period, which is 6 months, because in this setting for workplace safety and health, it usually takes a little bit of time for these improvements to actually happen and for them to be implemented and for you to see the effects of that, right? So that's why we were trying to keep it relatively short so that we can kind of abstract away from this as much as we possibly can so that we don't have any kind of changes in the underlying safety. We do also control for safety that varies over time, which hopefully should help with that as well. So I think it should be okay, because also what we see is that safety improvement, we estimate it starting month 7 to 3 years out, right? So it happens later, right? So I think there's not too much interference. So I think I'm okay with that estimate.
So just sort of a follow up on that. Like, do they actually change kind of there's like safety procedures right away? Because with some of the implementations, it's actually like I think that would kind of really help you align the timing. Like you look at the long term effects, for both like outcome variables, and it's the extent to which like whistleblowing would really kind of decrease, and when does it decrease? Does it really align with the timing of the safety improvements?
Okay, so when you're saying when they have to improve or like when they have to implement these things, you're talking about the firm that was in the press release. or the firm that had the violation, right? Because they would be, OSHA would go to them and say, hey, you need to improve your conduct. Whereas
not
like
the firm that violated, like the firm, and I'm not talking about the firm that you took out of the.
okay, all other firms are
Yeah,
saying,
other
hey,
firms.
because I saw this press release, we're going to
Yeah,
improve.
exactly.
Right. So yeah. So that's why we ended up doing the analysis that I don't know if we'll get there. But at the end, we did an analysis trying to understand where these safety improvements actually come from, and they do come from. You need the whistleblowing first to get there, right? So it doesn't seem like necessarily firms are independently improving their safety, like it was argued in Matt's paper. Okay, that came up quick.
Very related question to that. How do you get from, if you need the inspections to drive the safety improvement subsequently, and there's not so many inspections, how do you get it's like a 45% improvement in safety throughout
Yeah.
the entire county industry? And you find
Right.
that the safety improvements are concentrated in the firms
Yes.
that are inspected,
Yes.
but yet only like one firm additionally would be inspected sort of during that time period. Is that right? And so then how do you get from one firm getting inspected to a 45% increase at
Yeah.
the county level? That doesn't seem enough to, either it was a really bad firm
Yeah.
and they cleaned up a lot of things, or it's hard to see how, because then it's kind of,
Yeah.
you're worried that you got that broader
Yeah.
Johnson spillover effect. So I'm just wondering how you think you get from that specific firm result to having to have the inspection to a broad county level effect of whatever, 45%.
Okay. Well, so the broad county level effect of 45% is all of those firms, right? And then we look at the ones that actually had an inspected whistleblower tip, and we see that that's where it was concentrated, right? So that's yeah. So yeah, I agree that it's starting to get a little bit dicey where we're starting to cut our sample like a lot in that part, right? And it's just because these injuries are just not frequent enough that we can keep our sample much bigger, right? So it just throws out so many zeros. So in the end, yeah, you will have the firms in there that are probably the ones that have injuries, because you need variation in that variable for it to stay in the regression, right? So in the end, those are going to be the firms that have injuries and that are kind of the worst firms in that county where we see that improvement. Yes. Well, not necessarily that one firm, like it will be more firms over the sample, but yeah, it will be like few certain firms that are impacted by that. Yes, yeah, I think so. Yeah, okay.
So there's a cutoff for the press release. That's why Johnson 2020 used a regression discontinuity design, right? And the nice thing about that design is that you can tease out the disclosure press release effect versus the underlying enforcement. So why don't you guys consider using that approach?
The RDD?
Because in this one, we actually don't know whether this is due to the enforcement itself or is it due to the disclosure of the enforcement, right?
But the enforcement happens much earlier, like 6 months earlier, right? So this is why it's different from the Johnson paper, right? The Johnson paper uses the RDD design, and he looks at 3 years out. We look at very short time periods. We're trying to estimate a difference, right? So we're trying to estimate pre versus post as well. And we did implement an RDD, and everything looks the same. We have an RDD DID where you throw them both together, and so everything looks the same when we do that as well, right?
But I
So,
think the difference here, the conceptual question is different. If you look at Johnson's designs, try to tease out putting the enforcement in the media. So conditional on the existence of enforcement. If you put on the media, that's why you look at the above the cutoff, below cutoff. Both have the enforcement, but one is in the media.
Right.
But is your research question similar, whether or not to put in the media or whether there's an enforcement?
No,
What
so
is your
for us,
exact-
we're interested in the press release, right? So we're
No,
interested
but it's
in the
about, I mean, there's two questions, right? One is that there's an enforcement.
yeah, that happens way earlier.
And
Months,
you want
months,
the
months
people
earlier.
to know that.
Yeah, so the OSHA tells them like 6 months, 8 months later that enforcement happened, that inspection happened, and we're curious about that press release that happens way later. What's the effect of that? That's why that's another reason why we use the treatment and the control, right? Because we want to take out that effect of the inspection. Because absolutely, having an OSHA inspection in a county can have effects on whistleblowing. You see the regulator, there's presence, absolutely, that can have an effect. But that's why we have that match, and that's why that's why we're saying it has to be super close together, that inspection, so that the temporal effects are taken out. That's the idea.
You know, these discussions, and what I'm going to say is very related to what Mark said, makes me think that something you might want to think about is framing this as when there is some enforcement action and there is disclosure of that enforcement action, typically what people are after are deterrents, right? The regulators are after deterrents.
Yep.
But in your case, what you're getting is the disclosure of the enforcement leads to an escalation of enforcement.
Yes.
And whistleblowing is just the channel. It's just one of the this could happen through many ways, and whistleblowing is one of the channels.
Yep.
And it's that escalation of enforcement that then discourages further violations in the
Potentially,
future,
yeah.
right? Because
That can be another part of it. Yep.
it's not so much the disclosure, it's the fact that the companies witness this escalation of enforcement.
Potentially. I mean, we back to that, like seeing that in the companies that actually have the inspected whistleblowing tip, right? So yeah, to that extent, like once they see that enforcement at their own company, and then they improve their injuries, yeah. So or their safety, I guess. So yeah, in that sense, yeah, I agree with that. So we can try and write it a little, maybe, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Let me move on a couple slides. Okay. So, I forgot, I haven't really talked about this yet. Okay, so this is our main specification over here, where we see that the press releases increase whistleblowing by about 12%. And like we said, this is a spillover effect, right? So this is at companies in that same county, in the same industry. And we have already talked about that the effect persists for about 6 months. So this is the obligatory difference in difference plot. Where there's a little bit of variation in the beginning, but nothing really trendy. And then we see that shift right up right after this press release, right? We see this shift up right here. Okay, so now we did talk a lot about the information frictions earlier. And there's one really cool thing about this setting, that we can actually tease out these various information frictions. So these press releases from OSHA, they actually talk about how you can go to OSHA and complain, right? So some of these press releases will say, hey, this is how you complain, right? So this would alleviate the information friction of, I don't know where to go, right? So that would be that part. And we do see that when you have this in your press release, that then we see the increase in whistleblowing. Give me 1 second to get through the slide. Okay, and then we had the second information friction, which was, hey, I don't know if OSHA is actually going to do something, right? Like, I don't know if the regulator is going to respond to my complaint. So what we're looking at is when you have a press release and they're saying, well, we went to this company because of an employee complaint. We responded to an employee complaint. Then you see as an employee, well, OSHA responded to that tip. Why wouldn't they respond to my tip, right? So that kind of alleviates that part of the information friction. And that's when we see that the whistleblower tips go up. And then the last part, this is a little bit more complicated of how we get there, but this is, what do you actually report, right? Do you learn what to report about from this press release? Now, what we are utilizing here is that in 2011, OSHA started to tag some of these tips. So they had strategic and emphasis programs, and only those tips had tags. And the tags look something like this: respiratory prod, okay? So they're kind of indicative of what they are about, right? So what we ended up doing was we looked at all of these press releases and we created dictionaries of words that are related to these tags. So then what we're doing is we look at only our treatment counties, because you need a press release to have the words, right? So our dictionary only exists for our treatment counties. So we compare within the treatment county, do we see related tips going up, right? Where these tags are related, or do we see the tips going up that are unrelated? And we see only the related tips are going up, which is that friction of, hey, what do I even report about, right? Okay, you were very patient. Thank you.
So I was just wondering, I thought it was really cool that you're testing whether OSHA in the press release is giving you information about how to whistleblow.
Okay.
I was just wondering if then you also check in the news
Yes.
when they cover that, whether that basically maps out like 1-to-1, or
Yeah.
or whether you get some differences when they don't, it doesn't work, or
Yeah, we haven't done an analysis on it, but I looked through the news articles, because we manually like found all of those news articles. And the news articles, 99% of the time, they're like copy paste, the whole thing, right? Including this information about, hey, this is how you complain, right? So I did look into those in that news coverage, and most of the time it's there. I can't tell you it's 100% always there, because we didn't do an actual analysis on it, but I'm pretty confident it's there most of the time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
In terms of the information environment, I just wonder for the whistleblowing, like the tips, do you think they are uncovering like new information that would stay like hidden if not there is a press release, or is like a different like switching from alternative channels that previously, you know, relate to the first paper, maybe they talk about all that complaints in the employee disclosure on Glassdoor. Now they see that and increase their awareness of this channel, and then they switch to this channel. So then the
Interesting.
overall information environment doesn't change, but it's
Yeah.
just like different
Yeah.
channels.
Yeah, I guess if you're saying, hey, usually these employees go to Glassdoor and complain there, well then OSHA would still have to go to Glassdoor and look at the companies and then go do an enforcement action, right? So it definitely cuts down on that channel. But we never looked at anything like that. We never looked at whether there's some kind of substitution of where you complain. I guess we theoretically could look at Glassdoor and see if the complaints go down there. But we've never looked into that. It's an interesting thought to see if they change channels. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. But yeah, that's true. But I guess if it's just a simple switch of channel, and let's assume OSHA also looks at Glassdoor because they do, they do to some extent, then we shouldn't see more like the tips increase and the tips increase, yes, but the inspections we shouldn't see, right? So that should all be the same afterwards if it was just switching channel. Okay.
So I think these cross-sectional tests are interesting because they let you speak at some of these issues that came up before, how to write a press article, press release, and so forth.
Yep.
Now, if we take those results as given, what would your policy recommendations be for OSHA? Shall they always release something to the public? Shall we always have the address and mention the whistleblower, or
I mean, see, that's where it gets difficult, right? So then we need to get a better idea of the overall effects of this policy. But I guess OSHA could theoretically use this in a more targeted way, right? So right now, luckily for us, they have this threshold policy, which makes it relatively random. But based on this information, theoretically, if we take all of this at face value, like you said, theoretically, OSHA could say, hey, we don't have as much good oversight here because it's really far away from us or whatever it is, so we should put more press releases there. Or, hey, we're really concerned about this particular type of violation, so whenever we see this violation come up and it's pretty egregious, we should put out a press release so that we get more people speak up. Right? So in that sense, yeah, I guess we could think about the regulators using these to their advantage, but then we also need to understand some more of those cost benefits, I guess, as well. But yeah, theoretically, we could go down that route. Let me push on just a little bit, and then I'll come back to questions. Okay, so three other frictions that we wanted to look at was, one, are you concerned about retaliation, and how does retaliation interact with the press releases effectively? Because if you have a lot of retaliation concerns, or your retaliation concerns are super high, then I suspect, well, the frictions or the information is not really going to do much. And so what we look at is unionization. So unionization is, we're using that as a proxy for retaliation likelihood. Unions tend to be pretty good about protecting the employees that are in those unions from retaliation. So there should be a relatively big difference depending on how much unionization there is. And we do see that these effects come through when there's relatively more unionization. Now this part we already talked about a lot. So when newspapers pick up these press releases, we see these effects. And then this last part over here is the distance to OSHA. So there's a bunch of research out there from some people that are sitting in this audience that OSHA inspects or has more enforcement activity close to where their office is, and they're kind of slacking a little bit when it's further away. So what we see here is that this is more effective when it's actually further from OSHA, right? There is more information asymmetry there, and we see the tips go up more. Okay, Beth.
So it seems like the media is really central to your story here, that without it, like throughout the paper, you talk about the regulator being able to influence this through press releases, but you could almost have written the paper based on media articles, and then press releases are kind of a semi-random shock to it. So I'm curious, have you looked at all at the determinants of that media coverage? I think you said it's something like 70% are covered. The proportion that are, I mean, the results would suggest that probably that portion is not having an effect. Are there some systematic characteristics, like, I don't know if it would be news deserts or
Yes, it
something
is.
that, okay, like, because
That's
this comes
the
back to
biggest
the
drivers
point.
is their newspaper.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
saying that comes to the point of what recommendation do you give the regulators,
Yeah.
right? The extreme of
Exactly.
put out a press release for everything, it's probably not going to work
Right.
because even if there aren't news deserts, they're not going to maybe put articles on
Yeah.
all of it. So I think bringing a little more color into that and acknowledging that it's not just the press release, it's really getting the media to cover the press release.
Yeah.
That's the important
Yeah,
part.
right. Exactly, right. These analyses here, they're supposed to like kind of show that you need some kind of conditions for these press releases to actually work, right? So you don't get the news coverage without press releases, but you also don't always get news coverage, and you need the news coverage for the press release to be effective, right? So it's both things, and we're trying to convey it. But yeah, we can try and do a little bit more on the media, and it's absolutely, we did run that test, so this is almost fully driven by is there a newspaper or not. Yeah.
I thought the unionization result was cool from a different way, not from necessarily protection, but
Okay.
do they play a role in communicating to the employees?
Potentially.
And if you could dig a little deeper into that, because I don't know if that's I think that's really useful for us to understand that result from especially from a policy perspective.
Yeah, we've tried to see if we can dig into this a little bit deeper. So what I was able to do was to kind of look at the biggest unions that would be relevant for like manufacturing, safety, construction, all of those. And when I was looking on their websites and what kind of information they put out there publicly, right, on their websites, it doesn't look like they're necessarily covering this stuff or sharing this. What they have on their websites is just a general information. Hey, if you see any kind of violation, you should go do XYZ, right? So that information is there, but they don't really pick up this variation necessarily in the press releases, at least on their websites. But what they do internally, that we don't know, right? So we can try and talk to some unions and see if they can help us understand this better. Whether data is going to be accessible is going to be tough. But yeah, so we can try and put some more color to that. That's true. Okay. All right. We have like 5 minutes left. Well, technically 10 because Fulgate. Okay. All right. Then let me push on a little bit. Okay. So what did we look at afterwards? So far, all of the results I showed you could have been just frivolous whistleblowing tips, right? So far, all of these tips that we're seeing that are increasing, they could have just been bad and not helpful for the regulator, and we're just overloading the regulator, and this is not good. Okay, but what we did was, well, we looked at, does OSHA actually use this information, right? Do they actually use that tip, and do they go out and inspect? And we do see that they inspect these tips, and it looks like it's about the same increase as with the tips, which was what we had talked about already, where that seems to be relatively similar quality. And it looks like these also have violations, right? Or the violations increase in tandem with all of this, which means that these are not necessarily really, tiny complaints that no one cares about, right? Okay. Now, the other thing that we had already talked about as well is that injuries go down. So this is a little bit of a different analysis than what we had done before. So up to here, essentially, everything that we have done was 6 months pre, 6 months post. So here we changed the design a little bit because what we're looking at here is long-term effects. So we're actually excluding that first 6 post-month period, and then we're starting with month 7 after and going all the way out to 3 years. Okay, so that's the long-term period here that we're including, and we see that injuries go down. And this is what we had already talked about a few times, is that this is driven by, or this is what we mostly see in the firms that have this inspected tip. So what we're doing is we split our firms based on whether you have an inspected whistleblowing tip in the 6 months after or you don't, right? So we're saying the firms that have an inspected whistleblower tip in the 6 months after the press release, that's where we're seeing these injuries come down. If you don't have an inspected whistleblower tip, we don't see that happening. Okay, Nemit.
So I'm sorry if I missed this. You may have already said, but I mean, there are inspections and violations that are detected from whistleblowing tips and just random inspections that OSHA has as part of its regular inspection program.
Yes.
Right. So do you as a placebo, do you see that there's no effects on random? Okay.
Yes,
Theories.
absolutely. Yeah, so I didn't include that here. So theoretically, I should have 3, 4 added to this one. But yeah, so we did do that where we looked at the programmed inspections and the program violations, and we don't see anything going on there. So it doesn't look like OSHA is changing their enforcement strategy at the same time that they're putting out a press release, right? So it's really the response to these whistleblower tips. Okay, yeah.
All your discussion about what actually OSHA really can control. Some of them actually really media, whether they want to actually cover or not, it's actually not really OSHA's actually up to what actually they can do. But one of the things actually some discussion is about not only the disclosure channel itself, whether they want to actually have the more targeted enforcement or random enforcement, or actually so that you can actually a little bit pointing out where actually targeted. So one of the actually discussion is that the same author actually Johnson actually wrote a paper 2024 about whether random, and then you actually bring really nice idea that where you really want to target exactly finding this kind of huge injury. Go back to Ben's point is that then actually it's not doing the press release per se. Social media, they are the picking up that actually out of the control of the OSHA, but OSHA can control what actually inspected. Therefore, what is the bigger one can actually surface out. So that maybe you can a little bit that angle as well, not only the disclosure angle that regulator can control, they can also
Right. Okay. So that they could theoretically change their strategy based on what kind of news articles or news media is out there, or whether it's being picked up by social media, and kind of change their strategy based on that.
Yeah.
We could look into that. Yeah. We don't do anything in that direction yet. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Now last one for now.
Okay. So I find this effect absolutely impressive and massive. So I just wonder, do you have a standardized effect size of this?
Do we have a standardized what?
Effect size in terms of, standard deviation, percent standard deviation.
Man, I know we did it, but I don't remember.
No, sorry, it's just because, obviously there's media work on, effects of interventions to workplace safety, right? And I'm not an expert. I just Googled it up. So I think, one of the things that people normally believe has the largest effect are engineering interventions, right? So you change things. So I think it would be super interesting to contrast this in terms of the magnitude, whether this is in range with that. I would find this surprising, right? I would think that, the effect should be smaller, but anyhow, so super interesting. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. We can try and benchmark it. What we ended up doing benchmarking, mostly we benchmarked this injury result to the other papers. But yeah, we can benchmark some of these other results that way. That's a good idea. I like that. Okay. All right. Let me tell you a little bit more to start and wrap up. Unless there's no. Okay. Okay. So this is a really nice placebo test for our setting in particular, because we have this threshold that theoretically should tell you whether you have a press release or not, right? So if that's truly the case, that means we should only see the effect around that threshold and nowhere else, right? So if it was something that's just about having higher fines, then we should find it here too, right? So that's why we implemented thresholds that were not the true thresholds. So we're implementing placebo thresholds. We have a bunch of different specifications here. So we have a threshold where we're just using 20,000 as the threshold, and then we have a couple specifications where we're doing a dynamic threshold. So I'd mentioned earlier that not every state has the same threshold, right? So in order for us to make sure we're not including the original threshold, we had to be a little bit creative over here and then kind of add and deduct so that we get a new threshold, and we see a whole lot of nothing over here, right? So that's pretty comforting that this doesn't seem to be something about fines being higher or lower and that driving the effect. That was backwards. Okay. We do also have a bunch of other robustness tests. So I'm not going to put you through the torture of talking about all of these, because that's a lot. But I do want to point out a couple. So one of the ones I wanted to point out, because it came up a couple times, is these thresholds. So whenever we're making these thresholds smaller, we actually see our effect increase. We also have a specification that we implemented that has a combination of DID and RDD, so that helps us with that specification a little bit as well. Yes.
So, okay, so, I mean, I think the only thing I'm really worried about is kind of that Matt's point, right? That there is some in this I don't know how you would assess it, right? But the magnitudes are so high, and that's the
Right.
same in Matt's paper, right? So,
Yeah.
which is a little and then
Yeah.
very imprecisely estimated.
They're
And when
super
I look
imprecise.
at these bands, you know, the closer you
Yes.
that sort of inspector discretion. So I don't know, something like they have an interest in, and therefore they put it above because they want to send out the press release, and that's correlated with another campaign or something. So I don't know how you could address it, but that's the one thing. Well, because it's such a big effect, and then it's right. It gets stronger the closer we get.
Yeah.
There's probably many reasons for it, but one reason could be that that's exactly where you use your discretion, right? Right around the threshold.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
So
Yeah.
I don't know how to address it, but I have the same with Matt's paper, right?
Yeah.
Because it's also this within 50 kilometers,
Yeah, I mean,
injuries
yeah.
go down by 50%, and it just seems from a press release, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you that these are like kind of large-ish effects, but then when we're taking it back to the levels instead of percentages, right? It is just one additional tip, right? So there doesn't seem as crazy anymore. But these are very imprecise estimates, right? So because especially tips, yes, but especially injuries are so infrequent, it's really hard to get precise estimates on this. So yeah, I agree that this is a tough battle that we've been talking about a few times. We can see if there's something we can do around that. Okay.
Maybe just on what you just said about the infrequent. So if especially the violation or the injuries are just reported when there's also a violation or that this is correlated, then it gets you to you estimating these large effects because of the observability, because there is actually a larger number out there, and the reduction is not so large in percentage points,
Yeah.
but what you see is only a
Yes.
few of them being reported, and they are correlated
Yeah.
with where the inspections are, etc. And that then leads to this observed percentage points big effect. So that's why I think the magnitudes, as you said, are not necessarily crazy once you go to levels
Yeah.
or in absolute terms, but that's where maybe some of that measurement point can come in.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that is definitely something that happens a lot with OSHA, that there's a lot of underreporting of injuries and also violations or anything in general, right? So it's possible that is affected a little bit as well by the press release. That's true. That would definitely affect our estimates.
Just about a minute to sort of wrap up, I think.
1 minute. Ay. Okay. No, I got it. I'm at the last slide. Okay. So what we estimate in this paper is spillover effects of the press releases. And we see that these press releases increase whistleblowing by about 12%. But there's some conditions on this, right? So we only see this if these press releases are accessible and if they have relevant information, right? So we also see that these tips generally are of high quality, so we don't just see frivolous tips coming in, which we're always worried about with increasing whistleblowing. And we see that this is a relatively temporary effect of only 6 months, and we see that there are long-term safety improvements that seem to come through a different mechanism than just the deterrence mechanism or the shaming mechanism that has been talked about before. So we think that we're contributing to the literature by pivoting away a little bit from this cost and benefit framework to whistleblowing and introducing the information frictions, but we've also already talked a little bit about the policymakers and the regulators and what they can do with this information. And yeah, I think they could definitely try and use this for their policies and try to shape whistleblowing and try to allocate their scarce resources better. But on the other hand, I think there's more research that has to be done in this area to make some definitive statements on that. Okay, I hope that was a minute. So thank you, and everybody have lunch.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed lunch. It's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, next paper, Bin Lee with his co-author Mohan over there, Venkatachalam. They're going to talk about do audited financial reports mitigate or exacerbate stock market crashes. So same drill as before, about 7 minutes or so to let him set the stage, and then he'll start taking questions. Right?
Thank you for the introduction, Harash. You can hear me fine? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, let me thank the conference organizers for giving us this opportunity to present our research here. This paper is co-authored with Mohan from Duke. So what is our paper about? Well, let me begin with our motivation. Well, our starting point was very simple. We want to understand what value accounting and auditing add to capital markets and to the society. But answering this question is extremely difficult, partly because the question is too broad and partly because all public firms nowadays subject to mandatory auditing. So we try to narrow it down a little bit. Instead, we try to ask, can we say something about the benefits and costs of audit assurance? We certainly can. For example, if you think about the benefits and look at the literature, I would say the vast majority of papers focus on the benefit side. Here, we come from a different direction. We try to say something about our potential cost of audit assurance. So what specific costs we have in mind? Well, we know that firms, they spend enormous amounts of time, efforts, and money on the preparation and distribution of audited financial reports every year. But beyond those direct and firm-level costs, are there any other consequences for investors and for the capital markets? This is where we come from. Specifically, we want to shed some new lights on the question about the role of audited financial statements in bubbles and crashes. This question is also highlighted by Weimar and Bazou in their paper, and they ask, are bubbles and crashes more or less likely when audited accounting information is available? And if so, what is the mechanism? So to address these questions, we use the setting of the Wall Street crash of 1929 as our empirical setting. And we do so for several reasons. First of all, the crash occurred before the audit mandate in the two Securities Act. I mean, Securities Act of 1933 and Securities Exchange Act of 1934. That means auditing was a voluntary choice at that moment. So for that reason, you can actually see that over 20% of public firms did not have an auditor and audited financial reports. This allows us to compare them among audited firms and unaudited firms. And then the second reason is because the government played a very limited role in capital markets at that time period. This makes our empirical analysis less susceptible to other confounding government interventions or regulatory changes. And lastly, we know that the crash itself actually served as a catalyst for the Congress to pass this audit mandate under the Two Securities Act. Partly because of the prevailing belief at that moment was, the lack of audit assurance was partially responsible for the crash. And yet, this audit mandate has a profound and lasting impact on U.S. securities regulation and capital markets over the past century. So let me show you what the data actually look like. Here we plot cumulative returns for all public firms from October 1927 to June 1931. The red dotted line here represents the market peak in the third quarter of 1929. As we can see, there's a huge, dramatic stock price appreciation before the peak and followed by a severe, sharp decline afterwards. And the more interesting picture emerges when we separate the sample into audited and unaudited firms. Two things immediately stand out. First of all, before the peak, the price run up is much faster and quicker for audited firms than unaudited firms. Then after that, you can see the price fell sharply, or more sharply for audit firms. I guess this is already suggestive of our main finding. You can somehow guess it, but I'm gonna come back to this concern about whether this is driven by a selection or not, meaning that audit firms are different from unaudited firms in many systematic ways. You may have that concern. I'll come back to it. Okay, so do those stock price patterns actually reflect overvaluation relative to some firm fundamentals as conveyed by financial statements? Well, we do that by examining three different valuation multiples. One is the price to earnings ratio, then price to book ratio, and enterprise value to total assets ratio. As you can see that, there's significant appreciation before the crash, followed by a quick convergence between audited and unaudited firms. This suggests that audit firms were overvalued relative to their fundamentals, right, as reflected in their in their valuation multiples. So here, I want to make it clear that our paper is not about, our paper is not about the bad things in audit. Actually, we want to say audit is so important, but we only focus on one particular possible cost of audit while holding all the benefits constant. So as you know, our paper cannot speak to the overall net benefits as a whole, but I guess the main message is, just because some firms have audit doesn't mean it's a good investment, especially when bubbles emerges. Okay, now I can take some questions. Yes, Andrew.
So the bubble interpretation, I guess I'm less sure about. If you read the economic history of this period, they talk about there was a decline in industrial production, monetary policy was really tight. And the reason I bring this up is that there's obviously selection into getting an audit, shameless self-promotion. We have a survey out very recently where we're asking CFOs who don't need to be audited, why are they getting audited? Two of the leading reasons are growth, like they anticipate growth, and they anticipate raising capital. And so if this particular macro shock, macro event that happened, disproportionately harm firms that are raising capital, or that are of the type raising capital and growing, it would explain, I think, pretty much everything you find in this paper and have nothing to do with confirmation bias.
Okay, let me answer your question in a couple of different ways. So if you look at the behavioral finance literature, like people like Robert Shiller, Campbell and Shiller, Shiller's Irrational Exuberance, if you open the book, the first chapter talks about overconfidence. Especially, I hope I have the time to show you, it's kind of toward the back of the slides, but in irrational exuberance, the first figure was about the PE ratio. Huge changes, huge spikes around the 1929 crash. And here we believe that those sudden movements, those huge rapid movements around such a short time period is unlikely explained by sudden changes in firm fundamentals, right? Even if we make the time horizon really short, let's say just several quarters around this peak, there's not much change in the fundamentals.
I'll only fight with you a little bit more about this, but around these short periods, there are also big changes in unemployment and a lot of macro indicators that would say it's not just driven by sort of a behavioral story, but these are actually the economic fundamentals that, again, disproportionately affect the type of firms that get audited.
Well, first of all, in our main empirical specification, we control for time fixed effect, and your assumption here is those macro events is going to affect both audited versus unaudited firms unevenly, right? We'll have to check that. I'm not sure if the claim about unemployment was true around this crash. It's more about the Great Depression in the aftermath of this crash. Up until this moment, my understanding is the economy was doing extremely well. Actually, I would recommend a book by Andrew Ross Sorkin last year. It's a New York Times bestseller. It's called 1929. So based on that book, my understanding was the economy was doing extremely well. People become so optimistic about where it's going, just like the AI period now. No, we don't know where it's heading, but we are happy. We are confident AI will give us better life. I think Ed was the next. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think their selection concerns are real. I'll let you get back to those. It's something I really worry about the paper. By the way, I like the paper. I thought it was super interesting. I enjoyed reading it. I'm very worried about generalizability, and there was no caveats in the paper that 100 years ago finding that might at all generalize today. And it's not even clear it would generalize to 1930, because there was this blow-up. Maybe all the people learned at that moment that they'd been over-relying on audits, or maybe PCAOB, or maybe SOX, or maybe any of the other things between then and now. So I feel like I'm not even sure I would have the title as do, blah, blah, blah. Maybe it's can. At this one place in history, even if we believe your result, maybe did it happen? I'm just terribly worried that people of your stature are quoted on record by regulators saying we don't need audits because it exacerbates psychological biases and we'll just let the market do its own thing. I think it's very, very plausible that the world is just a different.
Okay, we try to address your question actually already in the paper, but maybe not enough. Let me explain a little bit with two examples, okay? If we think about, the first example I'm gonna give is about ESG assurance or carbon emissions. Now, how do auditors do ESG assurance, there's nothing similar to US GAAP in carbon emissions, for example. Pretty much the firm will come up with an emission number based on the methodology it chooses and the measurement it uses. Auditors will certify whether the number is internally consistent with the methodology they choose. I think that setting is already very similar to ours, right? Where assurance is voluntary, where the number is not guided by very strict US GAAP or similar standards. The second example I'm gonna give you is about crowdfunding. Crowdfunding, there's some prior papers I know written by some of you, and basically it shows, there's a size threshold, right? If the firm size is above certain threshold, then audit is mandatory. If it's below, it's voluntary. And some papers in the literature already show that having audit assurance will increase the success likelihood, will increase the capital raised, right? So in that sense, it's kind of also similar to our setting.
You're listing examples of places where audits are voluntary, and it is possible that there could be differences, but there's nothing in your study that can tell us about whether this psychological mechanism that you're documenting would generalize to any of those markets, right? You don't have any evidence on that.
Well, I think that there are many different settings, like our settings. For example, I'll give you an example. Actually, when I presented the paper for the first time at Hong Kong U, Pingyang Gao gave me this really cool analogy. When GPS first came out, some people rely on the GPS too much and they drive into the water. It doesn't mean that GPS is not good, right? But there's a cost you need to pay attention to. When you become too confident in the GPS, you're gonna make some mistake. I think in that sense, our paper is kind of generalizable because it tells you if you trust something too much, you are gonna make a mistake. Yeah.
So let me rephrase Andrew's comment because I think we still haven't sort of quite gotten to it, and I think it's super central, right? So what Andrew was saying is that the problem is in your design, you're going to have differential responsiveness of the firms to the shock.
Right.
You have, like in the early period, you have parallel trends and they look pretty good. And then something happens in 28 and 29 and some of these firms take off. And you need to have at least some controls here that would tell us that you're controlling for this differential because that's the relevant condition you need here, that independence in order to do the test. I do like the tests or the idea that you have, but one thing that I was going to suggest that you should then do as a first step to sort of convince us that it really has something to do with the audit rather than differential responsiveness to macro shocks is why don't you compute ERCs of some sort for these firms? Like Ollie has done this in his paper as well. And then show us that whether the ERCs for the audited firms and the non-audit firms are differential, because that would tell us something more specifically. Is there more credibility to the accounting numbers when they come out for the audited versus the non-audited firms? That would at least get you a little bit away from, I mean, it still is not going to be completely clean, but it would get you away from like grand macro shocks driving returns and valuation.
Okay, perhaps let me push my slides a little bit so I can explain the predictions and mechanisms, so then we can come back and discuss about this. Okay, so summary of the results is very intuitive by now, I think. We did more thorough analysis to formalize this idea, and specifically we did that in 2 steps. In the first step, we examine stock price changes surrounding the peak of the market. Then we evaluate overvaluation relative to some fundamental anchors like earnings, book value, and total assets. So our results is pretty much consistent with the figures suggested. And so how do we reconcile these findings, right? We would think there are 2 competing theoretical perspectives that make opposite empirical predictions about the results. The first is what we call the investor protection view. What does it mean? Well, intuitively, it means audited financial statements can help investors better identify firm fundamentals. And thus, they can be, it's less likely there will be bubbles and crashes. This is consistent with the JAR paper by Barton and Waymeyer. The basic idea is, audited financial statements are more likely free of misrepresentation or free of manipulation, and thus is more reliable. However, as Lethwich pointed out in the discussion of their paper, there are two key assumptions needed in the process. One is bubbles are somehow related to noise in financial statements. Second is external audit can reduce such noise. As Lethwich indicate in the discussion, these two assumptions may not hold. And then, if this is true, in this scenario, of course, we will expect that audited firms are less prone to bubbles and crashes. There are a couple of, let me take some questions, yeah.
Yeah, I think given that you have those two alternative explanations there, building on what we heard before, so I like the paper a lot because it's about an important accounting topic. You provide really interesting descriptive stats. I just struggle with the positioning that you can discriminate between two very specific theoretical explanations because precisely as Andrew already said, there's this very kind of strong alternative explanation that we know that the firms that didn't get the audits, those are larger firms that have lots of cash flows. That's why they're paying dividends, so they don't rely on this as an agency agency cost reduction. These are also the firms that then don't need the external financing, just as Andrew said. So that's in the data, and so that they then differentially react to this, and that they have differential price earnings valuations. All of these things makes a lot of sense, but it's just a very different interpretation. And so I find it a little bit of a stretch to then narrow it down to those two alternatives that you're only mentioning and then going with them. So I would broaden it and say, look, this is descriptively what's going on. And these are then important facts for us to understand. But right now it's written quite heavily on, look, we can differentiate here and we have a very specific explanation for what's going on, which is actually also going in the direction then where I know we have little evidence that the mandates matter, but most of the evidence suggests that the voluntary stuff works fairly well. That's why the mandates don't work well. Your interpretation would be very different from much of the literature without having kind of a strong backing here. So that's where I would be a little bit careful.
Okay, thank you for the suggestion. I think you raised an important point again about the selective story. So we do have a couple ways to address selection bias or endogeneity concerns, right? If you're thinking about unobservable firm characteristics or omitted variables, we included firm fixed effects to absorb the variation. Then we also included, yes, let me finish this, please. Then we also think about those observable omitted variables. We have the interaction between the omitted, the firm characteristics and the shock, the dummies, included that together in the regression with our main variable interest, and our main variable interest do hold. And also we have, and also we tried many other different ways like entropy balancing and so on, yeah.
Can you study the same question using a normal periods prior to the Great Depressions? Because you can still distinguish between audited and non-audited, right? And you can also measure crash risk. This will help address people's concern about generalizability.
Well, I like your point, but measuring crash and bubbles is always a difficult thing to do, right? Ex-ante, how do we know there are bubbles? Like today, if I ask you how big is the bubble in AI, we don't know. Exposed, it's also very difficult. Exposed, it's easier. Here in this paper, we take the crash, 1929 crash as given. It's a big event, and we study what's the differences.
I guess in that case, you need to classify at the construct level what you mean by crash. You mean like whole market crash, like the Great Depression or the 2008 financial crisis.
Yeah.
In that case, maybe you can generalize only to the big crash event like that, and people will not be concerned about the generalizability. Well, so your research question is about the whole market crap, right? When there is a whole market crap, and now you crash, you have audited financial statement, you are more likely to have a bigger crash.
Yes. Our research question is, well, like I said, our research takes the 1929 crash as given, and we think this is important enough to study because this crash actually motivated our audit mandate, right? and people were believing that the lack of audits was part of the reason for the crash. And we are also trying to explain this, whether this is truly the case or not. Let me push a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Let me discuss this this alternative predictions. Then I can move with some questions. So there's an alternative view about the role of audit. Here, we think that audited financial statements can provide investors a false sense of security, potentially engendering or amplifying a confirmation bias, which reflects investors' tendency to overweight some public signals consistent with their existing beliefs. The theoretical foundation comes from this Poget et al. Paper. Poget et al. Analytically show that bubbles and crashes can emerge from confirmation bias. And we connect Poget et al. Theory with the confirmation role of audited financials, or for simplicity, I just call it validation role of financial reports as validated by Gigler and Hammer. So the main intuition here, we argue, is audited financial information can intensify confirmation bias in two ways. One is to enhance the credibility of accounting information. Second is it will reinforce its complementarities with other public signals. And there's some anecdotal evidence supporting this view. I'll show you in a bit. If this is true, then we would expect the opposite. Yes, Doug?
Can I just ask you a little bit about the mechanism exactly you have in mind here?
Okay.
So the notion with audited financial statements, at this time, they were very basic.
Right.
But I mean, essentially, we can rely on the numbers that get reported in the financial.
Yeah.
The notion in behavioral finance of a bubble is not that people are fooled by the numbers in financials. It's that they, for example, over-extrapolate past. Or to think about, believe AI is a bubble today, it's not because NVIDIA's financial statements are created, because people are over-extrapolating. So what I struggle with is, what's the economic behind your notion that somehow the auditing is related to behavioral?
That's my next slide. So let me explain the conceptual framework here. I think this figure gives us a simple illustration of how confirmation bias works in our setting. Let's say there's some biased investors in the market and others are unbiased, right? So in the Poget et al. Framework, a bubble typically begins with an initial series of positive signals. As some of those investors, they rely more on positive signals and discount negative signals, the bubble will grow. They will become increasingly optimistic. Over time, this optimism could be self-reinforcing, making the bubble to persist and grow. And eventually, when the negative signals accumulate to the point that they cannot no longer be ignored, the bubble will burst. Now, you may ask me, how does where does this audited financial statement role come in, right? So we believe audited financial statements serve as a valuation anchor for investors, okay? So it can affect the confirmation bias in two ways. First of all, when investors rely on audited financial statements, using them as a valuation anchor to assess the incoming signals, positive signals, and assess the application for firm value, having audit certification can increase the veracity of those accounting numbers. Second, we would think that the audited financial statements works as a complement with other positive signals, which make investors more confident in the positive signals. So in that case, you would expect, okay, compared to unaudited firms, audited firms will further increase the confirmation bias and thus have more bubbles and crashes afterwards. Yeah. Okay.
Have audited two firms, identical financial, audited type, best those, or maybe you still have this for the future. This is about overly optimistic.
That's exactly true. I'll show you some anecdotal evidence from Wall Street Journal later, right? Before the crash, so basically before the crash,
How's that related?
financial statement, I'll show you, anecdotal evidence. Yeah, Sugata.
Then this is not a trap you can get out of easily, right? Because you're saying that the prices are, no, it is a gap in the logic, and other people have pointed it out in various ways. What I think is happening here is you're saying that the prices are divorced from fundamentals, but an audit is a certification of the fundamentals.
Right.
And so why would they pay attention to that? I think the way this would make sense, let's consider the possibility that this is causal. How could it be causal? I think people are actually not looking at whether an audit certifies the fundamentals. They're just looking at it as a label. And I thought that's the angle you would push, where, for example, people were investing in .com firms not knowing what that means. And there were companies that were doing the same that they were doing before. They changed their name to .com, and their valuations went up. So I think what you're after is the labeling effect. And it has nothing to do with this positive signal reinforcement that you are pushing.
Yeah, it could be a labeling effect if we just study price changes, right? Here we use valuation multiples, which reflects the extent of overvaluation relative to firm fundamentals conveyed by the financial statements. That's
Well,
exactly
that's the labeling effect then. I mean, that's your only way out of this.
It's relative to firm fundamentals. Let's say there are two identical firms, right? Exactly the same fundamentals. What we are arguing is having audit actually create more confidence in investors, so they're gonna price that firm higher. And by the way, we're not using a DID design, although we may mistake in the earliest version, but in the conference version, we were more careful. We're using this dynamic event study design. So our study is cross-sectional in nature, while we compare the dynamics over time periods, right? It's not just about the crash. We also consider how the bubble rises and how the crash happens, just like the figures I just showed. Yeah.
Let's just take PE model.
Okay.
Depends on growth, on risk.
Yeah.
Hold earnings constant.
Yep.
So your story seems to be somehow because of audit. I have a more optimistic view of the growth. High. The number itself, audited number. Audited number. But somehow the audit team is giving overly optimistic growth audit or causing
Well, if it were just some other things, let's say different discount rates, right? The gap between these two will pretty much stay constant. Here, we're not just showing a constant gap over the entire period, and we're showing, holding in a relatively short time periods where the fundamentals are unlikely to have big changes. We find there's a spike in the valuation multiples followed by a quick convergence. I think it's unlikely, but driven by sudden changes in fundamentals. Yeah. Atif, yeah.
So, building on Doug's point, the extrapolation you can verify ex post because you can show that the firms that are audited that had the higher valuation of P over X because it's got the two components and Campbell-Schiller decomposition. You can show, you can sort of look at the realized earnings growth in the future, see whether there's a difference between the audit versus non-audit, because that will really help you tease out sort of the cash flows, discount. I think a lot of these comments are.
Okay, I see where you're coming from. I mean, if you think about the rational model, firm price is driven by change in cash flows or discount rates or the changes in discount rates. Here, I think it's hard to frame that all in this short time period, right? The fundamentals clearly in several months or several quarters is unlikely to change. Of course, we can extend the sample to a longer time period, but there's new regulation like the two Securities Acts, there's government, there's the Great Depression, so it's really hard to disentangle that from confounding macro factors in the aftermath, I think.
I mean, I think it's possible because even if you look at what's happened in the last 15 months here, I mean, we're in a very rapid day and age, so there's lots going on.
Okay.
I mean, you don't know what was going on back. You really are talking about a year and a half, 2 years. I think there could be other elements that
Okay.
Right,
We
look at
will
in
try
terms
to
of
control for
rational.
other things like
because the rational versus the behavioral is really
it's difficult.
important element. Confirmation bias.
Okay.
More on the behavioral side.
Okay. Who's the next? Henry? Mark? Okay. Yeah.
Going back to Ed Han's point, because I think it's kind of important, like in the introduction on page 6, when you talk about the fact that regulators should take this into account.
Yeah.
When they're coming in with the auditing, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by this exactly. And in particular, I think it would be helpful if you could specify other contexts in which you think you would see the same thing, given that these results seem sort of backwards from what the existing literature suggests. And this is a case where I think having 2 or 3 mini experiments at the end of other settings that are similar on whatever dimension you think is unique here, that have a similar pattern would be very helpful.
Okay. Yeah, we can think about some emerging areas, like I said, the ESG assurance or carbon emission assurance, right? If they're priced in the stock, maybe the voluntary nature of audit assurance in that setting can be used.
Because there's a lot of literature on voluntary
Auditing.
auditing.
But for public
and-
firms, this is the only one we know since
Yeah,
it's
but you're
before the
saying it
security.
expands beyond.
Right.
Your generalizability is arguing that it's not limited.
Right.
This is a more general phenomenon.
Yeah.
And given that it runs against my intuition for everything that's, not
Okay.
everything, but pretty much everything's in the literature, it'd be nice to be able to show, here are like 3 cherry-picked other markets where we think the same thing would have, and look, they actually.
Okay,
actually
thank you for
happens.
your suggestion. Yeah, Henry, I saw Henry's hands in the paper for really long.
Okay, so I think that the paper seems to be written in a way in this, let's try to figure out causal identification, taking audits as conditionally randomly assigned. I think that's really hard to, I mean, a number of people have commented on that. A different approach, just like to think about how to write it, would be to think, how would you write this paper if instead your question was, how do firms that choose to get audits, how did their stock returns look around the 1929 bubble and maybe other things? And I think if you do it that way, a number of these other comments are going to surface. So like, was it capital raising? Do they have higher volatility? Like
Yeah.
that is something that would seem to be associated and is, something that I think you examine to some degree. I think the potential for managerial over-optimism, very plausible in this setting also. I think my company's doing great. I'm going to get audited. That's going to allow me to expand. I'm going to expand, and then when the market goes to hell, I go to hell faster, basically. And I didn't really see managerial optimism as something but I think that could very much help explain this, and separately from investor over-optimism. Last thing, I think around this sort of builds on one of Christian's comments. I think the table 11 specifications where you have more interactions with crash, those are more credible in some sense. If we're thinking about the, do you get audited as a conditionally random thing that's going on at the firm level, you might want to also do something like interact industry with crash, because at least like, I haven't read 1929 or listened to the audiobook, but the first thing that AI is going to tell you, or Google search would tell you, is that like there was heterogeneity across industries, and you do have a nice table of heterogeneity across industries in terms of audit incidents. So that sort of heterogeneity in terms of exposure to crash would also be good to like soak up if you're trying to get conditionally random.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I think, as you said, I mean, in table 11, we actually interacted with other firm characteristics. It's unlikely to be the case. For omitted variable to work through all the tests and produce exactly the same patterns we believe is very unlikely. It's so we tend to believe this is caused by audit assurance. Here, I'm going to show you some anecdotal examples. Right, during the 1933 Senate hearing, Colonel Carter, who was the president of New York State Society of CPA, actually warned the Congress that investors were too prone to regard balance sheet and income statement as positive and indisputable statement of facts, and they have high esteem of the work of CPAs. And this is not just a perception issue. I would like to explain a little bit more about the institutional background. In the 1920s, actually, audit works were pretty much guided by this uniform accounts standard guidance developed by the Federal Reserve Board and AIA, American Institute of Accountants, which requires auditors to certify the correctness of financial statements, not just giving an opinion. So here I'm giving you the audit reports for two firms. This is General Motors and this is IBM. In their 1928 financial reports. Here, in both reports, you can see the auditors said, we certify that the financial statements and the numbers, in our opinion, are correct. And I think in this sense, this will contribute to the confidence in financial statement numbers. Yeah.
So, is this on? So, like a lot of experiments have been run, and a lot of them are run by a guy named Nick Dopich. He had a long history with JAR. And it shows time and again that the provision of unbiased independent audits actually result in superior market-based outcomes and individual outcomes. So when you have a study like this where an audit alone is not enough to prevent the building up of a crash, maybe the conclusion is that these might not have been great audits, as opposed to throwing the baby out with the bathwater, to use that idiom, to throw out audits. Maybe what we need to think about, this is like going back to Ed's point a little bit. If you're going to have a mandatory audit, maybe you need, and what happened right after this situation? The auditor have legal liability. Maybe the auditor needs, and we think about, is it over-regulated now, but maybe they need regulation. So I would love more evidence in your paper about the quality of these audits. And when you talk about the fundamentals, I didn't see too many, and I could have missed, I didn't see too many fundamentals in your paper that focused only on, to Doug's point, financial statement assets. It seems to be the multiple that the investors in this era of irrational exuberance had was just stonewallingly, it's just high. And so even if the auditors were doing a great job, let's suppose the market price was 10 and the total assets were 5, and this auditor comes along and makes them write down the assets, which is not at all clear that they did, to 2. It might be that the price stays at 10 no matter what. And that's not really the auditor's fault. So I have a little trouble both about the connection to auditing and then how much you can say about the quality of the auditing, and especially when you start generalizing to whether we should have mandatory audits or not. And then just to be really facetious, a more extreme version of your conclusion would be, for the sake of God, do not get an audit.
No.
Right?
I would like first clarify that our paper does not speak to the net overall value of audit, right? It's I wish we have a general equilibrium, but here is a reduced form where we focus on one potential cost while leaving all the benefits aside. It's like medicine, okay? When we take the medicine, we know it's going to benefit us, it's going to cure the disease or so, but we still want to know the side effect.
Well, then your recommendations for society should be simply tempered to what you're running in the study.
Yes, I mean, here we just try to highlight one potential cost while leaving the benefits aside. And just to respond to your question about audit quality, we do have a test that separates Big 9 versus non-Big 9 audit quality. Auditors, if you believe that Big 9 auditors at that time represents better quality, probably you will believe these firms is going to have less crash, they're going to have less bubbles. I don't know. I mean, we'll see in that result. Yes, Jeff.
So since Mark brought up the question about prior experimental research, one of the things that literature shows is that you can get a bubble in an experimental market even when the fundamental value is certain. And it also is sort of shown that bubbles are less likely to emerge when the value of the asset being traded is ambiguous. And I guess I'm trying to think about, like, what is it that you wish those graphs would have looked like? Because we could get a flat line through a potential bubble in the sense that we could just make information more ambiguous. We could leave the market with less information. That wouldn't necessarily mean that it's correctly priced. It might just mean that the market doesn't actually react that strongly. So this goes back, I think, to maybe what Christian was kind of getting at, the difference between changing the probability that a bubble would emerge, and I think we could all agree that it would be, anything that we could do to reduce that might be good for markets, but conditional on a bubble happening, what do we want the dynamics to look like there? There's an experimental econ paper on bubbles that never crash, and it has to do with kind of like ambiguity in information. So just I think yours speaks more to like the reaction in a particular setting. The more you can do to sort of say, we can show actually that bubbles were more likely to occur during this period of time. I think that would strengthen the inferences that I think you're drawing.
Well, it goes back to the Poget et al. Paper. I think in that theoretical framework, it's very they are silent on when bubbles will begin and how it begins. All it says is, bubbles usually begin with a series of positive signals, right? That's almost a necessary condition for bubbles to begin with. Then there are some biased investors who tend to rely more on positive signals than negative signals. This is self-reinforcing, makes the bubble to continue and grow. And until lastly, when the negative signals can no longer be ignored, the bubble would burst. So that's kind of the theory that we based our research on. Yes, Ed? Yeah. Well, I would like to go back to the carbon emission and ESG assurance. At the end of the day, auditors are certifying on those numbers they provide about emissions, right? There's no gap, parallels or gap, and you have to go with the firm's model. This voluntary nature is very similar, and the certification of a number itself is very similar. And regarding the crowdfunding itself, we know those super small firms, they normally just don't have full balance sheet or full income statement. They will just have maybe a number of subscriptions, some numbers of customers, and at most 1 or 2 financial statement numbers like sales or so. And the auditor pretty much has to express an opinion about whether those subscription numbers or customer numbers are correct or wrong. And for a lot of firms, those certification or endorsements are voluntary. So we draw the analogy or different. Well, if you are just certifying this emission number, then you should just say whether it's right or wrong, right? Maybe that's the interpretation. Oh, yeah, of course, it has been changed. Yes. Who's yeah. Oh.
Yeah. So first, I want to say that I think the paper is very interesting. I think we, as accountants, can offer a lot on how to understand bubbles. And with that, I think there was a paper in JE a couple of years ago by Salman and Edward on like showing that firms that have a lot of growth in net operating assets are more likely to exhibit this bubble behavior.
Right.
And I think you can use that to your advantage to try to address some of these selection concerns. So what I'm thinking is if you like interact growth in net operating assets with the audit, the concern is you're just identifying firms that have a lot of growth opportunity that are growing their net operating assets a lot. And so if you just show us that, the interaction with the audit is loading, it's not just coming all from high investment firms around the crash, then I think that can solve this issue that the selection concern. And it would be very interesting to see if beyond this investment crash finding we already know about, if firms that have audits have an even greater crash, then I think that gives a lot of credence to your story.
Thank you. Yeah, we do have some controls for growth at.
Oh, but I specifically mean interacting it. So like.
Yeah, we do have the interaction, for example, with in table 11 with the time dummies, and we do have some proxies. But your point is well taken.
Yeah, I think just interacting it with change in assets, which I didn't see.
Selman's paper is based on Greenwood et al.
Right.
Greenwood et
Right.
al. You know, there's a series of papers like that. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Oh, move on a little bit. So here's our sample selection. We begin with the entire cross-section of CRISP firms, and then we start to downloading all the scanned copies of their annual reports from Mergent archives. Then we manually collected the basic financial information and also collect additional information from the Piccola reports and other data sources. Eventually, we have a firm month level sample between October 27 and June 39, represent 694 unique firms, which is a good representation of the original sample. Then let me just quickly go through the descriptive statistics. In our sample, about 77% of firms have audited financial reports, and among which 55 are audited by Big 9 companies. Here I give you some names about in the Big 9, and the rest are audited by non-Big 9. So a quick look at the correlation matrix. The crash indicator is negatively associated with both stock returns and stock prices. It's consistent with the crash. And for audit firms, we find that larger firms and more profitable firms or more established firms are less likely to have audit. This is kind of counterintuitive. Today, we would believe that larger firms, more established firms will get more audit. But in this equilibrium, when you give them the choices, those firms are actually, larger firms and the established firms are actually less likely to obtain audit, and which suggests that firms with high information actually are more actually to get audit certification. Rahul, I saw your hands have been there for a while. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for writing a bucket. I'll start by commenting on the descriptive as well. That the younger
Sorry,
firms
can you use
is
the microphone? Yeah, not here.
I think your descriptive, that is the younger firms that tend to get audit.
Yeah.
Basically, to me, that is indicative of the idea that firms that are more prone to bubbles are the ones getting audited. If you look at a lot of bubble theories, disagreement of opinion tends to be a key part, and that tends to happen in newer business models, younger firms, not larger firms, right? So what that tells me, it connects back to the story Andrew was talking about at the beginning, but in a slightly different way. So there is a bubble going on. You know, when you're overvalued equity, it makes sense to issue capital, and those kind of firms will tend to have audits as well. So it connects back to that story. But again, the interpretation is very, very different. Bubble going on, and I take advantage of that by raising, right? I need to have an audit for that, right? So the interpretation of finding changes a lot. I mean, I still find this as a very, very intriguing paper. We ran into something very, very similar in the paper I wrote with Kathy
Yes.
Balakrishnan as well. So that's in the setting of tech bubble. What we look at is something very, very different. But we could never really conclude in that paper that it was the analyst recommendations that were driving the bubbles. The best we could conclude was that they could not crash the bubble. It happened anyway, right? So if you really want to connect it to audit here, I think the best inference you can have, and it was raised by a couple of comments on that side, is that the audit at least could not prevent it.
Well, in this paper, let
But
me clarify,
saying
be
that
clear. We don't claim that audit causes the bubble. All we're saying is audit amplifies the bubble.
Sure, even
Yeah,
amplification.
it's on the margin,
I guess
right? At the
I'm
margin.
debating that.
Yeah,
Even the
but-
amplification part, I guess I'm debating.
Okay, your point about young firms and so on, we have some determined model. We use different matching process to address your concern. Of course, the matching thing cannot never be fully addressed. Since we're empiricists, we have to rely on archival data to work on that. But for capital raising or dividends, we were careful enough to use the adjusting factors, which adjust
Just
for all the
entertaining
capital
that-
raises, dividends,
entertaining
and so
that
on.
as a part of your project itself, there is a bubble going on. What can audit do in that? And it doesn't seem like, I think that is interesting.
Yeah.
The other point I wanted to make was, I think this confirmation bias is a pretty big deal. But I think connecting it back to audits, I struggle as well. The big point of confirmation bias is you ignore signals that do not conform with what you already know, right? But I think it's harder to ignore a verified signal. compared to an unverified signal. So which says almost opposite of what you guys.
Well, the stock market was a little bit different at that moment. For example, for nowadays, you would imagine that 30 to 40% of firms are loss firms. But if you look at the stock market there, I would say most firms are profitable firms. Actually, if you look at, as I mentioned, if you look at Andrew Ross Sorkin's book, right, people were talking about the future prospects. They have very high hopes of the future, and which may drive the overconfidence in the stock market. Yes, oh, okay. Oh, Christy. Okay. Okay, Christy. Yeah.
After that,
okay.
Okay, so connecting back to trying to link this to audit.
Okay.
I was hoping you would use the text of the report more, because you pull out that it's a Big Nine auditor. And even from those two examples you showed, those reports were different, right? But you kind of treat all audit reports as pretty equal. So I wonder, can you use the variation in the signal that the audit report is sending?
Well, first of all, there's little variation in the audit reports. They only certify if the numbers are correct or not, right? There's a difference between the auditor identity. Some are certified by Big Nine versus not Big Nine, or they don't have the audit assurance at all. So maybe we can look into more details, see if there's minor differentiation. But yeah, that's my answer.
Well, one of them had a caveat, right? That we didn't certify the tax.
Oh, you mean that part? Yeah, maybe we can look into more details there. Okay, thank you for the suggestion. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry. So you mentioned the interacted model a couple of times to Andrew when I first raised my hand before Haresh skipped me in response over there. And I think it does help when you interact all the controls with Crash, but the coefficients do get a fair amount smaller.
Yep.
And to kind of steal Hans's earlier suggestion, it would be good to see like an Oster test to see how big would an omitted thing have to be to explain the results.
That's a good
More
suggestion.
assured,
We will definitely do that. Yeah. Okay. Saurabh?
Ben, I was just wondering, could you potentially match on the run-up, and then the prediction would be, given the same amount of run-up, once there's like a crash, that the crash should be bigger for the audited firms, and then maybe you're controlling, or at least matching on this unobservable that led to the same run-up?
Well, for the theory to work, the way the theory explains a bigger crash is just simply because the run-up was higher. But of course, we can do a matching of the run-up and see how the crashes are different. Okay, I need to push it on. Okay. So there's some industry distribution variation in the audit rate, as you can see here. Some industries have much higher audit rates, like machinery, consumer chemicals, and so on. Some have lower transportation, utilities, but most of those industries are in the range between 60 to 90%, I would say. And while it definitely tells us industry is an important determinant of firms' audit choices, but it's also explains, our results is not just driven by a few clustering of industries. Then I want to show you the audit rate over time. This is in our sample. As you can see, our sample firms has pretty constant audit rate, which means the audit duration is largely predetermined, or the audit duration predates the crash, which kind of alleviate the reverse causality concern that the stock price changes or crashes can affect audit choices. And just a flashback to this figure, and now going to our research design. As I said, we use dynamic event study design, where the dependent variables are either monthly stock returns or adjusted stock prices. And we have the audit indicator, crash period indicator, and the interaction term is our variable of interest. And we also include firm and time fixed effect to absorb those heterogeneities. Positive coefficient on the interaction term would be consistent with the investor protection view, suggesting audited firms have less price declines, and the negative coefficient would be consistent with the confirmation bias view. Yes, Clive.
So given that you include the firm fixed effects, I think it's pretty important to discuss in the paper how many firms actually change audit status during your sample period that go from no audit to audit or from audit to no audit, right? So my suspicion is that most firms don't have any time variation, right? So I think you need to, for statistical robustness reasons, you need to tell us how many there are. So that'd be my first point. Second point is that you don't define in the paper what the audit variable is. Like, what's the timing? So when you say audit is 1 if the firm is audited, does that mean in year T?
No, it's actually, we always match using the most recent fiscal year end with a delay, right? We use the annual meeting date to match to the.
Yeah, so it's in the current year, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
The next
so,
year.
so your story is basically that audited firms have a bubble in the pre-crash period,
Right.
and so they suffer larger negative returns during the crash period, right?
Yeah.
But your audit variable is not capturing whether they're audited during the pre-crash period, right? It's during the bubble period. It's capturing whether they're audited during the crash period. So an alternative explanation for why you find significant negative coefficient on audit times crash is that during the crash period, auditors were more conservative and they're asking their clients to write down the asset during the crash.
No, our audit variable is always lagged, like at least 5 or 6 months lagged compared to the stock price, right? It's
Yeah, but
always
what
the
you
most
really-
recent annual report.
But what you really want to capture is whether or not they're audited during the period that the bubble formed,
Okay.
right? Not just a lag of a few months.
Exactly,
Okay,
it's
to be
really hard to
consistent
say
with your-
when bubble began.
To
I
be
mean, even
consistent
for
with your
this crash.
story, you're right. Your story is about audited firms having a larger bubble compared to non-audited firms, right? That's basically why you're saying that audited firms have a bigger crash. So when you measure the audit variable, you need to measure it over that bubble period. And then the last thing I will say is that the audit variable, the coefficient on the audit variable, is capturing the difference in returns between audited and non-audited firms in the pre-crash period. And you get insignificant results for that variable, right, in your table. So I think also you need to tell us why that result is insignificant, but your bubble times audit variable in the next table is statistically significant, right? In other words, it must be that it's because your crash and bubble periods are measured differently. I think there was a difference of about 4 months. So that could be one explanation. Another possible explanation is that in your bubble tests, you don't have the main effect of audit. You only have audit times bubble. So I don't know what's going on there, but your results for the bubble period or pre-crash period are different in those two tables.
Okay, thank you for your point. So I get, I think the first point you ask is about the change in their audit, right? There's a footnote in our paper saying that about 4% of our sample firms have an audit change before and after the crash.
So
and
about
actually,
25 then?
25, yeah. And we, in the robustness test, we actually excluded that sample and keep a constant firms with constant audit. They're same audit before and after the crash. Our results are
But
same.
then you can't use the fixed effects, right?
We can use fixed effect. It won't absorb
not if the audit variable is a constant.
It's the interaction term, right? When the audit variable is
No, but I'm
constant,
talking about for the audit main effect, you can't estimate that coefficient.
Yes,
and
we
that
cannot.
coefficient is going to impact the coefficient on the interaction variable, which is audit times crash.
Right. That's what we estimate. If the audit the choice doesn't change over time period, this main effect will be absorbed by firm fixed effect. Yes. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, it seems like all the comments today have really centered on either internal validity or external validity.
Okay.
And it strikes me as this is a great candidate for maybe a mixed methods type of paper where you have a couple targeted experiments. So if you're testing a psychological theory, you can do an experiment where you see if maybe the wording of the audit opinion that is certifying the correctness of the financial statements produces something that looks like your effect, and then say, and look, it's consistent with this in the archival data. And then if you care about the generalizability, you can also think, okay, what if we change the wording of that audit opinion to be a little more like the ESG framework? And then we can speak a little more to that. And all of that maybe would help triangulate some of the concerns you're seeing.
Okay, thank you. I mean, our paper just provides the first piece of evidence that highlights a potential cost of audit assurance of course, there are a lot more to do. I mean, we can do experiments, we can do other tests in more recent settings. I mean, here we're just offering the first piece of evidence. So, okay. All right, Jun, yeah.
Thank you. So I wanted to go back to what we can infer from the results about the role of audits and whether the audited numbers play a role, if any. And this goes back to Shigata's labeling, framing idea, as well as I think Mark's comment about how this is a very unique time in U.S. history around the auditing and accounting landscape. And my point is that back then, my sense from a 1980 accounting historian piece is that in the securities prospectuses, often there was only the auditor name. There wasn't, like, they didn't have the certification in there, and often because it was, kind of so heterogeneous, often the users of the financial statements would really just rely on the auditor's reputation. And maybe this goes to your later on, like, Big Nine versus non-Big Nine test. And so I just think that, I would just maybe, again, echo the labeling positioning or a slightly different positioning of how we can infer, about the role of audits and about a policy implication, because I think that there's a lot of historical facts at this time. I mean, you know a lot more about that from the book, 1929. But I think there's a lot of historical facts about this time that, suggest that maybe this was less about what we think of today as the role of an audit or the role of auditing financial statement numbers.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, what you said, I think, is not so different from what we kind of find in the paper. Basically, we are saying holding the fundamentals constant, right? They are numbers taken from financial reports. If investors are pricing them higher, too high, maybe in the bubble period, relative to the fundamentals, why is that case? I mean, some people say this is labeling. Some people say, oh, this is due to their confidence, but it's not different from our results, right? We are saying for the same fundamentals, audit firms will have higher pricing based on the fundamentals. And then it leads to the higher crash, the larger crash afterwards. Okay? All right. Should I? Okay, I'll move on a bit. All right, then you can see we have two outcome variables. In the first regression, we didn't include the month fixed effect, so there's a big crash for unaudited firms. And on top of that, there's incremental crash for audited firms. When we include time fixed effect, it's pretty much similar. This suggests that the average monthly returns is much lower for audited firms in the crash period. When we decompose this crash period indicator into those month observations, into those quarterly interactions, 6 out of the 7 interactions are negative, while 3 of them are significant. Then we also have the price regressions. Essentially, we are comparing the price before the crash to afterwards, and it's also pretty consistent. Then the next question is, does perceived audit quality affect this dynamics? If you believe that big N auditors typically have better audit quality because of their size, their reputation, their resources, then your view is probably more consistent with the investor protection view. You would expect that, okay, they're going to experience less severe price declines. However, if the confirmation bias view was true, you would expect actually more crashes for firms that were audited by Big Nine firms, because people may have more confidence in those firms. And this is a super long table, so I break it into two. You can find that it's indeed the case that Big Nine firms audited by Big Nine had bigger crashes than non-Big Nine audited firms. Then we just reverse the side using the crash period as the benchmark and look at the price and returns in the pre-crash period, and we find probably the price increases are much higher for audit firms and also for Big Nine firms than non-Big Nine firms. This suggests that the overvaluation or overpricing was much bigger for audited firms relative to unaudited firms, especially among firms audited by Big Nine companies. Again, this a quick flashback to the figures. These patterns are kind of consistent with the confirmation bias view. There's a huge increase in valuation multiples before the crash, and then a quick convergence. This motivates our next main task, which look at valuation multiples. Yes. Yeah, Namit. Yeah.
Can I try a different thought experiment? Go back to that, just the previous
Okay.
slide you showed.
Previous. Okay.
Just your same regression. If we go back, instead of the 1929 crash, if we go to the internet bubble
Okay.
and run the same regression to replace audit with company headquartered in Silicon Valley, I think you'd find basically the same pattern. From that, would you conclude that headquartering in Silicon Valley leads to crashes?
Well, I have to think about that. I mean, you're saying it could be a labeling effect. It could be a geographic concentration effect. Here we focus on the audit certification. And I don't know how to think about that in terms of, the overvaluation relative to fundamentals. I have to think it through. And there's some papers sort of suggesting, I remember there are some papers sort of suggesting there are some issues with the audit assurance at that period. I remember it's Andy Leone's paper in CAR saying that Big Four auditors probably were more lenient during those material weakness during that period. I have to think through, yeah. Yeah, please.
Just trying to think about if it's helpful that you take more granular variation in the audit value. So let's say if you look at market reaction around the audit report, and then you link that market reaction to the subsequent valuation changes. And is it like linked to that variation rather than just whether it's like one-off, like audited versus non-audited?
Well, we're talking about something 100 years ago, and investors typically have a broad information set. It's really hard to say it's only the information coming from financial statements. There could be other public information about its product, about new technology, and so on. All we're seeing here is financial reports are used as valuation anchors. When those financial reports are endorsed by auditors, investors tend to have more confidence in the financial reports, which leads to higher valuation or higher valuation multiples over time. I mean, it's the market reaction. I think the bubble is not just formed on financial statement per se, but also all signals in its information set, right? Yes, Lisa.
So I think I didn't mean to put your slides back, but I think I'm trying to understand. So you show this constant audit rates over years. So your justification and or interpretation is that this can help support your identification assumption, which is that the auditor choice is largely exogenous to crash severity because the audit rates are basically constant over time. But this is also related to your institutional setting where you mentioned that the government actually play a less role than investors, right? This is mainly like market mechanism could work. Then, if your interpretation is correct, meaning that like investors actually actively rely on the public signal, like especially this audit signal so much, they are actually intentionally actively doing that. So I was wondering why like later investors do not engage in this market mechanism like protection, self-protection by actually asking companies to not engage in auditor selection. Then we should see actually decline in the audit risk, but we don't see that. So I just trying to understand there's a lot of like market mechanism and your interpretation of how investors actually rely on these signals.
Yeah. So investors rely. I mean, I think it's like you said. I mean, audit choice is predetermined. So actually, there's a very small number of firms, probably like Clive said, 25 firms that changed their auditization. And our argument is, in such short time period, only several quarters before and after the market peak, it's unlikely those firms will be immediately changed. Maybe it's determined by the cost benefits each firm is facing, right? We don't know. We can not observe all the cost and benefits behind their auditizations, but we do have an audit determined model later in the paper. We try to show, when we control for those determinants, our results are still robust. Yeah, John.
Hey, so I just wanted to go back to Christian's comment at the beginning about the ERCs. Do you happen to have data on the components of earnings? And if so, could you, no, okay.
No.
All right.
Okay,
All right.
I only have several minutes left, so let me push the slides a little bit more. So here we find that audit firms compared to unaudited firms have higher valuation multiples, which suggests that those firms were overpriced before. And more importantly, you can see big 9 audited firms have higher multiples and more overvaluation. And here is what I want to show you. I promised to show you before. These are opinion pieces from the Wall Street Journal. On the right, you can see 2 opinion pieces before the crash. What are people saying? Oh, the stocks were trading too high, relative to their earnings. But people were optimistic about future earnings, meaning that given the same level of earnings, we're going to price it higher, right? And all of a sudden, when the crash began, see what they say. Well, we're back to reason. You need to justify stock price based on book value of equity and earnings, right? This is a safer way for us to justify the price. For those who had not been doing that in the past 3 years, they suffer less loss. This is exactly the confirmation bias that we were proposing, we were testing in the empirical analysis. Okay, I have only a couple minutes, so later we also do some cross-sectional tests inspired by the Pecora report. The Pecora report was the result from the Pecora investigation tasked by the Congress to investigate the causes of the crash. In that report, Pecora, actually, there were 2 things that they highlighted. One is short interest, right? And we find that firms targeted by short sellers, those are more likely to be overvalued because short sellers are informed traders who can anticipate the crash and identifying overvaluation. We find results consistent with our expectation. When the stocks are more overvalued, they will have more bubbles and more crashes. We show both. And we also test a variable using whether the firm is subject to stock pools or not. Those are collective trading by a group of investors engaged in buying and selling together. And according to some prior finance papers like Mahoney, Zhang et al., this is a proxy for informed trading, which means there is less bubble and less crash. And again, this is consistent. So I want to show you these figures. Basically, I mean, it's kind of very surprising for us at first blush. We find that larger firms and younger and older firms or more established firms actually had a less audit. The audit rate is much lower. Then we did this logistic model and the multinomial logit for the audit determinant model. The results are basically consistent with our correlation matrix. We find that these larger firms and more established firms are less likely to have audit, to choose audit. Then based on the determinant model, we had used the propensity score matching. As you can see in table 1, panel A, in table 9, panel A, there are no significant differences in the firm characteristics. Then we use the matched sample to run the test for both the crash and bubble period, and we find consistent results. Then in table 2, if you remember, in the descriptive statistics, there's industry variation. So we match within each industry and match by size. Here's a balanced matching for of our sample firms. Using this subsample or matched sample, we also produce similar results. And lastly, this is what we mentioned. I mentioned before, when we interact each of those covariates with the time indicators, our results are still consistent, even though it's slightly smaller. So let me close with some concluding remarks here. Overall, our evidence is at odds with the conventional view that mandatory audit could have tempered the 1929 crash. Instead, our evidence suggests that audit may foster a misplaced confidence in some stocks, and probably due to confirmation bias. So what's the implication of our study? Well, as I have explained, there are a lot of emerging areas where regulators and standard setters are debating about extending audit requirements into those areas. We think it's important for us to think through about all the costs and benefits, and all we are doing here is to highlight one potential cost of audit. We are not saying audit mandate is not good or not. again, we have a reduced equilibrium. And this overconfidence has been emphasized by Colonel Carter in his 1933 Congress hearing, and it has been highlighted by Andrew Ross Sorkin in recent book. And here, I think it's a good time to revisit this cost. With that, thank you so much for your questions and feedback. We can chat off the line. Yeah, thank you.
All right, before I hand over the mic to Lawrence to introduce the last paper, just a couple of things, important things. First one is we can't find the remote advancer. I checked Glazer's bag, it's not in there, so. No, there was one before that. It's disappeared. Anyway, we'll keep looking for it. If you find it under your table or somewhere, we'd like it back. So before again we get started, I want to spend a few minutes talking about giving out some awards. As you know, no journal can survive without a great set of reviewers. Joy is very lucky, grateful to have an amazing set of reviewers. As you know, we publish a variety of methods, and therefore we rely on a variety of reviewers. And you all do a great job, and the editors are very aware of that. And in that vein, every year we try to, and it's not easy, but we try to identify those reviewers who go above and beyond in terms of the job that they do for us, in terms of reviewing. And again, it is hard, but we tend to look at metrics like quantity, quality, timeliness, and so on. This is again to show that we really care about the job that you guys do for us, and we're very thankful for that. So again, this year we're going to give this award to 3 reviewers we felt have consistently gone above and beyond. So I'll get right to it. So Daniele Maciocchi. I wanted to walk all the way and come up here, hear the applause. Thank you so much. Yeah, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. And we'd also like to recognize Alan Huang. Alan? Thank you. Congratulations. There's a third award. I don't have it with me, the plaque, because the person is not here. He couldn't make it. Thomas Bouveau. So, thank you very much. Yes. So again, thanks for everyone, and I'll pass it over now to Lawrence. Go for it.
Thanks, Rash. Lisa asked me to have 2 housekeeping announcements. The first, you can leave everything on the table when you leave tonight, because the room is secure and sealed. So if you want to leave your papers, that's possible. And the second thing is there will be a free shuttle bus to the restaurant, leaving at 6 from the studio, I think, right, Lisa? From here, from here. So those are the 2 announcements. We want to introduce Grace. Yes. Sorry, yes. So same rules, just take it away. Oh, you have that one.
Thank you. Can you all hear me well back there? Yeah, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Grace from Singapore Management University. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you very much for including our paper to the program. And we also want to thank the editors and the referee for their wonderful comments to help improve the paper. So this paper I'm going to present is co-authored with Zhu Nguyen and Shi Wu from UC Berkeley. In this paper, we want to ask a question whether regulatory disclosure of a very special type of information, which is environmental justice information, using a very special type of tool, EJ Screen, which is an online mapping tour, could lead to better environmental justice outcomes by influencing regulatory scrutiny, public attention, and also firm responses. So what is environmental justice? We all know that environmental pollution is very harmful for human health. However, what is less obvious to some people is that for certain population, environmental burden on them is higher. For example, for people with low income and people of color, they often face a disproportionately high level of environmental pollution due to systematic or structural reasons. So according to the two landmark reports in the 1980s by the Government Accountability Office and Chavez and Lee, there was a very high correlation between the location of minority groups and the location of heavily polluting factories. And what's worse, these people, vulnerable community, often lack the proper resource or knowledge or the capacity to mitigate the harm of environmental pollution. As a result, environmental justice concerns arise when environmental pollution overlap with social vulnerability. And back in the 1990s, an executive order designated the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, or the EPA, to explicitly address environmental justice concern. So one such example of environmental injustice is the Cancer Alley. It is a nickname for a stretch of 85 miles land along the Mississippi River in the state of Louisiana. So this place was transformed from previous collection of old plantations, and it became a very heavily populated industry complex as well, with a lot of polluting factories. And these places also have a very large population of people of minority race. It got its name because the cancer risk of people living in this area was found to be 800 times higher compared to an average American. And this type of existing health condition also make them more vulnerable during the recent pandemic. So in the early 2023 era, it was found that this area see the largest death toll during COVID time. So that's why we need to act to help this vulnerable community to mitigate the harm of this environmental pollution. Okay, as part of the agenda to enhance environmental justice, the EPA has been using different type of data tours to help them screen for areas with more environmental justice concerns so that they can divert more regulatory attention and resources to the places. And one such tour is called Environmental Justice Screening and Mapping Tour, or EJ Screen, going forward. This EJ Screen is a tour designed by the EPA that integrate previously available but dispersed information on environmental pollution and social vulnerability. Basically is the percentage of population in a certain location that are of low income status and people of color, and then integrate them into one environmental justice index and present this type of information on a color-coded user-friendly map. So this tour, EJ Screen, was originally launched in 2012, so for the use of EPA and their partners, and it was publicly shared with the public in 2015. So here is just a snapshot of what the tour looks like. As you can see, we have a map of the United States, and on this map, you can see different type of pollutant, for example, PM 2.5 and ozone. Okay, for each pollutant, there is an environmental justice index. And areas with a higher environmental justice concern relating to that pollutant will be given a brighter color on the map. Okay, the brighter the color, the more severe the environmental justice situation is on that place. So it's very easy for people to just see where to look at, right, in the very vast landscape of United States. So our research question is, does regulatory disclosure of environmental justice information using EJ Screen would enhance environmental justice outcomes? Okay, first, does it lead to a change in regulatory scrutiny and public attention towards places with high EJ concerns? And second, does it improve environmental justice outcomes, which we define as having firm pollute less in those areas with more EJ concern. Okay, to examine our questions, we adopt a design which exploit the staggered internal and external launches of EJ Screen in 2012 and 2015. And we first look at whether there are any change in regulatory scrutiny and public attention to EJ in high EJ concern areas. And then next, we look at whether firm response by looking at pollutants that could be tied to a particular facility and can be tied to a firm, which are the toxic chemical released from the TRI program and the greenhouse gas emission from the greenhouse gas reporting program. Okay, we use the difference in differences analysis, and we define the treatment as areas that have a high EJ concern highlighted on the map, basically, which are the areas with an above 80 percentile in their EJ index. So what do we find? We find that after the internal launch of EJ Screen in 2012, we see an increase in regulatory scrutiny in high EJ concern areas, which is prompted by the frequency of EPA inspections for facilities located there. And after the public launch in 2015, we find that there is an increase in public attention prompted by the amount of NGO campaigns targeting facilities parents who are located in high EJ areas, and also an increase in Google searches for the keyword EJ and environmental justice. So next, we also look at weather firm response. We first see that after the internal launch in 2012, we see a reduction of toxic chemicals, which is heavily regulated by the EPA. And after the public launch in 2015, we also see a spillover effect of EJ Screen, where we see a reduction in greenhouse gas, which is not directly regulated under the EPA program, but receive a lot of public attention. And we also exploit a similar tour in the state of California, which is called CalEnviroScreen. And we look at some different research design there, and we find consistent results. So that is my the overall research question and the results. So I will be happy to take questions now. So I think Christina's first.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thanks, Grace. Very interesting paper. So I have a comment and a question.
Mhm.
Comment is you have another event to potentially examine in this study or in a different paper. Starting in February 2025, this tool is no longer publicly available. So you kind of have a reversal. And second, EPA is giving, as far as I know, it's giving environmental justice grants to local communities to increase awareness. And the data on these grants is available starting in 2000. So you may use that to kind of to connect your regulatory scrutiny with public attention, because they were giving these grants to, we are talking about low income, population that is not aware, that lacks expertise to understand the consequences and all of that. So there was some inflow of grants into these communities. So maybe there is more, again, not sure whether it's in this paper or a separate paper to examine also the role of grants.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we are aware of the tour no longer available, but I think so that's why it make it more meaningful to study whether it has any effect. And thank you for your suggestion on the grants. Yeah, so because grants is one of the way how EPA has been helping those more disadvantaged communities. Yeah. Thank you very much. And by the way, my co-authors are taking notes, so all your helpful comments will be recorded. And I think here, thank you.
So I think it's a very interesting paper. I'm not sure about the framing of it as a disclosure, because you have that internal rollout that has effects, and it's difficult for me to think about an agency disclosing information to itself, but maybe you can elaborate on that a little bit more. You also acknowledge very clearly in the paper that you can't pinpoint what element of the tool is helpful. But I think the more that you could press on that area, the bigger contribution that you can make, and the more that it can inform other regulators. And I wonder if you're underselling the test in table 1 of the appendix, where you find that it's, I think, not just most pronounced, but only in that overlap. So I wonder what you're capturing is a regulatory body defining a construct, right? Because if we don't know what environmental justice is, how can we target it? And I think having a very clean way to measure that could be helpful both to the regulators and to the NGOs and the public in terms of pressure. So just would encourage you to think a little bit more about your construct. Is it disclosure, or is it a tool that allows people to get more agreement on what the construct means?
Oh, thank you very much for both of your points. So your first point was like why would regulator also react to this launch of this tool? And so actually brings us back to why the EPA start to design and use EJ Screen. Like previously, before EJ Screen, different regional offices. By the way, there were like 10 different regional offices in that EPA operates, and each regional offices have some of their own tour to try to screen for high environmental justice concern area. But those tours, first, they were not consistently used across different offices. And second, the type of pollutant or indicators they use to screen on are not consistent. And lastly, those tours that were before EJ Screen were basically based on some type of separate environmental or social economic information. And then the agents working in EPA have to kind of manually overlap the two things to try to figure out which area have more higher EJ concerns, so they're not user-friendly. So even before, so actually the reason for the establishment of EJ Screen was to first to help all the regional offices to come up with a more consistent, user-friendly tour to do their job. It was actually during a tour of other regional offices by the deputy administrator in EPA back in 2009 that brought up these questions, so that they start to have a task force for this. Okay, so that's why we also try to see whether the regulator have some type of like response to the launch of this tour. And second is about your comment on whether we can do a better job to identify which element here was driving the results. And I agree with you. I think first off, for having the construct of E and J together as environmental justice is one of the major improvement, especially for the public launch, right? Because a lot of the time people don't think about EJ at all. They think about these two concepts as a very separate thing. But we do have tests in our empirical tests where first we exploit some features of the map in terms of the coloring scheme. So I think our result can partially speak to the visual feature. And second, because of the existence of this dispersed information previously, and the reason why we see some other effects because of the integration of these two concepts, it could be one driver. And we hope we could have like a more powerful test where we can isolate each element, like whether there is like same map and no color before, or same user-friendly assets, but E and J separate. So it's a little bit hard to cleanly do that. And if we are able to do it, that would be great. But that's why we are staying back a little bit to acknowledge that we might not have very strong tests that can directly isolate each element, but we're trying. Yes, I see several hands around there, and I think the purple person, and I will go to you. Yes.
Thank you, Grace. So,
Yeah.
very interesting paper. I would love to see more discussion and maybe empirical tests around firm responses,
Okay.
because most of the arrows are going in there and out of there, right?
Mhm.
So, and the reason I say this is twofold. One, at a really broad level, when it comes to reducing pollution at a localized level, we wonder, is that happening because firms are engaging in some sort of reallocation, either in
Mhm.
production, which maybe not all firms can do anyways,
Yeah.
or are they actually investing in pollution abatement technologies? The second reason is the cool result you have is one type of pollution gets reduced and the other one doesn't, and it happens under different types of scrutiny.
Mhm.
But that somewhat has an underlying assumption, or seems to have an assumption, that firms, whatever they do, that they're making a choice between reducing one type of pollution versus another. And there's some literature showing that depending on what actions firms take, that there might be co-benefits, that if I reduce production in a certain way, or a certain abatement technology might reduce multiple types of pollution. So I think because the firm response is so important, it would really complete the loop if we had at least some discussion or anecdotal evidence or empirical evidence on what are those firm responses, how do they vary at the facility level, and then how do they map to those pollution results. I think it would really complete the layout that you have here.
Okay, thank you very much for the comment. So I agree. I think firm response is something that we are interested in because they are the ultimate people who can control the pollutant. And So first of all, we do look at some firm response in terms of like shifting, whether they are shifting their pollution away from high EJ concern area to low EJ concern area. So we haven't found a very consistent, significant result in terms of shifting. And second, in terms of whether firms are trading off between reducing one type of pollutant over the other, I first want to clarify that we're not saying that we find result for one pollutant but not another, but because there is a timing difference in the two launches. So when it is still internally used by the EJ screen, EJ screen is internally used by the EPA. The public do not have access to this tool yet, and we already see results for toxic chemical releases, and that's why we believe it's more coming from the regulator side, and we didn't see any result for greenhouse gas before 2015. But after 2015, we see a larger, very significant response for greenhouse gas in high EJ concerns areas. So that's why we think that this evidence is suggesting they are different pollutant or responding to different type of pressure. Because for greenhouse gas, it is not an actual pollutant that could kill people. And that's why it is not within the EPA's regulatory framework for a very long time. And only until recently they put on some kind of limit, but before there wasn't even like an emission limit that the facility could produce or not. Yeah.
And my short follow-up then is, okay, so then what are firms doing? I think that's another way to think about my question. What are firms doing that leads to this result?
Yeah, so we believe that they are like probably like improving their production, and also they're more aware when they are dealing with the community. So I do have some anecdote to share. Some firms actually talk about EJ screen and how they use it in their sustainability report. So that is one way we think that at least the firms are aware of the consequence of their production and pollution on the local community, especially when they're vulnerable. Yes, I think there is one hand over there for a long time, and then I'll go. Yeah, I would come to here. Yes.
Yeah, that very interesting paper. I'm wondering with the greenhouse gas result, what's exactly the mechanism for that? Because you were mentioning it's not really a pollutant, but it's also not, the effect is not really local. So it can, so there's not really some incentive from local general public to pressure the firms to reduce greenhouse emission. Maybe it's more the NGOs who, if they see it, and then they put more pressure. And then that also raises the question whether it's some kind of inefficient supervision. Maybe it's not the most efficient for those firms to reduce greenhouse emissions, but rather for some other firms located in non-EJ areas to do that. And that, so there are two layers there. One is what's the mechanism that there's an effect on there, and then given that you see an effect, whether it's maybe somewhat unintended.
Yeah, whether there is some unintended consequence. Yes. So I think it's a good time to talk about the EJ screen a little more and what people can see it, and then how firms might possibly respond by reducing their pollution, or especially for greenhouse gas. So I think we cover most of these. Like EJ screen was a map-based, web-based online mapping tool, but most importantly, it is the first nationally consistent, publicly available, and a user-friendly map that provide users with integrated EJ information. And what is presented on EJ screen is based on EJ index. So EJ index is the interaction between an environmental indicator and a demographic index. Demographic index is simple. It's basically the average of the percentage of people of color and percentage of people of low income for a given census block. So this is a very granular measure available at a census block level, which with a population of 600 to 3,000 people. And for environmental indicators, there are, they plan to put up 12 in the 2015 initial launch, but due to data availability, they were only able to put up 8. So basically these environmental indicators cover air pollution, water pollution, and proximity to highways and other very heavily polluting facilities. And these data actually were available in other sources. Like for environmental pollution, we can find it across different EPA programs and some partners, such as the air quality monitor stations. And for demographic data, we can get it from American Community Surveys. But EJ Screen aggregates all this dispersed information together and create this new EJ index. And EJ indexes were presented on the map based on percentile. And EPA considered the 80th percentile filter as the initial starting point. As they say, right, any of these EJ indexes that are above the 80th percentile indicate a need for further review. Okay, so this is where we can see the map, and as you can see, when we click on the map with a very bright color, we can see the breakdown of each index and the percentile. Okay, we can look for, scroll the list to look at different pollutants. And then what's interesting, you can also get a very detailed community report with more information. And there's this part, the part where firms can be directly targeted on the map. We can see the facility located in a particular area, who is its parent firm, right? And also its address. Okay, so this is a very important feature of the map, we believe, where people or the user of the map could easily identify a firm to do it. Okay, and so the NGOs is here. They use EJ Screen to quote that when they try to appeal a court ruling for a company, Formosa, to build a chemical complex in a cancer alley back in 2021, they use EJ Screen to quote that we are at a place where the community is very vulnerable. Okay, and then they also mentioned that the project itself, pollution project itself, is also going to emit a lot of greenhouse gas. So this project was going to emit more than 14 million tons of greenhouse gas. So this is one example how advocacy or the NGO activists is going to link a company, right, and all its environmental performance when they use EJ Screen information. So that is why we think it's reasonable to also look at greenhouse gas emission as a related outcomes. And also the firms, they also know that they also include EJ Screen in their sustainability report, as if they say that this is one firm called Waste Connections, and then they say that they utilize EPA EJ Screen to evaluate the demographic attributes of the locations of their plants.
Right. Can I
Okay,
just
so I
jump in?
got a lot of.
Can I just jump in, because I had the same reaction as I think the issue with greenhouse gas emissions is that the emissions coming out of companies that are located in this high EJ index areas, that does not result in more pollution contained in those areas, right?
Yeah, it has
that
a
air pollution
global
goes
impact.
away. So the thing is, and in fact, to the extent there's economic activity that is constrained in that local area, it might actually harm the residents of that area. So it's the response that you're finding that there's a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. I think we're just trying to understand the mechanism, because it does not, unlike TRI and chemical disclosures, chemical releases that are local, these effects are not going to be local. So this is where it would help us understand what is the mechanism driving the second result.
Yeah, and Marcus, you have your hand for a long time. Is it a related question?
Yeah, very, very related. So that's why I can keep it short. So I think all of those comments were in that direction that, of course, the TRI stuff and the greenhouse gases, they are co-pollutants. So it makes sense that GHG goes down if TRI goes down too, but you're seeing it in different periods, which is a bit interesting. And then the question is, of course, that especially the GHG happens in 2016 and later, which many of the studies we have on disclosure, etc., all show that after 2016 there's a decline in GHG, but that's because we had the Paris Accord around that time. And I think many of the places that you're looking at, those are the places where we have all these big factories, so that they get more pressure. Makes a lot of sense differentially, but it's unclear that this is directly related to this TRI. So I think along the lines of the comments from before, it would be very useful to know why they would stagger this in that way, that they first do only the TRI stuff and then afterwards the GHG, although the GHG really has nothing to do with local health.
Yeah, thank you very much for both of you for the questions. So the first question is why greenhouse gas, right? The mechanism we have in mind is that, as you can see from this example, the attention towards firm located in high EJ area, it brings people directly to target a particular facility and a particular firm. And when they target a firm, they are going to care about broader environmental performance of the firm. So as in this example shows that they also care about the greenhouse gas. And one way they are doing it, it probably could appeal to a public, a bigger audience, and to get support, right? Because you say pollutant is more local, but greenhouse gas effect could be more global. It makes people all feel more relevant. So that is why we think the mechanism of the broader reduction in terms of greenhouse gas is coming from the public pressure of the firm in general to become greener. Okay. And the second question of why greenhouse gas after 2016, and we do have like, yeah, later we have a slide exactly that address that is, yeah, we are aware of the passage of Paris Agreement in 2015, but we find that the reduction of greenhouse gas is the highest in the intersection with high environmental pollution and also high social vulnerability. So that interaction, it would not be explained by greenhouse gas, not explained by the Paris Agreement, because Paris Agreement should target firms with high greenhouse gas overall, but not in high EJ areas. So we believe that that is one very strong reason we believe it is not the Paris Agreement. And second is our achievement is based on the map feature that turns on about the 80th percentile. And we believe that is also another kind of empirical task we do to try to get closer to the question, like whether is it the map or something else. Yes. Sorry, I know there was like a lot of questions around there. I could not remember who asked first, so maybe like, yeah, but Jeff.
Yeah, so I guess one of the things I'm having a hard time sort of understanding is that, the papers about whether regulatory disclosure can, like what the implications of that would be. And so you've got, as people have talked about, the focus on this particular tool, EJ Screen, and how it links together pollution with environmental, or with like social implications for an environmental justice score. But then you also look at greenhouse gas emissions, and for greenhouse gas emissions, you're using the greenhouse gas reporting program from the EPA, and that rolled out, also very similar time period, right? 2010 it started. It was 2 years where it was not public, and then after that it became public with like a 1 year delay, I think, and they also introduced a tool that made it actually, the flight tool, which you mentioned in the paper, which made it much easier to actually use that information. So, you could imagine that you could have just flipped the paper and focused on greenhouse gas emissions and the rollout of the greenhouse gas reporting program and the flight tool, and then used the EJ screen, in a sense, like, use the environmental justice is sort of like the spillover effects test. But I wonder whether you would have come to the same conclusions if you had done it the other way. But when both programs rolled out the same way. So if you could just kind of help me understand the choice to focus on environmental justice versus greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. I think first of all, the greenhouse gas program that did not roll out around like the same time with the EJ Screen. It started in 2010, and EJ Screen became public in 2015. And second, on EJ Screen, as you can see from the screenshot, it did not have like a greenhouse gas environmental indicators. So that's why we call it a spillover effect, because greenhouse gas is not explicitly targeted by EJ Screen because it was not directly regulated by the EPA. So if we were like turn things around, there was no reason exactly to believe that with the rollout of greenhouse gas reporting program, whether firms in high EJ area would have reacted differently to the program compared to places with low EJ concern. So that's why we believe our setting is powerful in the sense that it is a tour about EJ, and then we find results about the pollution reaction that are concentrated in high EJ concern area, not only high environmental pollution area. So another thing we can offer is anecdotal evidence, but we do run tests on whether there are more lawsuits against companies when they both mention environmental justice and also include greenhouse gas as part of their appeals. And we do find a significant increase in those, we call it EJ-related greenhouse gas court rulings. We do see an increase in after 2015. So that is also helped to address some of the concern, whether it is purely Paris Agreement driving the result. We believe that these type of corroborating evidence could support that it is something about the EJ. And greenhouse gas is basically something that people also target because it receives a lot of attention. If you look at all the sustainability report, people talk about their greenhouse gas emissions so much more than the actual pollutant, like toxic they emit. Yes, and you? Yes.
Yeah, I would be interested in the particular measure because I think I completely agree that environmental justice is an important concept, but it's also, it seems a little bit unique to me, at least compared to other kind of social impact measures, that it's strongly driven by the proportion of vulnerable people. So it's not capturing, if I understood you correctly, the exposed population. So there are other measures, so for example, the risk screening environmental indicator that do like a more, I don't know, more standard approach, I would say, something like toxic chemicals times exposed population. So one thing I would be interested is that maybe it's highly correlated, but maybe not so. And if not, then it might be interesting to pick another outcome measure that is more, takes basically exposed population into consideration, and then have some, maybe some districts, high exposed population versus high justice, and see whether maybe this regulatory intervention makes a shift where some other areas that have like a high population but lower social aspects suddenly get less attention, maybe less visits, and basically so basically getting it, is there a certain trade-off of this, or is it just a purely beneficial thing for everyone?
Yeah, so thank you for your comments. And the second one, you're also getting at whether there is some type of shifting, and which is what we, as my earlier response, we don't find there is significant shifting across different areas for firms with multiple locations of multiple facilities across different locations. And
No,
for the first one,
I was not shifting from countries, but rather whether there are some other areas that would be high on a different type of measure, which doesn't take social justice into consideration, but more like population density or something. There's a shift in attention.
Okay, thank you. Because you're talking about the measure, I think it's a good time I could also run for a few slides where I go to the empirical design and the measure. So the hypothesis development, I think we have already covered part of this, because why do we believe EJ screen could affect regulators' behavior? It was from my previous response, it make the information more easily accessible even for regulators, and also become more consistent across different regional offices. And then second, for the public launch, people are able to use all the information and target particular firms. So it would make, it could potentially attract more attention from the public. However, because all the information that are used to construct EJ indexes are already available before the appearance of EJ screen. So if people really want to learn about EJ, they could have done this practice themselves to collect the data and create the index. So ultimately, we believe it's an empirical question whether we can find an effect for EJ screen. And whether firm will respond, right? Some of you also asked the question before. Yes, they care about their image, reputational pressure, and also scrutiny from both the regulator and the public. But we also believe that they will react differently depending on the pollutant, because PRI is more sensitive to regulatory scrutiny because they're heavily regulated, but greenhouse gases like attract more public scrutiny because people care about greenhouse gas. And how do we come up with a research design that goes back to the measure? So we construct our treatment as the percentage of all the EJ indexes that are ranked above the 80th percentile of a given census block. Okay, the reason why we choose this type of treatment variable is because, as you can see from the map just now, only those that are ranked above the 80th percentile will have a color on the map. And also, if you look at how EPA think about this issue, they think that what is the starting point of a further review candidate is that when one of these indexes are above the 80th percentile. So that's why we construct our treatment in this way. But what I'm hearing you saying that is that why don't we use some raw measures of these indexes, right? Like of the indicators, for example, the level of pollution, the level of the demographic vulnerability, and try to interact it ourselves and see whether the treatment would, or do the treatment other way, whether we see similar results or not. Yeah, so we have done some similar exercise on that, and which is when I go to the result, first we do a 2x2 analysis of identifying high versus low environmental pollution and high versus low demographic index, where we decompose these elements. And we also had, in some earlier versions of the paper, we have also put in the raw environmental pollution indicators and the raw demographic indicators. So basically, we try to control for these underlying E and J aspect, and we still find an effect coming out for the interaction, which is the EJ. Yeah, so that's why we believe our results are more driven by EJ. And that is also our rationale for constructing the treatment, because we want to align with the feature and EPA's mindset. I saw a lot of hands over there. With you first.
So in 2015, the EPA launched a cross-state air pollution rule that led to, I think, a cap and trade on nitrogen oxides and sulfur dioxide associated, co-pollutants associated with fossil fuel burning. And so that's January 1st, 2015. And so then at that point, you had to sort of reduce those pollutants, which likely means reducing your fossil fuel. And so that could explain at least some of the greenhouse gas emissions that sort of go down. But it was only launched in, I think, something like 25 states. So I wonder whether if you sort of control for those states and sort of look at exactly those states, the state year fixed effects might pick it up, but this was specifically a cross-state line concern. So like I have factories on one side of the state line, and in another state, they're affected by the pollutants. And so I'm not sure whether the state fixed effects pick it up like this, but that could be worthwhile looking at.
Yeah, thank you for the information. And also, I agree a lot of the questions here are about whether it is about something else, right? So that's why we want to construct the treatment that is very close to the map display feature, although we are not trying to say that all the results are driven by the visual feature. But I think it helps to draw out some of these alternative like events that are driven the result. And also, I think the cross-sectional tests also help. We see that the reduction will be larger in places where there were more attention towards EJ. So if it is about these other programs, then the results should not vary based on whether people care more about EJ in that state versus not. So I think that would be my response. And yes, Steve.
Sorry, I'm just getting a little bit confused in some of the. So for when you're looking at emissions, where it's the 2012 launch, EJ index is time invariant, right? It's the 2008 to 2012. Okay, so I was getting a little fuzzy on that. So one thing I'm kind of worried about in the background is that EJ index, it partially captures high pollution in the pre-period, right? That's part of the construction of the index. And so it can be picking up statistical regression to the mean, where you just have this. It was high in the pre-period. Well, of course, it's going to be lower, right? Anytime you put a high indicator in,
about mean reversion. Yeah. So about this, first of all, we control for facility fixed effect. So it's like if there is some kind of base level, then the facility fixed effect would kind of like demean or the observation. So that would be one thing. And second is that in terms of whether those places are like high pollution to begin with, I think we can look at some of these like statistics. So we basically in this correlation table, we look at the correlations between environmental pollution and the demographic indicators. And as we expect, there is a positive correlations between the two dimensions, but they're not too high. So that means that we are able to identify places that are having a higher EJ, but not purely because of the E element. So basically, so the two responses, first we have like control for the baseline, but second, there are variations that are not purely coming from like a high pollution to begin with. And also if you look at our test, the pollutant we're using are not the pollutant that are directly used to construct the EJ index in these elements. So the problem of these type of pollutant indicator is that a lot of them are not attributable to the firm level. For example, PM2.5 and ozone, because they are air, they can flow everywhere. So that's why we choose the pollutant that can be measured at a firm and facility level. Yeah, so I think that would partly
I thought those
mitigate
two
some
were
of
in the emissions, right?
Which one?
Those are in the emissions dependent variable?
Yeah, but they are not measured by a particular facility, like PM2.5, for example. We don't have a very reliable measure of a facility emission of PM2.5 because they are things that can flow in the air. And a lot of these other indicators, if you look at it, is a proximity to a certain site. It means that within the 5 kilometers, how many polluting facilities are located near a place. So that's why we are not very concerned that the result we're picking up is just mean reversion.
Could you just directly, I mean, I didn't see you discuss it in the paper, maybe I missed it. It would be good to have some more discussion of it. And could you just directly show?
Also we have a result on the RDD design
the RDD
around
helps
80.
a lot. Yeah, that helps a lot.
So we haven't put it in the paper. We look at PM2.5 and also ozone as the outcome, and we do see a very sharp reduction of PM2.5 as well, around the 80 percentile cutoff. but we haven't included in the paper because also it's not something that is measured at the firm level, but it's something experiment that we have done. And in the CalEnviro screen test that I would talk about in a bit, we also find, using RDD, we find a sharp decrease around the places where the environmental EJ issue is more visual on the map.
I think what would just help me kind of understand, I kind of got lost there a little bit. What would help me to just understand is like, what is the correlation between the 2008 and 2012 toxic emissions and the 2012 EJ screen scores? Is it really high or really low? Just knowing that would just help me out a lot.
The treatment is basically we use a constant treatment because we believe that, well, first of all, these EJ data do not change easily. Yeah, it's something kind of like a predetermined treatment status for these facilities. And also, we don't want to use a time varying measure because we are measuring pollutant during our sample period, so we don't want our treatment status keep changing. So that's one reason why we're doing this treatment. And I think now is a good time to also go through some of the results. We find an increase in inspections after 2012, but also if you look at the dynamics, we also find an increase in EPA inspections for facilities located in high EJ area after 2015 as well. So we believe it talks a bit about the EPA also care about public image when they know that the public are also watching the EJ screen. And we look at NGO campaigns, we find that there is an increase in NGO campaigns against parent firms who have facilities in high EJ areas, and it only shows up after 2015. We don't see any significance level before the public launch of EJ screen. And about the pollution reduction, we see a lot of, yes. Yes. Yeah, a hand, yes.
Okay, so a lot of comments so far were about like endogeneity. So like during this period, there are lots of like increases in EPA enforcement, the Paris Agreement, and other like new regulations that likely could have led to this result. And the fact that like the if you look at the trend analysis, don't find like persistent effects per se. So I don't think that necessarily helps in addressing endogeneity. So I was thinking whether you could utilize so in order to really attribute your findings to the EJ screen itself, whether you could utilize this 80 threshold. So if you look at the earnings management literature, we see that a lot of firms, they have the strongest incentive to manipulate earnings when they're just below their zero threshold because they don't want to report losses or they don't want to be seen as missing their earnings target. So rather than just if you go back to the research design slide, could you look at look for any evidence of but reductions in emissions among firms that are just below the 80% threshold? Because they know that once they pass that threshold, they're all of a sudden subject to much greater public scrutiny and oversight. And I think that'd be a pretty clean way to attribute your findings to the EJ screen rather than other regulatory changes that are unlikely to have this great change around the 80% threshold.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's a good point. We can explore the treatment as what you suggested. Yeah, but we also have some RDD design that we explored, and also we have the other CalEnviro screen test that is using similar features.
Yeah, but when I looked at the RDD, there wasn't actually any evidence of reductions right below the threshold, which actually I thought was inconsistent with your story, because if firms know that if once they pass, they're gonna have all these issues, I would think that they would try really hard to reduce their emission if they're at 75 or 78 percentile.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's something that we could explore. And but in addition, I think there are two results that could also help address endogeneity. First one is this 2x2 design. I think we want to look at whether the effect is concentrated in areas with both high environmental pollution and high demographic group, because otherwise we could not commonly attribute the result to EJ or the EJ screen launch. So we find the most significant and also largest reduction in only these high groups. So this gives us some confidence that we are picking up some effect from EJ aspect. And also we have this cross-sectional results that our reduction varies based on attention to environmental justice specifically, but not overall environmental concerns. So we believe this also provides some evidence that is due to EJ screen or at least EJ, but not other things. Okay, and I think this would be an interesting result to show. We have some suggested evidence that there is an improvement in the health outcome. There are less people suffer from asthma in states with high EJ index after the introduction of EJ screen, but mostly only after the public launch period. We don't find it in the earlier period. Okay, and this additional analysis this is a slide I'm saying, I know a lot of questions will come up about this, so that's why we also look at a similar tour of CalEnviroscreen. The good thing about this tour is that it was launched before the Paris Agreement. It was launched in 2013, and then you have some later launch. And what's also good about this tour is that it has one EJ score, so it doesn't have like a list of different EJ scores. Each EJ index is like the EJ screen, but it has one composite EJ score where we can better leverage the RDD feature, and we do have the result in the paper that we find a bigger reduction around the cutoff. And here we do a standard diff in diff and also a stack D. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Probably my question, I was trying to ask it earlier. It's a little bit about research design, a little bit about Susan's question. Is this AT cutoff fully exogenous? Because I think everything is dependent on a color, right? So if it's red, that it gets attention from NGOs and public, especially. But I was looking a little bit at the map of California, so 80% and above are all Republican counties. California seems like, but if you move the color red to 70, some Democratic counties will get in. So just institutionally, how was 80 determined to be red? And below 80 is yellow.
Yeah, so I think you have two questions. Like first is like whether the 80 percentile cutoff is exogenous. So I would not call it exogenous because it's something that the EPA determine themselves. They think that 80 percentile.
Right. I was wanting to know how they determine 80 because I don't know about the overall map of the United States, but look at California. It felt like 80 was very exceptional.
Yeah, so I think like first off about the 80 percentile cutoff is something that they determine to screen for candidates of further review, and I would not call it exogenous, but for the public, there is no reason that they would only care around the 80 percentile. So we believe that the treatment variables for the public launch and the subsequent responses is more likely coming from information given by the tour. So that's why we believe more or less exogenous in that sense. And so the second question you're saying that is like you don't see like a very big differences around the 80 cutoff for the areas around California. Yeah.
No, I was just saying that by moving the color one notch down, different type of counties will get into the screen area, right? If they're screening red, and if you move their color just one notch down, very different type of counties will get into the screen. And bringing some attention from NGOs. So my question was if the determinants of who determined 80 and how it was determined, and there feels like there's some political considerations that could be taken into account when 80 was determined, at least looking at California county.
Okay, thank you. So according to the existing documentation, I could not answer the question like why do they decide on 80, but that is something they have decided on. And whether it is the result is like kind of correlated to some other thing, including like kind of political like engagement. We do control for political engagement using a proxy of how many people voter turn out for the presidential election. And we also control for some urban characteristics, including population density and so I think that could be one way to try to control for some of these elements. And also the state interacted with year fixed effect because a lot of these political ideology and values are more at a state level. So these are some of our effort towards trying to rule out these other factors influencing the results. Yes. Yeah, I think you first.
I struggled a bit with the interpretation that the toxic chemicals respond to the internal attainment of the tool and that the greenhouse gas emissions responded to the public scrutiny, just because with these pesky real effects, they're like semi-trucks that take wide right turns. And so unless you have a handle on the timing, of when you would expect them to happen. It's hard to know if like the greenhouse gas emissions are just a delayed effect to the internal scrutiny or if they happen because of the public pressure. I think you've heard this comment about timing, but I think that's really key, especially if you're trying to use the California setting to talk about it's an alternative, it prevents the alternative explanation of the Paris Agreement. Because if it happened instantaneously, that happened in 2015, which was the year of the Paris Agreement. So I think, again, nailing down the timing is important. And then I would just personally back off the interpretation that, you line up the toxic chemical closer response to the regulatory scrutiny and the greenhouse gas to the public. I don't think you need that for your contribution. And unless you can nail down the timing, I don't think you want to say that.
Okay, thank you for your comment. But about the greenhouse gas, whether it's a delayed response, we believe that our cross-sectional result can speak on some of that because our cross-sectional result, we find that the greenhouse gas reduction is larger when there is more public attention about EJ and when there is more local media covering the area. So we believe that from that result, it talks about more not just like delay response for some other factors, but it's more about the attention to EJ. Yeah, but thank you. We will consider like about how to exactly to frame or like to think about the results. So when do I have for 15? 50. Oh yeah, so it's still quite long. Huh? It's for 50. Huh? Okay, great. Yeah, I can take one question.
Yeah, I really like your asthma test, and I wonder if you can push a little bit more there or talk a little bit more about like how, what is the reporting process for TRI and GHRP? What is the data control process, right? Because one alternative explanation could be just that, this EJ scoring somehow changes firms' reporting incentives, and then they start to manipulate it a little bit more, right? So then ultimately, whether you can interpret this as a good thing or not depends on whether there is manipulation, right? So maybe you can talk a little bit more about this reporting process.
Yeah, thank you. I know I'm aware of your paper about firms' incentive around the disclosure. And yeah, so for TRI and also greenhouse gas reporting, they are like reported by the from the facility to the EPA. But the EPA also explicitly said on their website that they conduct audit on these numbers. So they would how they conduct audits that they would visit the site and also check the records and also to see whether the reporting really makes sense or not. But whether there are misreporting of the number, I think it could happen. Yeah, and whether the results we're picking up is really purely a misreporting or firm manipulating the results or whether it's real pollution reduction, that is why we look at this health outcome. Is not like a very perfect test because we don't go to a very granular level. But I think it's some suggested evidence that there are some improvement. So it looks like the pollution did reduce. But that would be like, yeah, but it is a kind of a particular factor we have considered, like that it could be some type of misreporting. But maybe we can do some tests on whether for firms with a larger public pressure in terms of whether they, for example, whether they are more likely to see a reduction of greenhouse gas if they have experienced some other like public disaster event type of test. Yes. But, yeah, thank you for your comment. Nothing there? Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering, everything you're doing is at the facility level, but if I'm a firm, one easy way for me to reduce greenhouse gases in one place is to move some manufacturing to another place. And now I know kind of where the EPA is looking, which means I kind of know where they're not looking. So I wondered if you might want to do some firm level analysis to see if greenhouse gas emissions is actually going down or whether this behavior is just shifting. And if so, if they're actually moving operations, you might even consider that this ends up not being great for the communities because if they're moving manufacturing out of these economically disadvantaged communities, then this attention by the NGOs can have a negative unintended consequence, just something to, I don't know, consider.
Thank you for your question. So first, whether there is shifting. So what the test that we did that didn't go inside the paper is that first we look at whether overall firm emission level for both toxic chemical and also greenhouse gas, whether they have a differential change that is like different for high EJ areas versus low EJ area. And we do not see like after controlling for firm interacting with year fixed effect that there is like a shifting happening where firms are shifting pollutions away from high EJ places to low EJ places. And second, whether if there are some type of firms shutting down factories or facilities in high EJ areas and shifting somewhere else, we will expect to see that maybe the local employment or maybe local income would like reduce as a result. And we did look at that. We didn't find a significant reduction in either the local income and also local employment. We would be able to also look at whether there are fewer number of establishments. But the thing is, those measures are like harder to get at a very granular level. But we can do like at a county level test to see that. But yeah, we have done some kind of like tests around that, and we haven't found like a very negative local impact yet. Yes. And also it talks about it looks so if you look at the magnitude, I think the reduction is kind of reasonable, although it's not super big. So if we are looking at like a 20% cut of the pollutant, then we would think that something major will be going on, right? They're firing people, shutting down factories. But I think this magnitude is kind of reasonable. We're looking at around 3.5% reduction of toxic chemicals, and then about 1.6% reduction in greenhouse gas. And I think that is like a reasonable magnitude when you think about firms are just trying to optimizing their procedures, production process, rather than doing something very dramatic, like I'm going to shut down my factories, I'm going to like really change my whole production. Yes, I think there is a question. Yes.
I think it would be also interesting to look at whether EPA changed the monitoring activity after the public release of the EJ screen data.
Yeah.
Because the public is not only monitoring the firm, they're also monitoring the regulator. With that information, they can evaluate whether EPA is doing what they should do, right? So it will be interesting also to look at that channel. So basically in your figure, you can also draw an arrow from public attention to the EPA activity.
Thank you. So here we do have in the dynamic trend, you can see that the EPA basically increased their monitoring intensity in high EJ area around 2013 and also 2016, which is following the public launch and also the internal launch. So we do believe that it provides some suggestive evidence
my
that
comment is that for your research question and hypothesis, you can also talk about that channel.
Yes, yes. So thank you for your advice. It
You
used
do
to be
find something,
there,
right?
but
You
I
do
don't
find
want to.
something,
Yeah.
A little bit, right?
Yeah. So yes. Yes, please.
So related to Gerpo's question about firms' behavior. So it makes economic sense to actually put plants in like high EJ areas because the cost is low, and then maybe less likely to get pushed back. So in this case, if firms are not shifting their emissions and they're not really taking their plants to elsewhere, that means firms must have made some investments in cost-emitting technologies. So in that case, would you be able to see like reduction in firms counting profits? Something like maybe reduction in sales, increasing expense, or increasing investment, something like that.
Okay, thank you for your suggestion. I think we can check out because we do have data on firm profitability. Now I'm just not 100% sure whether we will find a strong result there because this is like one environmental concern is only like environmental justice concern is just one part of firms like a very big basket of things to consider. But I think it's something we can quickly check so to see whether there is like a significant cost on the firm side. But when it comes to the cost for the firms or I think another cost could be coming from this regulatory scrutiny as well. So we might find some evidence on the reduction in like overall profit, but it could be because they try to also like to reduce pollution. They want to meet the inspectors' expectation, the EPA inspectors. So that could potentially cost firms some monetary investment as well. So I think we can check out that. Thank you. I think there has a hand for a long time, so thank you for your patience. Yeah.
the regression discontinuity design is really compelling, and I think is such a great causal mechanism or causal identification tool to use if you can do it. So I was wondering with table 10, your effects that's estimated there seems like it would disappear if the bin widths were expanded at all, and that suggests that there's number gaming, right? So the effect only occurs for those who are right above the 80 percentile threshold. If you were to look at the 85th percentile and 90th percentile, there's no shelf. It's not even really a shelf. It's just a dip down for those who are right above the threshold. So does that suggest that this is just number gaming, where people who see that they're at the 82nd percentile change their behavior, but they don't care if they're at the 90th percentile or 95th. They know they can't change the color anyway, and so they don't do anything.
Yeah, thank you. So you're talking about the Calimero
Yeah,
RDD graph. Yeah, I think that could be one of the interpretation, because for those areas that is like super red on the map in California, those are the places like I've checked out. I don't remember the name of the valley, but there was a very high concentration of the factories there that it's very hard to really like move away or like to do much about that. So that was one of the reasons I think that we don't see a very big reduction above the 90th or 95th percentile. And I think, so one of the things we can push for the RDD would be what Susie suggested earlier. Maybe we can look at firms, whether there are firms that are stay around the threshold, and then for any of their index, and then we explore that one and see whether we see some strategic gaming around that. And also we can look at other cutoff, and if we can find that it's only care about like not showing up, not lighting up on the map, then we would find what you just described, right? They don't care whether, or for the firms that are already like 95th percentile up, they might not be able to change much, so that they're just like going to stay like the same. Yeah, so thank you for your suggestion and comments. Yes, thank you. Here, yeah, Lisa. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, thank you for both of your comments. And about this later one, currently we control for stay times year fixed effect, so that would take out like what the feature that you talked about. But I think that, yeah, it is a point that we could further explore, because I myself have been like interested in how the state level enforcement and also the implementation of environmental regulations has been evolving. And so that is some area we can potentially explore. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
So I have a question about your 2x2 results. And then first of all, I think that's really cool result because it speaks to kind of how regulators measure kind of define their target. And but I'm also thinking that maybe to speak to perhaps unintended consequences of the regulation, you can perform a cross-sectional test on population density. And the idea is that, there may be some areas where, the measure is relatively low, but then, the pollution level itself might be high and the population density is also high. So in theory, the regulator should be paying attention to these kind of regions. But because, the measure, kind of combines both pollution level and, income level, so then, it might not be kind of, if there's basically a mismatch between the measure the regulator focused on and the population density. And so that would add more color to the potential unintended consequences, perhaps.
Yeah, I see. Thank you very much. So you are talking about basically we can further decompose maybe the demographic feature, and of course what you're suggesting is more like interesting. What are some consequences of this? We do have a test that I can share with you. Is we decompose the effect of demographic dimension by people of color and also like a percentage of low income, and we find that one of them are like driving kind of the result, which is the people of color, but along the same similar arguments, right? So it looks like there are some kind of distribution of attention for one dimension over the other dimension. So if we can find some other results that really strongly suggest that this is the case, and maybe we can speak to some of these kind of unintended consequence or cost. Population density is not currently in one of the construct of the vulnerability. So you're talking about maybe like vulnerability versus population density. There might be some kind of trade-off. So I would think about that, and we currently control for it, but I think we can easily just explore whether there are any like basically kind of like shifting of attention from the highly populated area. Yes, thank you for the suggestion. Like here. Oh yeah, okay, thank you. I think the one at the back. Oh yeah, you. Oh,
so just on this, just because this is now the second time or so, or several times we've seen this, we need to focus on coefficients, not stars. Okay. Right? The coefficients here, you can't quite see it because of the box that you've drawn, but the coefficient in the second group is essentially the same as in the first group.
Yeah.
And so I don't think we can draw the conclusion that therefore it's in the HH group and not in the HL group. And similarly in the LL group, it's even bigger. It's just not significant. You don't have power. So I think we need to be a little bit more careful with this type of interpretation.
Yeah, thank you for your observation, and we are very well aware of this. But first of all, I believe like significance is also talks about whether the estimate is more reliable or not. So, and also second, if we look at the greenhouse gas, we think we see a like cleaner pattern there. It's like the high group is clearly more, the magnitude of pollution reduction is larger and also more significant. For the toxic chemical release, we believe that we refrain from making a very big claim that in the toxic chemical situation, it's also the high group that is the most biggest reduction happening there. And one of the interpretation about this result is maybe when the EPA is carrying out their inspections, it could be that they have already been paying attention to the high group or like also high-low group. So that's why after the EJ screen, they might still be also continuing to pay attention to those also high polluting groups. So we don't see like a very big differences between these two groups. And it might also speak to some of the process of maybe in regions with a lower social vulnerability, they have a larger voice to influence like, the policy and the regulators procedures. So that could explain part of the result. But basically the final takeaway is that we believe the greenhouse gas results strongly suggest like an EJ interaction effect, but the toxic chemical releases is like less clear, but we see the biggest economic like significance here. Yeah, thank you. So, yeah.
So thinking some more about the magnitudes and kind of the cost effectiveness from a policy perspective about this tool, can you talk a little bit about how expensive it was institutionally to set up this tool, and kind of what was the bang for the buck, and how would that compare to other kind of policy levers that environmental agencies or governments kind of have in their toolbox when it comes to reducing kind of farm level pollution? It seems like it seems back of the envelope pretty effective, right? But just talking a little bit more about that in the paper would would I think give more context, also kind of along the lines of what Joachim said in the morning, right? Kind of.
Okay. Thank you very much. So it's about the cost of this policy tour. So we do hope that we can have like a kind of number that I could provide you on the potential cost of launching the website. But we have been searching. We haven't found any like a mentioning of the cost there. But what I know is that about the timeline. So they started to try to develop this tour back in 2010, but they have only been able to use like an initial version of this in 2012. So it takes like the development, at least in terms of the land, it took like 2 years to build this tour. So I think that is one indication of the potential cost. It's like time consuming. And yeah, so, but yeah, it would be great if I can give you like a dollar value, but unfortunately we haven't have that result. But I think another about policy implications is that a lot of other states are also developing similar tours like EJ Screen, but at a state level. So I think one way we can look at it is I'm going to find whether at a state developing tour level, whether they have mentioned the potential cost of building that website, and then we can talk about
yeah, even if you don't have the cost, at the minimum, I think benchmarking to other policy kind of
other
levers
policies
could
such
be
as like the actual. So what are some other policies you have?
whatever the EPA has else in their toolbox, right? Or kind of environmental agencies, or kind of drawing on the broader literature kind of in that space and comparing magnitudes. Just
yes, so yeah, I'm going to like wrap up. So I think to conclude, we do find a effect of EJ Screen in enhancing environmental justice outcome. We find pollution reduces in high EJ areas, and it's concentrated in both high E and high J, but for greenhouse gas result. And we believe that regulatory and public scrutiny both contribute to pollution reduction, suggesting potential complementarity. So why do we care about this? I think this paper help us to explore the potential role of information transparency and regulatory disclosure and information dissemination technology in enhancing social justice and address inequality. And also, as I mentioned earlier, some other states have also been developing similar tours. By the end of 2024, actually 25 different states have a similar tours, but the effectiveness of these tours are still uncertain. So I think this project could help to give a first step to understand what are some potential effect of tours, that online mapping tours that are like this. And we contribute to several lines of literature, most importantly, how the introduction of an EJ as an integrated construct above the underlying environmental and justice information separately could help to further improve environmental justice. And we also speak to the real effects of regulatory disclosure and mapping tour as a type of data tour that enhance user-friendly and visual feature of the information. So I think, thank you very much for having me here again, and thank you so much for your helpful comments. So we're going to
All right, good morning, everyone. Please settle down. Christian Whites. Okay, good. Good morning. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had an enjoyable day yesterday and had a chance to meet friends and also meet new colleagues. We have another 2 strong papers today. I'm very much looking forward to more discussion. I have a couple of announcements that I'd like to make. So first of all, we have had the call for papers for the next year's conference, right? And so the theme is current topics in accounting research by emerging scholars, right? So we will give priority to untenured folks, and very much looking forward to that. But of course, you know, if you have tenured quarters, you can also submit. We'll consider all the papers. And another announcement is that JAR will be moving to a new editorial submission system. We are currently with the system that's called Scholar One, and we are moving towards something that will be called Research Exchange, or REX. This should take place in the next couple months. We're working on it. Hopefully, we'll have a smooth transition. We'll try to minimize any frictions, of course. But keep that in mind. There will be an announcement about that, of course. And the third quick reminder is that the sessions for this conference are recorded. They will be available after the conference, after we edit them a little bit, and we'll make an advertising of that through some channel. All right. So with that, I'd like to welcome Yue Li and remind everyone that we have 5 minutes uninterrupted. All right. So please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Larry. Good morning, everyone. Hope the caffeine start to kick in. My name is Yue. I'm from HBS. I'll be joining the University of Hong Kong in the summer. It's a great pleasure to be here. I want to first thank the organizers to invite me. And I'm deeply grateful to the editor and reviewers for giving me such a detailed feedback on my paper, which helped me improve a lot. I'm looking forward to the comments today, which can help me develop the paper even further. So as a field researcher, I got most of my research ideas through conversations with practitioners. And this one is no exception. It was motivated by two questions that are commonly asked by the practitioners. How can we get the right person into the right job? And how can we group talents in a more productive way? So at its core, those are matching problems. And solving those problems is central to how firms can create value. But through deeper conversations with those managers, I keep running into the same bottleneck, which is that the most informative signals are actually unobservable to them. They cannot see the latent skills or preferences of employees, and they also cannot predict team chemistry or who work with whom will be more productive. So for this information problem, it got me thinking that who actually hold all of this information? Well, the answer is the employee themselves. Once in a row, they learn things that their managers cannot see. For example, whether the work really fits their skills or preferences, whether they click with their team, or whether there are other jobs in the firm that might suit them better. Then the question becomes, is there a way for them to act on it? That is when an emerging phenomenon caught my attention, which is lateral move. So lateral moves allow employees to use those information, transition to a different team or job. For example, it can be cross-functional, like this software engineer who discovers that he is actually better at marketing and eventually move to a marketing job. Or it can be within the same function that this person moved from team A to team B, where the latter team works better for him. And what makes this conceptually interesting is that the prior studies on matching kind of focus at the point of hiring. But lateral moves continue this matching process after employees enters the firm, because now employees have experienced the job, built up the information, and now they can act on it. But we actually have very limited knowledge about what do those lateral moves mean in reality. Are they actually improve the match between employees and jobs, or they're pure just random shuffling people around? That is the question my field partner and I set out to answer in this paper. Are voluntary lateral moves associated with better subsequent employee job match quality? To give you a summary of my findings, I found that voluntary employee-initiated lateral moves are associated with better match. It's proxied primarily by the lower turnover rate or the less likelihood for them to leave the company, and complemented by the promotion probabilities and performance ratings. I also leverage on the survey data and examine whether employees feel better, especially on those match-related items. For example, I found voluntary movers experience a higher or better perceptions in empowerment, in team dynamics, supervisor relationships, or inclusion. This is consistent with the results shown in the administrative outcomes. And on the contrary, for the involuntary firm-initiated moves, I do not find such significant positive outcomes after the move. This indicates that the main mechanism could be the private information of employees, which they can leverage through their voluntary moves. To shed some light on the potential mechanisms, I do several cross-sectional tests. So to start with, I found the positive outcome is more pronounced when this two-sided information symmetry is stronger. So to understand this concept, you can imagine that when a firm initially hires someone, both the employer and the employee they have extremely limited information about whether this person will fit the job or not. I will explain that later. Second, I found that this effect is more pronounced when the person's job evolves more significantly because they may demand a rematch mechanism like lateral moves. I also found that lateral moves matters more for those who have a weaker promotion incentives. I also want to caveat that lateral moves are not the panacea. They have some potential cost. To start with, there is a significant adaptation cost. As you are transitioning to a new job, you have a performance dip, you have a promotion probability dip right after you move. You have to adapt to it. And consistent with that, in the survey items, I found that those people have a vague expectation for their routine jobs right after their move. And also another thing is that some people may misjudge their fit to their future job, which leads to multiple moves within a year. And this type of person actually have an inferior long-term career path. Now I'm open the floor. Yes.
Super interesting paper. The one thing, when you say employee initiated here, what about the other side, the match, the manager here?
Mm-hmm.
It seems to me that although employees may say they want to move, the dynamic there that initiates that interest, I don't think is just going to be an employee saying, I'd like to do this. If we just think about large organizations, there is this kind of two-sided search in terms of the lateral movement. So do the inferences from your paper change? For example, if we think that managers are also looking for employees that would want to come to their area and asking those employees, managers, do you have some prime candidates that might be able to move? And could you shed light on some of that?
For sure. I think, thanks for the question, by the way. I think that's definitely also classified as voluntary moves because first, the definition for voluntary lateral moves in this paper is manually coded by HR managers based on each moves. And they're based on the employee's volition, like whether I want to go to that team or not. That's how I explain it as employee initiated or not. By that saying, it could be like, the most normal way is like, I want to go there and I will reach out. I will go through a lot of interview process and then I onboard. It could also be that, hey, do you want to go to my team? I think your skills fits our team a lot. And then I go back and think about, oh, actually it's not a bad idea. Then I also go there. Technically, it's not first initiated by the employees, but the employees also think it's a good match. And then they finish the process and also code it as voluntary moves. But I think there are some like measurement error there, but I think it's mainly dependent on whether this is employee's volition or not. Yeah.
So your response to Chris makes me wonder a little bit about HR programs' intended purpose for these types of lateral move programs. You seem to be pitching it almost as this sort of non-wage amenity that workers can reduce some of that uncertainty about the match quality. But it also seems like they could be a very deliberate human capital development strategy. We don't want certain types of employees to be stagnant doing the exact same thing for 30 years. We want them to learn something, master it, and then move on to the next thing. And so I read a lot of your results, and I find them to be consistent with that interpretation or motivation for these types of policies. And is it important to disentangle those for sort of the takeaways that you're trying to make?
Thank you for the question. I think to start with, even though I'm looking for a skill acquisition through the lateral moves, I conceptually think it can be a part of the matching story because it's not fit for everyone. Like, you may think like you are good at multiple jobs, but it could be, turns out like you're not adaptive enough for the multiple jobs. And some people thrive, some people just sink through the lateral moves. I think that's kind of part of the matching story. And I think your question about skills acquisition will be effective for both type of the moves. For the voluntary one, it's like I'm searching for whatever the job that can help me develop my human capital. For the involuntary one, that decision is made by the firm, and I can see like which one works better, whether agency of the employees works better here. But empirically, I also test that whether it's the main effect is only driven by the skill acquisition. I think it's my table 9, which I classify whether this move is within the same function or is cross-function. Because you can imagine that if a cross-function, you have a higher likelihood to develop like a bigger human capital versus you just move within the same function, just different teams doing similar kind of tasks. So then my results shows that even you are moving only within the function, my results are still there, probably even stronger. So that kind of alleviate the concern is like purely driven by the skills acquisition and leading to like a better outcomes in the future. Yes. Me.
I want to continue on the theme that Chris started, and I think it's mostly a writing issue that you can fairly easily tackle. I had the similar thought that it was very driven by what the employee thinks they should be doing and that they collect more information. I agree with Chris that the receiving manager might initiate this, but I also think the sending manager is very much underdeveloped in your writing. I do think they learn, sometimes for junior employees, probably even more than the junior employee learns themselves about what capabilities people have and where they would be better situated. And so I don't know why you would not develop that as part of the argument too. I think it doesn't change anything about your empirics. It's just the writing piece.
I guess for the argument about sending managers have more information about the employees, you're basically saying the involuntary ones, right?
No, the voluntary.
The voluntary ones. Yeah. Like I'm helping you to understand yourself and helping you understand what are the opportunities over there.
Exactly.
I guess that's your argument. Yes. I totally agree. I think that's actually happening within the firm, and the reason I'm not like concentrating too much on that part is like there is a part of the literature talking about talent hoarding in the sense that as a manager, I don't want my star employees to go to other teams. I want to keep them. So it's kind of a little bit noisy about whether the standing manager actually will help or actually sabotage the potential move opportunities for that employee. That's why I'm not like developing too much on that part. But I think the key thing here is the volition. So I want to like just be short and concise on that part of the definition. It's great.
What I would like to know is what is it that you're actually testing? And you think we're kind of learning from these tests? Because you can look at this result, and I think this is exactly the point that Chris is making, but it leads to then the question, what's the research question we're asking? Firms are rejiggling this position for this employee. And then I think it's jointly the employee and the manager.
Yes.
And they're doing this voluntarily. Wouldn't you expect that they're doing something that makes sense and then you're going to get all these outcomes?
Yeah, that's kind of the tension part, right?
I mean, where's the tension? That's what I'm asking. What's the question that we're learning?
Yes. I think to start with, even though it's a searching process within the firm, you still have some information like frictions.
But you're selecting on a positive outcome, right? That's sort of, you're selecting into this positive outcome, and then you're saying there's all these consequences. And when it's involuntary, then you don't get it, but that's exactly what you expect if people are optimizing.
You mean I'm only comparing those who successfully move to those who are not successfully moving?
I mean, you basically, by selecting the move, aren't you selecting into something where they have come to an agreement that there's something sensible they should do?
Yeah.
And so aren't you, in essence, testing when firms rejiggle positions that they actually know what they're doing?
Yes and no. I feel like there is a less information frictions when you search another job within the firm, but it's less. It's not like it's pure transparent. And I can give you like an interesting example. It's like you may think like employee has private information to help them search another job, but that private information can be wrong sometimes. And there's a story that, this manager is nice to everyone else except for his own subordinates. And you actually don't know this until you actually experience the job, experience the team. And when you land in the job, it's actually, oh, it's not what I thought. So there is still a certain frictions. And also, I think the adaptation cost can be underestimated because it's essentially a new job. You have to like experience before you know whether you can like handle it. I think this is the potential tension, like whether it can override the improved match quality, if there's any of that, can override.
Just one more sentence. I think that those are good answers, and I agree that it's sort of not, there's going to be frictions, but you're still looking at this on average, right? And so on average, you would think that they know what they're doing. That doesn't mean that every single move is going to be good.
Yeah.
Then maybe what I think would be interesting is to say, when these frictions are higher, do we see, is this less successful? But you're still always, the firm must have thought about these frictions. You're still seeing the move conditional on these frictions, right? And then that still says that on my expectation would be you're going to get all these up.
Yeah, I would definitely think about it. Maybe one potential supplementary test I include in my appendix is that I see whether seniors are benefiting more from these moves, because seniors probably know more about what is going on out there. They have less frictions when they match internal jobs. And I found that it's actually working better for seniors compared to junior employees. But yes, Andrew.
Just curious how you arrived at a field study for the right methodology for this research question. I mean, I'm sure you know there are resume data sets out there. And you could do maybe not all of your tables, but many of your tables and measures with that kind of data set. And the benefit would be you'd be able to study lateral moves across companies, which are pretty common. The search frictions that you kind of think about are more significant for them. And then you get generalizability. And maybe there are things about the field study that are unique, but they don't come through in the right, the why it's so important.
Good point, very good. So recently I actually thinking about this because I feel like I can replicate I agree with you, I can replicate most of my results using just like revalue data. I mean, even thinking about writing a short piece, just comparing the revalue results with my results here. But I think the like attractive part about doing the field study is like I can keep the conversation with them, and it kind of direct me when I do whatever is a cross-sectional test or is about endogeneity test or robustness test, or I can leverage on the qualitative evidence to really understand what's going on there. I have their performance ratings. I have like very detailed team, or like I think the team name is not sensible or like approachable through revalue data, but actually there is very granular teams that may drive whether you want to go or not, because it's possible that you're escaping a very bad team and you naturally have a better results when you leave that team. I think the team factor is like a significant in driving the voluntary moves. Yeah, but I agree with you. I'm also exciting to see whether this can be replicated using revalue. Yes, Maxi.
So yeah, what I think you also have, which is pretty cool, is the application data that you can see who internally applied.
Right.
So I was wondering whether you could, instead of focusing on the successful move, basically looking whether an employee should internally apply, closer to like an intention to treat effect. It's not a treatment effect per se, but basically going one step back, should an employee internally try to move, and then because it's not probably in their control to get the job. So basically getting one step back. And then also, since it's voluntary, expand a little bit the determinant analysis. Also use maybe there the application data. So who is basically applying for this lateral moves? Also then who is successful relative to those that are unsuccessful? I think that's would be also nice in terms of that you can leverage this unique data.
For sure. Yes, I think I definitely underdeveloped based on my like the internal application data. There are two reasons. First, like there are only 20% of those voluntary movers who go through this formal portal, because most of the voluntary moves are executed kind of informally because it's a lot of administrative costs. If you go log in the portal and the HR have to do a lot of like interview arrangement, but the more efficient way is they just arrange it like, offline. And the second reason is I newly just got the data. I haven't think too much about the determined test on the applied movers versus non-applied movers. But I see a great potential there, yeah. Oh, yes, sorry, I got blasted.
So I think your study is very interesting, and I think another advantage of your field study setting is that you can consider the psychological channel, where in the voluntary employee-initiated move, the firm is approving and granting that. And so that could cause the employee to feel like social exchange theory, reciprocity. They then want to invest more effort in gratitude. And I think that you could explore that like with your empowerment findings. And so I was curious if that's another channel where you think that as kind of, because it could also explain like the difference where with the involuntary, there's not that reciprocity angle. And I think that would be a very interesting motivational, like complementary mechanism. And that could be one reason why your field study, you can richly look into that explanation.
For sure. Are you suggesting some type of mediation test on that down that line?
You absolutely could. I was really, because I thought about that explanation when reading your paper, that could be at work psychologically. And so I got excited when I saw your empowerment data.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, when I shared this data with the firm, the engagement data definitely shed a lot of light to the firms, because you can imagine like corporate HR, they care about engagement a lot.
Exactly.
And happy workers are more productive. So yeah, thank you so much for the suggestion. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Valeri. Thank you, Yue. Really interesting paper. And I want to follow up on Andrew's comment for one more reason. So, and hopefully it helps with some other comments as well. I think the research question has two components. One is the idea if an employee initiates, how does that affect match quality? And the other component is where we have a firm boundary of some sort, right? And there's something about that internal information environment that might make those matches better or not. So the employee initiated idea, that doesn't require a firm boundary, to Andrew's point, right? I apply for a job at another firm. That could be considered an employee initiated directed search or something along these lines. So the reason why some data like Ravelli or something might be helpful is it seems like the right counterfactual to understand the bilateral information frictions within the firm is to have the counterfactual from outside the firm.
Yes.
So an employee where the manager has equally made a choice to hire an employee, but from outside the firm, which we could consider possibly employee initiated, and compare that to the matches that you're looking at here, which are all happening within the firm.
I see.
So I think it's really a question of, depending on which part of the research question you're interested in, and I thought where most of the tension was in this internal firm boundary versus the cross-boundary idea that a firm employees coming from outside the firm and being hired by the manager. So it seems to me you have a lot of really interesting counterfactuals, but one more I would add to the list is really thinking about when the manager equally makes a decision to hire someone from outside the firm, are the matches coming from within the firm boundary better than the ones that come from outside?
I see. You were basically saying that the counterfactual you were proposing is whether I'm hiring internally for this position or I'm hiring externally.
It helps with the selection issues, and it really gets after some of these problems, but also gives you new insights on whether the internal firm boundary actually matters to the results that you document.
I see. I thought about this all the time, and here's my thought process. I feel like the right counterfactual for my current design is actually those employees in those firms who want to move, but they don't even have a lateral move option. But for your story, like whether I'm hiring internally or externally, first, I feel like that literature already like well developed, because it's like whether this position has a novelty skills or not, I will hire someone externally or internally, because generally literature suggests that internal workers are cheaper and more productive than external workers. So that's why I'm like pivoting a little bit outside of that direction. But I actually, when you say about the firm boundaries, the benefits of doing this cross-firm analysis is like, I can see whether this firm has a lot of constraints on the lateral move opportunities, or this firm has a great culture, so it makes people more likely to do the internal moves compared to, I'm done. I'm looking for another job. So I see the value about doing cross firms analysis for sure. Yeah. Thank you for the comment.
Yes, maybe also related to counterfactual. I think the other side of this is, I think it's worth thinking about whether this lateral move is like a marginal move, so that we know the status quo, we know the team that they are moving from, we know the team that they are moving to. But if this program is very, very prevalent, very like on a large scale, then the teams themselves are kind of fluid. Then it creates even more friction. And if the dynamic is constantly changing, then it's even harder for the employees to know whether I'm a good fit now. Maybe there are new people coming in, whether I'm a good fit for the team that I'm going to, because there it's also changing. I guess it's worth kind of laying out, or in your situation, that it's really from status quo we have these lateral moves rather than a very fluid environment.
Exactly. I think this setting is very different from the fluid team setting, because I haven't got time to show my descriptors, because most people actually only move once. It's not like I'm in a different project team. I'm like internally moved to another job. I'm like very serious on it. I'm onboarding, so it's not like I'm keep changing. And down that line, there is one cost I didn't document here, which is very coherent about what you're saying, is that there's a lot of costs for the people around this move, like the people of the sending team, the people of the receiving team. They have to find a way to integrate this person's loss or person's gain. And I don't have enough data or power to show that, but there's definitely some concerns on that part. And that is why when I discuss the results with the firm, they're kind of reluctant to promote lateral moves. They will think it's individual cases. It's not like, let's just do it. Everyone, let's please move. It's not like that. So thank you for reading.
Wait, we will take one more question and then we'll have you move forward a little bit.
Yes.
So John Barrett.
Anthony first. Then John. Yeah.
First.
Yeah.
So, super interesting paper. First of all, I think one thing that could help you a little bit with some of these earlier questions about, the fact that voluntary moves, we would expect that there would be some benefit for the employee. I think one part that was not at all kind of obvious to me was what private information the employees have.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's something that, you can maybe do some more tests on in the paper, just to kind of tell us, what is this information that employees are actually using that employers don't have, right? Because that would kind of have to be something that doesn't show up in performance ratings, for example. Because otherwise,
yes,
could kind of use that performance rating as some kind of proxy for that information.
Yeah, for sure. So I agree. I feel like it's hard to measure that part in some sense, because how I motivated this thing, like I know like my latent skills, or I know like I'm evolving my preferences, and I know which coauthor I want to work with. But this kind of information are not known by the manager, but it's also cannot be captured by the data in some sense.
Yeah, so maybe just a quick follow-up. Maybe you could look at like what type of move they're doing. So like if it's within the same division, or if it's within outside of the division, maybe that can tell you something about why they're moving and what information they might be using.
Yes.
Maybe something like that could be helpful. Or given that it's a field study, use some kind of search.
Yeah, I've already done like a qualitative part, which actually helps a lot. But yes, for your idea, I think I can see using like the survey outcomes and examine what is difference between cross-functional moves or like within the same functional move. But I will take one more question. Oh, but John didn't raise the hand. Okay, I will continue. So, I will come back. So
follow up on it.
That's right.
So
sure.
Very direct follow-up, quick follow-up on Anthony. On your previous slide, when you say, do you have the measures of performance? I think one way you could get at that, there's this earlier Bandiera et al. Paper in QJE where they look at sort of social cohesion in groups and how that affects performance.
Yeah.
Whereas here you could actually really check, maybe it could be complementary skills, could be very just sort of sortative matching in terms of complementarity, strategic complementarity. So if you find that people who are individually ranked highly, they voluntarily move and join a team that has high average performance scores, that if that could be the main driver of the increase in performance, then I think you could get sort of a bit of a wedge between this theory of the sort of social connections and performance versus it's sort of more like an old school strategic complementarity.
Is it like the better worker wants to join a better team theory? I see. Yeah, I get.
Maybe these involuntary ones we're just not paying attention to.
Right. Right. I haven't explored that one, but thank you for the advice. let me move a little bit forward. So we talk a lot about like potential mechanism, but let me lay out what is in my mind about employee job match. So a better match, it represents a closer fit between employee skills and preferences to the job requirement. So there are actually two dimensions here. The first is skills. It means like whether this person can do the job well. The second dimension is preferences, and it matters just as much because you can imagine that even though there is a skill alignment, but I just don't click with the team or just don't click with the organizational culture, it cannot be called as a good match. Well, from the management literature, they call this as person-job fit. That's why I'm probably using those terms interchangeably because I'm trying to integrate different perspectives from different literatures in kind of triangulating the potential match concept. And if you follow this concept, it's not hard for you to be onboarding that a greater match leads to a greater retention for the talents. Because when match quality falls short, it usually dissolves through turnover. And this turnover can be quite costly because replacement cost can be estimated as 100 to 150% of the annual salary of this employee. And it includes not only the disruption for your daily routines, but also includes a lot of like hiring and training all of those new hires. And also a greater match leads to alignment, which eventually give you like a higher productivity. So do we know about matching from the literature? Let's consider this employee's journey in a firm. It starts with selection and ends with departure. Prior literature kind of focused only on the one point of this journey, which is the selection point. So you either write a better contract following those contract theories or agency theories, or recent studies suggest that we can use different channels like referrals to leverage on the employee's private information, or we can select people based on values. But all of these studies kind of faced with two inherent challenges. First, I call it two-sided information asymmetry. So consider when the firm is about to hire someone, both the employer and the employee, they have extremely limited information about this person's job fit. And here is a brilliant quote, which is also the first sentence of my paper. Job is experienced good, meaning that you only know it after you experienced it. But during this employee selection stage, you just don't have this first-hand experience-based information because the employment hasn't started yet. Well, the second motivation here is that selection is a very static process, but matching in my mind should be dynamic. And here's what I mean. So job can change, right? The scope can change. The requirements can change. That said, even if you nail the initial job placement, it can get worse or degrade. That is why when we see a lot of firms, when they pivot their values and strategies, they normally want to redeploy their workforces to realign to those new initiatives. And it's actually not only those big seismic shifts, it can be small changes like employee preferences. For example, after COVID hits, some people want to work from home, while others are eager to go back to the offices. So in this case, the job didn't change, but how you approach the job and how you work with your team has been changed. But all of those changes cannot be accommodated by the employee selection process because the matching kind of stopped after that point. But this paper kind of continued this matching process after someone enters the firm, which is the lateral move. So lateral move, briefly defined as employees move to a different job without changing the hierarchical rank, may complement the potential inefficiencies of the employee selection process. So to start with, it alleviates this information problem. Because if we believe job being an experienced good, by the time employees consider this lateral move, they have already experienced the job. They're making this decision based on a much larger and even better information set. As I said before, the real kicker could be like, I know someone whose working style can match perfectly with mine, and I can leverage on that information to form a more productive team. Well, second, lateral moves transform matching from a static event to a dynamic process. And because lateral move can happen whenever there is a misalignment, it can happen naturally when employees or organizational needs are evolving. But that said, this is definitely not the silver bullets, and there are some potential downsides. I have mentioned some before, but let me go through those. To start with, there's no yes.
So I want to go back to the ideals for counterfactual, right?
Right.
If the selection is the story,
If you move people randomly, you wouldn't find anything. But then you said your ideal counterfactual was somebody who couldn't move. But I don't think that's right. It's like you want to find two people who were about to move and then randomly stop one of them, and that would be like your ideal counterfactual. Or
fair.
I think it's getting a little mixed for me. So if you could just run an experiment, what would that experiment mean, and how does it kind of match to your test?
I would say two firms identical. One firm allow lateral moves, one firm don't. I'm probably testing the average treatment effect, but I think what you're describing is maybe the intent to treat,
like a firm level thing, right? It's like the employee,
the individual level. Yeah.
Treatment app, right?
Yes, I agree with your thought too. But
maybe just in the paper laying out what exactly would ideal counterfactual would be in a perfect world.
I see
how that matches to your test, because it changes from test to test.
I see.
Always clear.
I see. Yeah, I actually agree with you. I think maybe like stopping this person from moving is my for sure. Yes, that's probably the Merriman challenge here. Yes.
I think you need to clarify your research question. It seems that you are looking at the benefits of voluntary moving. But more interesting question is the benefit of the policy that allow employee to move. Because in your test, if both you and I are allowed to move voluntarily, and you choose to move, I choose to stay. To me, the choice are the same. We are better matching. I feel that the current job is a better match for me, right? So I don't see why there's a difference in terms of the matching.
Oh, because if it's perfectly fine that you are in a better, like current good match, but what I'm capturing is the improved part. Whether you have enjoyed some
comparing your improvement in your performance, right? You are comparing your performance, future performance with my future performance, right?
Fair.
That's why I think this is question, you are studying the benefit of moving behavior itself.
Yes.
Not the benefit of the policy to allow employee to moving. But the second question is more interesting. What can a manager learn from your study?
I think the second question is more like the implication from the first one.
No, it's different, right? We want to choose a policy whether or not to allow employee to move voluntarily. This is a big question for the employer. You're talking about whether the behavior of moving itself. For example, the manager cannot learn anything from your paper because the moving is initiated by the employee, right? So I allow policy for you guys to move, but you don't want to move, then I don't benefit anything.
But you learn something, like they don't want to move.
Okay, we can talk.
I mean, like, I respectfully disagree that managers cannot learn something.
I'm not cannot say cannot learn anything, right? But the second question is much more important, right? We are talking about, because you are talking about research question, you are looking at a matching mechanism.
Right.
Now, what is your mechanism here? Mechanism is something we can implement, a policy we can use.
Yeah.
You are not suggesting anything about the mechanism. You are talking about the behavior itself. If people choose to move.
I guess what I'm trying to do is like, on average, what those moves mean for each employees, and by aggregating all of those effects, I'm trying to provide some policy implications.
Okay, did you come?
Okay. Yes.
I may have missed this. Can you give me a sense of how many of these moves are a physical change, like from one facility
Like
to
location?
another?
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's been some work that uses LEHD data, census administrative data, that looks at lateral moves within firms.
Right.
And the point of some of those findings are that people are moving from areas with low opportunities to higher opportunities. And I think a lot of your results would fit that same story. Now, if most of your results are these are moves within the same office
Right.
to different roles within a team,
Right.
then perhaps not. But I would imagine that involuntary moves are more likely to be within a facility, and voluntary moves are more likely to be across country or across location. So do you have a sense of how many of these moves are from one facility to another?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. I haven't got the chance to introduce the setting, but I'm focusing on the carpet workers. So they basically work, most of them are working in the headquarters. I examine, but this is a big company. They have like different offices in different cities. I would say like probably less than 10% move across different cities because it's definitely a lot of cost. You're moving like across cities. But the other point you were mentioning, actually, I also think of, I'm also concerned, which is that whether this person just finding better opportunities out there, I think that problem could be more severe in other settings. For example, in the investment banking, some people want to move back desk to the front desk. It's nothing about match, actually. It's about I can get more money. Or in the retail setting, I'm moving to a store with better location. Or like I'm moving from, I cannot, anyway. I'm moving from different locations where that location give me more bonuses. But I'm trying to alleviate those financial incentives using my setting because I feel like it's very hard to disentangle whether that's match or it's more skills or preferences or it's actually about money. So yes, I definitely think about those concerns. I think I need to call, yes, Steve.
Hi, Huey. So I would have thought you would have answered that your ideal experiment would compare, you would say everybody in the company is moving. This half of the employees, I'm going to let you choose where you go. This half employees, I, as the manager, I'm going to tell you where you're going, which team you're going to move to.
Yeah.
And then compare the outcomes of these. And that will give you some information about what is the underlying, like has the requisite information
to
be able to make that better match. Or what is it about that underlying information?
Yeah.
And the problem is you can't exactly get there with your empirical measures because we can't cleanly say this is just employee initiated
for sure
without some input from the manager. But if you could do that, is that kind of what you're after? Is trying to get at as cleanly as you can? Is the match coming from information from the employee versus information from the employer?
I thank you for raising this up. I think that will be my second step. I think the first step, I think I agree with Stephen a lot that I'm just, in general, I just trying to benchmark those, like the counterfactor of non-moving and just to see whether the moving action actually benefits or not. And then the second step would be like, what type of moves benefit more? Like, is it more like the mechanism to benchmark voluntary ones versus involuntary ones? That's how I think about the ideal, like. Yes, I totally agree. Yes, and another reason that I'm not shedding enough light on the involuntary part is like I only have very limited involuntary movers in my sample, and it definitely limits a lot of my power to test it. But in the newly updated appendix, I would do like a focus interview to those lateral movers. Many of them report that it feels so bad just being placed to different positions, and agency matters a lot when they like exploring or navigating the lateral moves process. I think that definitely helps on the private information mechanisms. But yeah, thank you so much. Great.
You know, one reason you have few involuntary movers, possibly, is that I have somewhat of a window into the tech sector, how like the big tech sector, and there, these voluntary moves are not always voluntary. Like the big thing there when you join one of these big tech companies is who's your team manager, going back to what Chris was saying. And then if you don't gel, it's very much like how we do it in academia. The team manager decides to put you up for promotion, and then it's evaluated by a committee. And a lot of people from different teams are going up. So many times it's just counseling. Like there's a constant conversation with the employee, and the team manager will sometimes say, you should look. Right? And so I think you're gonna capture that as voluntary.
Yes.
Right? That's the other part of it where, you know, in that particular industry, another team may have as much information asymmetry as going to another company. Because the team manager there has just been brought in from another tech company, right? So so that boundary too sort of disappears a little bit, the firm boundary.
Right.
because moves across teams are considered to be as laden with information asymmetry as as moves across companies. Yep. Sometimes your college buddies in another company and you have less information asymmetry, right?
Yeah.
So it works not quite the clean way you were describing it.
For sure. Yeah.
Right, and so in particular, this voluntary versus involuntary, it's not clear that. Maybe in your setting it is. It's not translatable to other settings.
Totally agree. I mean, there are definitely some miscoded voluntary moves within the voluntary population, because as I like Chris asked, that sometimes they're just like implicitly approached by the other managers or something. And I feel like this just adds noise when I do the voluntary moves analysis, because they're not purely voluntary moves. They're like mingled with some of the involuntary ones, which just reduce the power when I test the voluntary groups. And also when I leverage on the application data, although it's not perfect, but it's kind of the group who show strong willingness that I want to move. It's initiated by me. Like, I want to take the cost to log in all my information again in the portal. And I think that test can also alleviate some of the concerns over there. But the idea you were just raising is so interesting. Like, it can be like internal frictions can be larger than the external, or at least the same can be the external frictions. That one is very, I'm thinking to.
We'll shut down questions. Sorry.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
It's exactly related to what Sugata's bringing up.
Okay, this is last question, and then 10 minutes, no questions, okay?
Okay.
All right.
So like, it is very common at tech companies to put people on PIPs. So like at Amazon, 10% of people, a performance improvement plan, 10% of people every single year putting you on a PIP.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like you have 12% of voluntary moves a year.
Oh, that's the voluntary move, yes.
Or 12% of these lateral moves.
Right.
So that's like around the churn rate that we would target at Amazon anyways, and Microsoft is similar. So I don't know in your setting, but like these people that are doing quote unquote voluntary moves because they've been put on a PIP and they've said, hey, go look for another job. Those are exactly the sort of people who are going to go try to find another job. They're already low performing and, they have the opportunity to improve. But the involuntary moves, those are kind of the mercenaries who are already performing super, super high. And we're going to move them because there's a problem somewhere else in the org that we're trying to fix. And it feels like measuring absolute performance is super critical in this situation to disentangle those two things. And right now, you're not.
Yeah, I'm definitely, when I do the performance ratings, I'm controlling for the prior performance rating, but it's I guess I think in my current setting there is no PIP planning for the workers. They don't.
So the company doesn't have any PIPs.
They don't have PIPs. They're fine with you staying with your job. They don't, because I think my research helped them to figure out what the moves actually mean for them, and they're trying to move based on this.
So there's no PIPs.
Yeah.
It's a weird company.
Yes. Let me just quickly move forward some potential downsides of the lateral moves. So to start with, there can be a misalignment on the potential interest between the employee or even the local manager or even with the firm. It could be nepotism, I want to go to that team because I hang out with that supervisor all the time during coffee break. And it could be I just want an easier job, but with similar pay. And as I said before, I concentrated a lot on this adaptation cost. And the studies actually shows that people can be overconfident and misjudge their fit to their future job. And some studies also show that it's actually only underperformers are moving, like Bradford just said, the managers use this to kick out those most annoying underperformers so that they avoid firing them directly. And other studies also shows that, if you move too frequently, it's actually harmful for your long-term career path. And I guess we talk also about this null effect assumption that if this just random shuffling, we should not expect any effect on the lateral moves. And that is why I feel like it's an empirical question that worth studying. Just briefly talk about that this is also a phenomenon-driven project, meaning that there are so many lateral moves right now across different organizations. But what do we know about the internal labor market from the literature? what we only care about is kind of the career ladder from the past decades of the models. It's like whether employees can be promoted or not. But the current internal labor market is more like this career lattice, where the horizontal movement is just as important as the vertical ones. The numbers also support this notion. Like Bradford mentions, the frequency of lateral moves is actually a lot. It's the same scale as the promotion. And a lot of firms are investing in the internal mobility programs to facilitate this kind of lateral moves. And this matters even more during the era of hiring freeze like we are experiencing right now, because you just cannot fuel your organizations with endless external hires. You have to find out a way to kind of improve the match efficiency based on your current workforce to kind of to do the talent retention and a better talent allocation. So what is the field setting? To study those questions, I cooperate with the S&P 500 company, employing over 80,000 employees globally. The main business is apparel and shoes. I focused on the corporate workers in the US, like the reason I just described. The compensation structure is very similar to prior studies that use corporate workers because it's very hard to have objective performance measures for those corporate workers. You cannot say like, give me 100 lines of code to a software engineer because it's not that precise. Because of that, they use very minimal performance pay, and the salary is mainly determined by the hierarchical rank. This actually suggests that through the lateral moves, your salary remains the same, and this is the company's policy. Also related to that, because they do not have a good objective performance metrics, they use this annual subjective rating finalized by their supervisor. The data I'm using is the monthly snapshot of personnel data from 2012 to 2014. I integrated with survey data from 2018 to 2024. The main variables for me to kind of measuring match quality, I'm adopting this multi-proxy approach because there's no good measure to say like this is represent like match quality. My primary measure is turnover because as I said before, if the match is not good, it usually dissolves through turnover. And to complement that, I also use performance ratings, promotion probability, and I also integrate a lot of survey constructs along the way. So let me just skip this. I think we talk a lot about the definition here. Here's my empirical design. So I'm basically mirroring what's happened after the voluntary move or involuntary move after 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years. And the proxies can be turnover, promotion, performance ratings, or the survey variables. So the voluntary move and involuntary moves are all indicator variables, indicating whether this person has a voluntary or involuntary move or not. And we discussed a lot about the optimal counterfactual. But of course, I want to make sure that the movers and non-movers are really like similar and really comparable. What I do is I follow prior literature and includes a comprehensive set of the controls. I also adopt a very stringent interactive fixed effect here, just trying to increase the comparability. Yes.
So related to Ninjong's comments, it seems like the ideal counterfactual should be like one division you allow for a voluntary lateral move and another one you do not allow for. In that case, you could actually see whether or not, allowing for versus not allowing for actually improves match quality. It seems like in your case, like the companies, they're kind of, they're always allowing for this voluntary lateral move. Then it would be like, what Christian says, maybe companies already figured that out. It just, this one is beneficial. And then the second point is, I'm not sure comparing voluntary versus involuntary is really the right benchmark. I know your focus is on match quality, but from the firm's perspective, their focus is on performance. It's like matching quality relative firm performance is like, second order. So a lot of times if I have strategic priorities like Facebook, is trying to develop AI, I'm just going to put all the talented people into my AI division. And I don't really care, about the matching quality or whatever. It's just this is my priority. I got to get all my talent there. So even though the match quality may actually suffer, it's fine. So, so I know you're focused on match quality, but I wonder if you could get some sort of, really like team output measure, because that seems to be the ultimate objective for the firm.
Let's start with the second one. I definitely want to have some team level measure, but I really don't have. So for that part, I think mainly for the team level results, I will see that there are more costs compared to more benefits. As I like said before, there are a lot of like adaptation with your like the members in those teams to integrate these moves. Like for the sending team, you're losing a colleague. For the receiving team, you're having a new one. You're trying to integrate it. So I actually don't think that the team performance will be better if there is any of those. Yeah, you want to ask?
The team performance would not be better, but it's just like, you know, whatever. Let's say, you know, you move to another team, that team performance actually improves, and you know, so this team performance suffers. It's fine. You know, it's sort of like the overall strategic priorities.
I mean, yes, I think definitely when I try to provide a general benefit and cost narrative, I would love to have this kind of team level results so that I can better shed light on that part, but actually don't have. Yes.
So my comment is a little bit related to kind of Christian's question, where is the tension, and to kind of Tim's prior point. Yeah. So in the labor literature, right, I think, as was also mentioned, I think by Tim, there's currently kind of, I think, a big focus on the role of kind of values for employee kind of productivity and match alignment. So I think given that you have such granular kind of cool field data, one avenue would also be to just benchmark the relative roles of, you know, how important is task alignment relative to value alignment, basically. And so I wonder, what do you observe about the beliefs and kind of the values of the employees in terms of, you know, maybe political beliefs, societal beliefs? Because I think there the predictions could go both ways, and I think the literature kind of supports both. For example, there's on one hand this narrative that like-minded people in teams are more productive, but on the other hand, kind of in the context of politics, right, more kind of political homogeny basically leads to kind of worse performance outcomes. So to the extent that you can maybe kind of have data on maybe cultural backgrounds or for the employee, or kind of political beliefs, etc., even given that you have access to these employees, you could maybe exploit the role of different beliefs for performance outcomes.
Right.
And then one other point, it seems your performance measure has a quite big subjective component, right? So I wonder, when you say better performance, is it just that we're all feeling happier because we are more aligned, we're more alike, and we have a better time? But actually, objectively speaking, our team productivity, if you measured it with, I don't know, task completion, would maybe suffer. So is there other ways to measure productivity in a more objective way?
Fair. Very good comment. So short answer is, I don't have like very objective performance measures, but I think that's the reason I want to integrate, say, like probably like you don't want to leave the firm because you're just happy hanging out with your friends, but your productivity remains probably the same or even lower. That's why I'm integrating the performance rating data and the promotion results to complement the turnover perspective. It's not like you stay there happily shirking. It's like you stay there contributing to the firm. And that's kind of my way to alleviate that concern. And I'm testing like different dimensions of a survey result, but you can argue like happy workers just rate.
We'll take one more question.
But also I think for that explanation, it will not explain the cross-sectional pattern, because the variation will not exist if just every voluntary movers is just happier. I think the cross-sectional test can also alleviate some of the concern.
Nice, and then we're shutting down.
Last question?
Yeah, nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I may a little bit kind of take a step back from and try to build on many comments that were just here. So basically this paper talks about optimization, whether this behavior is optimal individually.
Right.
And I would agree, kind of, there seems to be a sentiment that it's not surprising. Yes, people are optimizing.
Right.
But then the paper tries to speak to this bigger question of policy, and it misses the piece that what can be optimal for the individual is not optimal for organization.
Yeah.
We are basically missing this piece of what happens with the team from which employee leaves. So this question, whether it's like net beneficial or net costly for the team, it's unclear how it could be, how we could assess this optimality and reach this conclusion, given that we only study individual behavior. do you have any proxy of the costs for the team where the person left from?
Yeah.
Like their drop in productivity and like what is the total output of the company,
right?
Not how happy the individual who moves.
Right. I definitely acknowledge that's kind of one of the major limitations from a setting. But I want to say one thing. I feel like matching is two-sided. It's not like employee just happy and firms are angry. I think the different performance measures on the match qualities kind of help me triangulate that's the two-sided match. Because even if only one side is happy, the match will not work.
How about the team where the person left from?
Fair. I try to do that analysis. The problem is like I do not have a perfect control for that because I need to find those groups who do not have any standing or receiving lateral movers for that team. This is already very rare. And then I compared with the team only standing people out. So I actually run this analysis. I think direction is negative, which kind of within expectation, but it's not significant because I don't have enough power for that. I think. And also my actually fixed effect structure already absorb a lot of a variation at the team level. So, but to answer your question on the, even for that analysis, my outcome variable is average performance ratings across all the employees, which is not the perfect team outcome measure in that part. But that's definitely the limitation. Sorry, I'm not allowed to.
No more questions. We need to see the tables. All right.
Okay. Tables. Okay, this is actually the main results for the tables. But since I'm using this horizon by horizon structure, I figured out if there's a better way to show the results. So remember that I'm compare future turnover rate of voluntary and involuntary movers to those non-movers. And here is like year 1, 2, 3, 4 after your move. And remember it's 4 regressions. And for the turnover result, what I found is like voluntary movers are less likely to leave the company. And it's negatively significant for the first 2 years. And the magnitude actually very large because it's 3% or 1.4%. If you think about the average turnover rate of this company is 8.6%, this actually means 35% and 16% less likely for those voluntary movers to leave the company after the voluntary move. Whereas for the involuntary ones, I do not find this pattern. Everything is not significant, and there is even like a positive spike in the relatively long term. Similarly, when I examined the outcomes to the promotion probability, so consistent with the adaptation cost explanation, they have like a low promotion probability right after their move, but the trend kind of diverge from year 2, which they enjoy a higher promotion probability from year 2 to year 4. The magnitude is also very large because if you consider the average promotion rate is 12%, this coefficient actually means that voluntary movers are 20% more likely to be promoted starting from year 2 to year 4. Then for the involuntary movers, they also experience this dip, but they never kind of like catch up in the future. Similar stories in performance ratings. As I said, it's very subjective ratings. What I found is also what I call a J-curve, meaning that they dip first and then they catch up in the long term. But I do not find this pattern for the involuntary movers, except for this big dip. So for the survey results, I found this survey like the match-related items and voluntary movers report significantly positive perceptions on those items, but involuntary ones do not. Just one thing I want to highlight here is that, as I said, there's a potential cost that they have a lower, they have a vague expectation for their routine jobs right after their move. That's why for the item called known expectation, that is negative. I will just skip this, but I will quickly go through the framework. Like when I do the cross-sectional test, as I motivated through the employee selection literature, the first part is like there's a huge two-sided information asymmetry. So I'm examining from both employees' perspective because as a candidate, I don't know what's the job in that firm, or from the employer's perspective that as an employer, I don't know what's this candidate, whether fit with the job or not. So this is two-sided information asymmetry. I use different measures for that. And then the second challenge is dynamic versus static. And here I use the measure called change of job contents, because if this person's job change a lot, they may need this rematch mechanism more than others. And I also examine alternative incentives, because we all know like promotion is an important incentive for corporate workers. But what if that for those workers, they have limited promotion opportunities? They probably treasure this lateral move opportunities a lot. It's kind of like an alternative rather than just exiting the firm. And I also found some results on that part. Let me skip the tables. Yeah, I think I was already highlight the adaptation cost, the vague role clarity and the frequent moves. But one thing I didn't say before is that I found voluntary moves can be more costly if this person is landing in a team with stronger pre-existing familiarity. That kind of like consistent with the adaptation cost, because it's just hard for this person to integrate into the team. Christine.
Thank you. My question was from a few slides ago when I wasn't allowed to ask the question.
Sorry.
But it was about the fixed effect structure. So I think it would help to provide more information on, you don't have to go back.
Yeah.
It would be helpful to provide some information about, how big the teams are, like how many observations are there within each of the year times job times teams times rank.
Yeah.
Because I'd be curious to know how many observations are you actually estimating your effect on? And it would be helpful to know that, because in some of your tables, like the coefficient just completely flips when you lose observations. And that is telling me that perhaps that fixed effect structure is really stringent, and basically you're estimating the effect on a completely different or much smaller subset of observations once you condition on year 2, year 3.
Right.
And also I'm wondering if maybe you're throwing out some of the variation that you are interested in. Like maybe you do want to compare across teams because you're interested in a manager that for some reason is not as amenable to people switching teams, then that's actually variation that you'd be interested in.
Yeah, I definitely want to find a room to include the team variations into my analysis, but right now the paper is already very long. But to answer your question, I think about 30 to 40% of the variations will, like the singletons, when I include this kind of stringent fixed effect. So my largest regression include about 92,000 observations. Average team size is about 22-ish. Yeah, I think that's
what team times rank. How many people are in each rank within each?
That's
your fixed effect, right?
That I forget. That I forget.
It would be helpful to put it in the paper.
Sure. And okay, I will. No more tape. But yes, John. John never raised the hand again, so I don't know what he gave up. I think I can take one more question. Yes. John, do you want a question? Right. Yeah, I think this table can rule that out, because this table, I compare those with larger moves, which kind of you do the cross-functional move, and compared to those who do not do the cross-functional moves just within the same function. And as you can see, like there's like a bigger performance dip for the promotion and performance in the year 1, because it's a larger move. They have to like devote extra effort to adapt to that very like different jobs. And it's actually, for the turnover result in year 4, it's actually positive for those larger moves, because some of them, they just never adapt to this new job and they're just leaving. Whereas for those who just move within the same function, and the results are still there. I think that can speak to some of the concerns that it's only driven by this like change of the function or skills acquisition, not by like matching itself. Very, very fair point. I think skill acquisition itself can be a part of matching. What I'm worried about is that it's like, oh, you are exposed to different tasks. You are naturally will have a better outcome in the future. that mechanical relationship is what I'm afraid about. But I think this table can alleviate some of the concerns. And also, if you think about involuntary and voluntary moves, they all actually some degree exposed to different tasks, but they still have very divergent trend after the move.
Yep.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Agree. And thank you. I think that worked for me, actually. Last question, Jeff.
I was wondering if you could just talk through the interpretation of Table 13. What happens with those who actively applied to move but then didn't move? And I think you sort of interpret that as that you need to actually be able to move to sort of get the performance effects. But is there an alternative view there that actually they're just not good enough to get approved for the move?
I think somehow that table, of course, justifies that the matching mechanism actually works like decentralized version, because if like even I apply and I do not find a differential impact compared to those who failed to get the job, then that's probably a bigger trouble. But the motivation to include that table is to control for the potential willingness to move, because some people argue that, maybe like the movers are just more risk-taking. They're more likely to move with different type of employees. So that's kind of why I include that table in the first place.
Yeah, I get that part, but also it just seems like, I keep thinking if I want to move and I am allowed to move, it's sort of like a promotion. It comes with cost and things because
for sure.
Document. And if I'm forced to move, that sounds kind of like a demotion. And so I know if you think of that showing up like that would explain a lot of the results. And then when you look, it seems still consistent with what happens if you applied to move, but you don't get to. That feels less like a promotion and more like a demotion, and you don't see the same performance effects.
I don't think that involuntary moves are demotion. I feel like they're just more noisy because sometimes your manager knows better than you. Sometimes they don't. Well, most of the time they don't. That's why I never argue that involuntary moves are bad. It's just a little bit noisy if you see the confidence interval. But anyway, I thank you for the point. Let me conclude really fast. Determinant test, no time. Robustness test. Okay. This paper trying to make two contributions. First, I want to enrich this employee job matching literature. So I feel like in the literature, there are limited research kind of examine the match mechanisms after employees enters the firm. And they kind of using a very static perspective to think about the matching action. I think this paper can expand that literature by saying like there's a mechanism, which is a lateral move, can probably improve the matching after employees enters the firm. And the second is on the internal labor market literature. I think it's predominantly focused on promotions, right? It's priorly we just have a job ladder, everyone fights for the narrowly defined job. But right now the job boundaries are so vague and the lateral moves are emerging like crazily. And there's an old saying that there are too many theories, but too few facts for the internal labor market research. And I hope this paper can speak to that also. Without that, thank you. That'll be.
We have a break.
I would like to welcome everybody for the last session of the conference. We have one more very interesting paper on Chief Human Resource Officer Compensation and Strategic Human Capital Management. But before we start with the paper, we would all like to thank Lisa for her effort and time. Yeah, we all enjoy this conference, and it's all thanks to Lisa. We would also like to thank her for excellent management of the journal and of the editors. The paper is by David, Charlie, Sean, and Eddie will be presenting 5 minutes. Sorry, Charlie will be presenting.
He can present.
No.
Eddie, you want to come up?
Okay. Charlie will be presenting, Eddie will be taking notes. 5 minutes uninterrupted, and I may interrupt in the middle just to move the paper forward.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having me out, and thanks for the opportunity to be presenting a paper that's been really, really fun to work on. As Regina mentioned, this is joint work that I have with Dave, John, and Eddie, and we're looking at Chief Human Resource Officers, their compensation as an input into strategic human capital management. So at a very high level, we want to understand how do investments into strategic human capital relate to firm outcomes. And so we're going to examine a particular input, in particular looking at the person who's most likely to be in charge of developing human capital, the Chief Human Resource Officer. They're the person that's mandated to try to make strategic decisions, to try to improve the firm's human capital in terms of how employees are satisfied, curating talent within the firm, thinking about succession planning, etc. So we're going to examine how does their pay, which is a proxy for, we'll say, their quality, how does that map into future human capital outcomes? Thinking about turnover, thinking about the quality of employees entering the firm and those that are leaving, as well as the sentiment of employees that stay with the firm. Then how do those relate to future outcomes, in particular intellectual capital creation, which is something that we think is a direct consequence of good human capital, as well as higher stock price returns in the future. So that's kind of, that we kind of find positive results with all of those. But the motivation for looking at Chief Human Resource Officers is probably founded from a McKinsey article that came about in the 90s, which talks about the war for talent, arguing that human capital is central to a firm's success. And as a consequence of this sentiment that human capital is becoming increasingly important, firms began to take a more strategic view of human resources. Right? In the past, HR used to be this compliance cost center that every firm had to have but didn't want to have. And people began to view HR as a way that they could curate their talent. And one of the ways that they did this is by elevating the person in charge of HR to have the title Chief Human Resource Officer or Chief People Officer, where they began to interact with the firm's executives at the highest levels. And this interest in understanding human capital within a firm is also something that investors care about. If we think about the amendments to Reg SK and the human capital disclosures, that's the consequence of investors trying to glean a little bit more information about how firms are investing in their human capital. But one of the, I think, limitations of these disclosures is they tend to be non-actionable and kind of hard to compare across firms. You can't really understand if there are, quantities in there, kind of how these would map into actual human capital outcomes. So we really lack systematic measures of firms' commitment to human capital. And so we're going to be looking at the pay ratio of the Chief Human Resource Officer because they're a very key important person when thinking about the inputs into human capital. How are they going to develop the firm culture? So unlike a lot of papers that often focus on the outcomes of human capital, we're going to be focusing on the inputs, in particular the pay for the CHRO. So even though I think people are becoming increasingly convinced that HR and the Chief Human Resource Officer is becoming increasingly important when we think about the increasing importance of human capital, we often have very little information about who these people are and how they're compensated. So this graph here shows the top line shows the number of Chief Human Resource Officers that we can identify through Revlio Labs for publicly traded firms. The bottom line here shows you the number of those CHROs that are named executive officers. So we have a very large gap between those that are disclosed on the proxy statement and all these other individuals that also potentially play an important role for the firm and kind of how they're incentivized. So we just have very little information about how firms invest in these individuals and consequently some of the decisions they make to try to improve their human capital. So I think there is some tension in our question. In particular, every firm has somebody in charge of HR. Many large firms, most S&P 500, most Russell 1000 firms, have a Chief People Officer, so kind of elevating that person to the C-suite. But there's a lot of variation in terms of the authority granted to them. On the one hand, if you pay this person a lot of money, presumably from an efficient contracting perspective, you're going to be able to attract better, capable CHROs. And if they're going to be given more resources and authority, that's going to be indicative of a firm trying to manage their human capital. So that's kind of the key here, that we're viewing this paper very much as a measurement paper. And then obviously, if you're paying this person more, that's just going to be a signal that human capital is important for this firm. But there's also a potential that this is not going to result in any improvements into human capital. There's a very large literature that shows that a lot of these executives, you know, if you look at CEO compensation, the correlation between how they're paid and the actual firm performance is pretty weak. So some of this high pay may not actually be a reflection of value creation, but maybe a reflection of rent extraction or managerial power. Often, if you look at surveys of managers, they often view HR as peripheral, annoying. There's a well-cited article in Fast Company from 20 years ago titled, "Why Does Everybody Hate HR?" And so even if you bring in a well-paid, capable CHRO, if there's resistance within the firm, we might actually not see any improvements into human capital. And then finally, title inflation. Okay, this idea that just because you have chief in your name and there's this potential that you could have a greater importance in the firm, you might not actually have any real power as a result. So where does our paper fit in the literature? We, like all papers that have Venn diagrams, we sit right in the middle. You know, if we think about executive compensation, there's been a ton of work, a lot of it done by our co-author Dave, looking at executive compensation. We're looking at another increasingly important executive and their compensation. But more importantly, we're looking into the investments into intangible capital, in particular human capital, which can be so nebulous and hard to quantify that we think looking at this pay is kind of one key input and something that we can pin down a little bit. So let me open it up to questions. Mark.
Data set, and it's an interesting setting. I guess this goes back to the counterfactual question. So do you view this primarily as a matching paper, going back to the previous paper? Because as I was reading it, it seems like it sort of mixes between it's either the match or it's actually what this person is doing. And do you have a strong sense for that?
Well, I think, our view is that, you know, who they choose, who a firm chooses for their CHRO is totally endogenous. We just view this as a signal, a predictive signal, because it's going to relate to future firm outcomes in terms of kind of what's going to happen at the firm. So we don't view it as necessarily, and it's going to be hard for us with our data to separate, oh, if we drop this person in versus this other person in, what would the difference look like? We're viewing this pay ratio as kind of a signal of how much they're investing in the firm, because it's super hard to think about like, we're doing all these great corporate retreats and this is going to improve our human capital and our synergies. We think this is a little bit more quantifiable.
I guess part of the reason I bring it up is because you often use words like influences. So this person influences those outcomes. And if it's just purely a matching story, then it seems much harder to draw that kind of inference.
Yeah, okay, fair point. Joao.
Great paper.
Thank you. I know you said you were going to say that before.
Yeah, exactly.
Stick the knife in.
So it's actually great that the slide is here. So I kept reading your paper thinking, look, like I feel this paper actually fits best in the organizational layers literature. I feel like in this literature, what we have is, you know, basically companies get demand shocks. They need to expand and contract because of those. But with the expansion and contractions, so does the number and complexity of the problems that the firm might have to face. And then the CEO needs to basically sort of hire expertise, delegate, and so kind of that's how, and for those problems to get solved. On the empirical counterpart of this literature, what we've seen is that the greater the number of layers, sort of you will see exactly the same sort of relations that you find. Right, you'll see sort of there's a recent Michael Ewens and Xavier Giroud paper that basically associate number of layers with stock returns, patents, lower turnover. And so I kind of reading your paper and kind of trying to understand what is really sort of the differentiating factor here. I mean, wouldn't you find sort of the exact same results if you were sort of analyzing another sort of layer of expertise that was being added to the company. Because in the end, sort of it all falls back to the initial primitive, which is sort of these shocks to demand that the company company receives.
Yeah, I think we could do a better job maybe linking to some of this organizational literature. If you look at our citations there, I think we could do more to speak to those. I think I agree that it's also going to be correlated with these other firm improvements, because we don't actually, I hope it's clear in the writing, we don't assume that you're going to drop in a high-paying CHRO and that's going to enact all of these changes. We view this as a noisy input into some of these outcomes that's going to be co-occurring with these other organizational changes that are happening in the firm.
That's right. But then it's kind of hard to basically, I mean, how do we interpret these associations, right? I mean, are they sort of just a manifestation of everything else, particularly the human capital investment, or is it a manifestation of everything else that is happening in the hierarchical sort of structure of the company, right? So it's kind of...
Yeah, but I think that argument would also hold, or would also be valid if you were thinking about other measures that people have looked at in that literature, right? If we're thinking about increasing, other aspects of the firm that are associated with human capital. The nice thing I think about ours is that you can easily pinpoint, say, this is how much this person's getting paid, and how is that going to relate to future firm outcomes. But the point's well taken. Yeah, Chi.
I find the ratio very interesting, and you interpret as the strategic priority assigned to human capital management.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, conceptually, can you talk more about what the ratio capture in terms of, is it, for example, the CHRO's authority in the decision-making process in the company, or is their the quality of their talent acquisition, or it's more conceptually how you think about the specific channel is working and whether you can test that.
So I think we view this pay ratio as, if we think about it from, I'll get to it in a couple slides, but I'll stay here for a sec. We view this as kind of the strategic importance that the firm is placing on human capital development. But getting to your other point, we view this pay ratio as kind of a summary statistic of a very high-dimensional aspect of this individual and what the firm is trying to do by developing HR, all these other things. And to try to get a little bit of that towards the end of the paper, we correlate and we show that our CHRO pay ratio is incremental to other measures of human capital, thinking about the size of the HR department, the development of knowledge capital, and organizational capital from Peters and Taylor, et cetera. So we think we're capturing a distinct dimension, but it is a multi-dimensional thing at the end of the day. Ava.
Thank you. I had two hands
up.
So coming on this theme and what you just answered actually, I think fits with the question I wanted to ask. So you pitch very much as a measurement paper that this is the importance of strategic human capital management, and sort of I read like this can be measured for a larger set of firms. We can't look deeply into these firms. So I was thinking about, okay, I'm going to see which company has a high score on your measure, and then I'm going to do a field study and look at what practices they actually have internally, because those should be good practices according to your paper. But then I was exactly confused by the table you just mentioned in your prior answer, table 10, that starts to control for some of these, what I would see as those practices, and you're pitching them as alternate proxies of the importance of HR management, but like the size of the HR team, that could be one of the practices that you're actually thinking about. You're building up a HR team, and so that was confusing to me. I felt that was inconsistent with the initial pitch.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we have that table in there because I think it's meant to address this issue that there's so many other measures that all of each of them have their own limitations that are trying to measure this, high ideal of human capital. And the purpose of that table is to say, look, here's a list of things that we can get information on. There's probably other practices that we can't observe here. Maybe they have really good medical care. Maybe they have really good parental leave policies that are developed by the CHRO that's trying to push those through. We're not going to observe these as researchers, so we're going to say that even above and beyond these things that we can measure, some of these things that we can't as the empiricists, are still associated with these outcomes and the CHRO pay. Yeah, Doug.
So I find that sort of the associations really interesting. Your pitch, though, is that the HR team is somehow augmenting the production process of the firm by increasing the effectiveness or whatever it is of the human capital, right? So I have some direct experience dealing with HR people in an organization that I won't name.
You were our faculty dean.
I was the interim dean too, so that's where this comes from. But the role of HR, I learned, is to solve problems, to essentially troubleshoot. And so, I mean, I don't know whether this affects your interpretation, but really, why would you pay a lot of money for a top HR person? Well, because when you got a thorny problem, meaning a person that needs to be dealt with, it's very complicated. And you need someone who understands all of the legal, the regulatory, the potential reputational damages that go along with all of those things. And you bring that person into the room and she is going to solve the problem.
Yeah.
And that is incredibly valuable. And if you don't have that, then you can have some of these problems that will destroy a lot of value.
Yeah.
So again, I'm not quite sure how that affects your interpretation, but when I think about this, the value is the HR team may do some positive things, but it's solving the negative things that is really what makes the very people at the top of this. That's why you would want to pay them a lot of money, because they have incredible experience. They have a lot of institutional knowledge. They know the organization, they know the people, and they can solve this problem in a way that is super valuable.
You bring up a good point that at least maybe my co-authors thought of it, but I hadn't. There's this asymmetric treatment, right? Like they're fixing the downside, but maybe not doing as much on the upside. We hadn't actually really, at least I hadn't thought of it that way. I just thought, if you think about it, I'll move to this next slide, about somebody that does have this kind of strategic aspect. He's an example. He's the former CHRO from American Express and GE. And he talks about how he's trying to be the confidant of the CEO when he came to GE to try to enact change within GE that was having a lot of problems at the time.
Yeah.
And then obviously hoping that would improve the performance. So this would be an example of somebody that's really the partner or the confidant of the CEO, trying to help them deal with some of these thorny human capital, or HR.
Certainly, like GE would be a great example of an organization that went through an incredible amount of restructuring, and that is where you really need these people.
Yes. Yeah, that's a very good point, and something that we haven't really explored, kind of the downside versus the upside. Bridget.
Looking at two of your figures, you've got the figure that shows the number of companies that have CHRO over time, and it really increases from 20 to 2021, which I think is consistent with this DEI George Floyd response. But you don't see the CHRO pay ratio increase, I don't think. The median kind of stays flat. So at a time when I think there was general consensus that we needed to focus on HR, maybe to Doug's point, from a more positive, proactive perspective, but you don't see the pay ratio changing as much around that time. Can you just talk me through what you think that means in terms of what your pay ratio is picking up?
So I mean, obviously, the pay ratio is going to have the denominator is going to be a function of the CEO's pay, and the CEO's pay, I think, did pretty well during that period as well. We'd have to look at the level of CHRO pay to probably more directly answer your question. Regarding like some of the DEI-related activities, I mean, some of these companies, if you actually look at the number of chief diversity officers, it spikes way up and then it goes way back down. This is complementary to some of those efforts, but I think it's broader in the sense that we're thinking more about value than values. is the way that we would argue that.
So I think it would be helpful, because I didn't see much discussion of diversity officers in the paper. I could have missed it, but maybe to elaborate on the fact that this is distinct and that the diversity officer is not reporting to this person. And so you really are focused on a totally different aspect of broader human capital management within the firm.
Okay. Stefan.
Super interesting paper, Charlie, especially
Thank you.
sort of thinking about how this overall management of human resources features into intangible capital. And when I think about this process, it's pretty much a cross-functional collaborative process. And so that led me directly to the question, like, is this just a function of the pay of the CHRO being close to the CEO's pay, or is it something more collaborative where you sort of see the pay ratio of the entire C-suite being pretty level to sort of facilitate some more collaborative effort there? And it'd be really interesting to see, is this like an HR function effort mechanism, or is this collaboration that sort of brings these functions together?
Yeah, so I think this gets a little bit to what Joao was talking about before. You know, I think there are other things going on at the same time as, you know, we have data on these CHROs. That said, you know, it does seem to be somewhat distinct, because I don't think we tabulate it in the Internet Appendix, but, you know, we do different ratios where we look at the ratio of like the other named executive officers that aren't the CEO to try to control, you know, at least indirectly for some of these other, you know, broader C-suite organizational changes. But your point is well taken.
Let's take one more and then continue.
Okay, Brandon, you got the last.
I struggled a little bit with the rent extraction as kind of an alternative story.
Yeah.
All of the papers that you cite there are about CEOs being rent extractors.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't think of a case of like, oh, this CHRO person is a lot of power and they're doing rent extraction, so maybe you have some anecdotes about that. And then your empirical approach also is kind of like scaling by the CEO's pay or by other pay that you think would be influenced by rent extraction if it were present. So I just wonder how you thought about that.
Yeah, so I mean, there's not a lot of literature on CHROs. I mean, most of the literature that we're aware of is either case studies or very small samples or surveys. So there's just not a lot of examples of rent extraction by the CHRO. That said, there are instances, you know, where you could see something like this. So I believe it's Bob Nardelli when he moved into Home Depot, I believe. I think he brought a CHRO with him and paid him a lot of money. Right, and so Bob Nardelli made a lot of money when he was at Home Depot, and the CHRO made a lot of money in the early 2000s, well above many of his peers. And you could argue that maybe that's an example of, you know, where the person was paid a lot more than they should have been. I don't know, but that would be an example of rent extraction. But I think there's a ton of variation in terms of how much these individuals get paid, so that, you know, and so it's unclear whether the top people that are getting paid a lot, how much of that is actually value creation versus rent extraction. So let me move on a little bit. So yeah, we talked about Kevin Cox. Here's some other examples from proxy statements where they talk about the chief people officers of these firms interacting with the boards of directors, thinking about succession planning, et cetera. So there are instances where these individuals are working hard and interacting at the highest levels of the firm. So we talked a little bit about this, but I'll lay it out a little bit more formally. We look at the CHRO pay ratio. It's the pay of the CHRO divided by the pay of the CEO. We're focusing on the ratio for a couple of reasons. One, we view this as kind of the relative importance of the CHRO. I think more importantly, it's also a benchmark that a lot of executive compensation consultants use to benchmark other executives' pay. They often benchmark it to the CEOs. So it has practitioner relevance. And then we also like this because it helps control for any firm-specific characteristics that affect compensation of the executives. And this is also somewhat related to other executive compensation papers that look at like the CEO pay slice, how much of the total pay of the named executive officers flows to the CEO, as well as the CEO pay ratio, which is now disclosed by firms. But obviously our results kind of, they also hold, if we look at the levels of pay and you know, deflating the pay by other amounts. Henry.
I wonder if the pay is really just a signal of the quality of the CHRO. Because if you have like a good, let's say it's like a car, it's Toyota. If we all just pay more for Toyotas to say that cars are more important, we're not going to get like safer cars or better outcomes. And so, like, should we just take the stock of CHROs and pay them more and say, you know, that signals more importance, or should we like create a different market for CHROs in which there's more competition, where we then want to pay them their reservation wage, so pay them less, but like hunt harder for them. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wonder if you're picking up how well did that firm, or how much priority did the firm place on hunting, but then they negotiated the wage to the reservation wage. Like, shouldn't we keep wages at the reservation wage?
It depends on how, you know, who has the negotiating power. I mean, these CHROs do move around. They actually move around a little bit more than CEOs do. So there is quite a bit of movement of these individuals. I guess it's 2 slides from now. But if you think about what these, you know, what's correlated with this pay ratio, it's it's a function of their experience, which you could say is an imperfect measure of ability. It's also a function of how large the HR department is. So it's a function of how much authority they have. And it's also a function of how important human capital is. So those are kind of the 3 key inputs which determine how much these individuals are getting paid. We don't really speak in this paper about the matching or the negotiation of their pay, you know, relative to the reservation wage. I mean, we can't actually see that, you know, the negotiation going on. But maybe you could, if you had a bit more information, kind of, you know, who's moving where and why.
So I'm wondering whether you have not just the pay level, but also the pay performance sensitivity, you know, like incentives, because, you know, from contracting perspective, it's not just the level of pay, but also the incentives. Because, you know, like, I think one closely related literature is about like CFO pay and earnings management. And basically they're just saying not the pay level, but the incentives for CFO pay determines earnings management. Because yours can be think about as like, you know, the pay of chief human resources executive and like strategic, like human capital management.
Yeah. Well, so towards the end of the paper, we got some data relatively late where we actually get the composition of their compensation. And we find that a lot of these human capital associations are concentrated in instances where these individuals have more equity-based pay, with the idea being that if you're trying to make an efficient contract and you want these people to have not just a compliance role where you could probably pay them a fixed wage, but actually have the investment into the long-term performance of the firm, we see that's kind of where all the action's happening in our results.
Thank you.
Let me just quickly talk about the data just so that we're all on the same page, and I'll take some more questions. So the data comes from Equilar. We have 10 years of data. They get the data for them comes from 2 places. One is if you're a named executive officer, they'll just grab it from the proxy statement. But they also run these compensation surveys where they ask these pretty detailed questions to about 1,400 firms per year about their top 25 employees. How are you paying them? What are you paying them, et cetera. And they gave us the information related to chief human resource officers. So kind of the descriptives. So this is the pay ratio. You see that it's there's quite a bit of variance here, as well as a lot of skew. So there's some very high outliers in terms of their pay. And if we look across time, even over a 10-year sample period, we still see pretty sizable heterogeneity in their pay across time. So again, suggesting that within those individuals that are CHROs, that there's a lot of variance that could be potentially indicative of some of the investment that the firms are making into developing human capital. Flash.
So you're using the ratio to measure how much the company is investing in human capital.
Yep.
And so should I think of this as we don't have enough data on how much they're actually investing in human capital, so I have to use this as a proxy? And so, like, in theory, if I saw how much they were investing in R&D labor, and I could capitalize that, would that be like what we're actually trying to get after? Or is there something about measuring HR pay specifically that matters? And the reason I'm asking that is a lot of the cross-sectional splits, it seems like the results are coming in through like tech or tech-like companies. And so then I'm just wondering if I could measure R&D labor, would that get me the same answer?
Well, so I would view, like, if you think about like Peters and Taylor, like
Yeah, but that's not really R&D labor, right? It's like 30%
Well, no,
of
but like if you look at R&D, like their measure, they view R&D as knowledge capital, and then they view this kind of nebulous fraction of SG&A as organizational capital. We view our results as more correlated with the organizational capital, right? Not necessarily knowledge creation. Granted, these are not, you know, totally orthogonal things, but I think it's more than just developing patents. I mean, we show that it's associated with these more tangible outcomes, but it's kind of, do you have like the secret sauce of the company that allows the Googles, the OpenAIs to really succeed? And I think that's what we're focused on, and it's just so hard to measure that.
Yeah, one suggestion I have. So in Table 10, you control for some of these other like HR, human capital type measures.
Yeah.
I think you could try to proxy for how much they're investing in like high quality talent by, I mean, even CompuStat does report like how much they're spending on labor for about 20% of the observations. And then you could try to interact that with R&D or something like that to see if I actually try to get to dollar value of how much I'm investing in human capital. Could that get me similar results?
Yeah, we have something similar by looking at like the total pay of the HR department, but we could, from Revlio Labs, but we could do that more generally about the firm overall.
Exactly.
Yeah. Frank. Okay.
Of a human capital management kind of include two things. The first one is kind of how you manage the top level, but also there's a bottom level employees and how do you manage them. So I really like your the turnover and work dynamic results. But I think another thing that you can think about is kind of how much they pay for the lower level employees. And we know that there is some sort of CEO employee payment disclosures, and so that may be potential another data source you can look at and to sort of to see like it is really like specific to the manager level, or is this kind of a broader organizational strategy? So this is not kind of a endogenous concern, it's just about the channel.
No, that's a good point. I mean, I think the closest thing that we have to that is, we look at where does this turnover, where do these things tend to happen within the firm, and we find them in the most core aspects of the company. Now, we're not necessarily getting at the level of where in the hierarchy are these changes happening, but it does get a little bit into this kind of looking within the firm, like kind of, at least in the cross-section of where within the firm, kind of where are these changes happening. It's happening in the most important places of the company. And this is consistent with some of the CHRO conversations we've had. They talk about, look, you want to get the best people in the places where they're going to have the biggest change. But we could do more in terms of the hierarchy. Okay, I think I talked about this. If this is our table 3 in box form. So the pay ratio is a function of really 3 things. It's a function of the experience of that individual, so which you could say is loosely correlated with that person's ability. It's a function of the size of the HR department, so the resources that are allocated to them, as well as in thinking about the importance of intangibles. So the things really light up when we think about measures related to the new economy and the importance of intangible assets.
So I believe not all firms have CHRO, right?
That's correct.
Then if your contract is to measure the firm's commitment or priority, you use different language. Why don't you use 01 as another proxy?
Yeah, so it's 2 reasons that, we did explore that. Just naming somebody the CHRO doesn't add much, doesn't associate with future outcomes. And part of that is just because it could be title inflation.
Okay.
It's
they still have human resources had different title. Okay.
Yeah, and so just because you want to sound more techie by calling a chief people officer as opposed to vice president of HR, that doesn't necessarily confer a bunch of new authority necessarily.
So your data include everything, different title?
No, so we're looking within the firms for which we have CHRO pay ratio. Because what Equilar asks about is their top 25 employees. If you delegate your HR to like a really low peripheral level, they're not going to show up in that in their surveys, and they're not certainly going to show up as their named executive officer.
That's why I think it's a proxy for whether human resources is important in the company, right?
Yeah, and we want to look in this set of firms where it's possible they might be doing it.
My point is that people are asking about your construct. If your construct is CHROP or incentive design, contract design, then you need to focus on this measure, right?
Yes.
But if your construct is whether human resources is important in a company, maybe this 0.1 difference is another proxy. Because if they don't show up in the top executive, means it's not very important compared to CFO, other CDO.
Yeah,
position.
but I think so. But I think, you know, what we find is it tends to, you know, just kind of that 0.1, you know, the average, reaction returns to, you know, to creating a CHRO. There's not much there, and we attribute that to title inflation. That there's not really, just because you elevate somebody to that doesn't really add much. Sugata.
When I saw the CHRO pay ratio while reading your paper, my interpretation was different. And part of this is, I think Shu was mentioning this, in the earnings management literature, this has been, the relative power has also been thought of as the power of the employees down the line to resist what the CEO wishes to achieve, right? And so it's like resistance power in some sense, right? And you have an endogenous setting, and you kind of own it, which is good.
Yeah.
But part of that endogeneity is, it's not like if the CEO wanted to reduce the pay ratio tomorrow, the CEO could, because this is probably a very sticky ratio. It's a characteristic that has been established, and so a ready alternative hypothesis here that would give your empirical exercise more credence in equilibrium is that when the CHRO endogenously has more power, the CHRO is going to look after the HR aspect of the firm, whereas the CEO wants to look after the entire firm. And you first establish the first part, and then you say, well, is this good for the firm? That's how I would position the way you're doing this, right? Because there's dual objectives, the firm objectives and the HR objectives, and they're not always in line.
No, they're not, and obviously, you know, there could be agency problems. I mean, we do try to examine that very indirectly at the end when we're looking at how are these individuals paid, and if they're compensated on, if more of their compensation's on long-term performance of the overall firm, then presumably they're going to internalize that incentive structure into them. But you are right that there could be some nepotism within the HR department that could occur. But I think that would
I think you should push more of this notion that the HR person can actually now push back against the CEOs when they want to.
Yeah.
And that sets up this possible alternative that HR objectives are being fulfilled at the cost of the firm's objectives, which you show is not the case, right? Because that's why I think in equilibrium your results are interesting.
Okay, good. Thanks. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about the hypothesis. We're going to call this the conceptual framework because obviously there's endogeneity here, right? But we're first going to look at the pay of the CHRO and how does this relate to workforce management outcomes, employee sentiments, kind of how do the employee, what's the mix of the employees and how do they feel about the firm after we observe their pay? Does this associate with future intellectual capital creation? And then finally, does it map into firm performance? Okay, so that's kind of the roadmap that we have in the paper. These are our proxies for all of these different things, but I'll hopefully talk about some of them during presentation. So just before I get into the research design, I think the two pieces I want to talk about for the data, I talked a little bit about this Revlio Lab CHRO pay ratio. We have about 3,000 observations over 10 years, so about 300 a year. The other parts I want to mention, obviously we're using Revlio Labs for the hiring and firing of these individuals, the credentials of the people leaving and entering the firm, the sentiment through Glassdoor, that's through Revlio Labs, as well as towards the end we also try to get a little closer at kind of how these CHROs are affecting the firm by looking at the hiring of inventors and kind of their productivity before they get hired as a measure of their quality and their productivity after they get hired. Okay? So this is going to be our regression where we're looking at the pay ratio and associating this with future human capital outcomes. So we're going to just try to deal with outliers by decile ranking this pay ratio because obviously there are instances where there are $1 CEOs. We do a bunch of robustness tests that I don't think even made it into the internet appendix, thinking about other measures related to make sure that our results are not driven by this ratio, have some kind of common controls. clustering by firm, and 10 years of data. So let's talk a little bit about the findings. Looking first at this association between the CHRO pay ratio and turnover. So what we find is that in T+1, these CHRO, there's a higher association with turnover. So suggesting that a higher CHRO pay is associated with higher turnover. Okay? And that's resulting in both higher inflows and outflows. Matthias.
Two questions or maybe comments.
Okay.
I think one on this turnover, it kind of course, seems to be related to you're also picking up how competitive, and you talked about the war for talents, how competitive this is, and that's why you have to pay more, and that's why maybe this is also an area where there's a lot of influx and outflux, because typically we're thinking of better human capital practices as something that reduces turnover. So that seems to be something where turnover is fairly costly, all of these things. So it seems like we're selecting on a setting by looking at pay where there's just a lot of hire and fire and a lot through the market, we can buy the best ones. They're not very loyal, and so they're also going in and out. So I think that's a specific thing that you're measuring, given that you're selecting on the pay. Then to the broader part, and I'm just asking this now so that I don't have to make another question afterwards. I was just wondering about the pitch, because you said this is, you think of this as a measurement paper, but then we had some discussions about tension before. I think for a measurement paper, I would think that the key thing is to say, look, we have a certain construct conceptually that we want to measure, and there's not much tension. That's why we're selecting exactly this proxy, because otherwise, if there's lots of tension, then it's not a good proxy. So I think that's a good thing to say, look, or not go into this hypothesis testing or tension part, because if there were really tension, I think it's not quite a measurement paper. And if it's a measurement paper, the two things that seem most important to understand is, when is this a good measure and for what? And so what would be applications where you think this is really the thing to go for? And I'm not sure that I know too much about that yet.
Okay, yeah, so to get to the turnover, your first comment about turnover, I think, that we have, I'll get to it in a slide or two, about, who's leaving and who's entering the firm. And we're trying to get to very noisy proxies of the quality of people entering the company versus those leaving, with the idea being that the CHRO's shaking things up, right? They're getting rid or managing out people that are underperformers, bringing in people that are more high quality, but it could also be reflective of the industries that they operated in and the competition for high-performing individuals. I have a great example, of how OpenAI was losing employees to Meta for $100 million a year. When you see those headlines, I just think of my life choices. But anyways, and then your other point about the tension. I mean, I think there's tension in here just because human capital is such a fuzzy, nebulous, squishy thing that I think it's not a tension of, is it going to be positive or is it going to be negative? I think the tension that we're thinking of, is it positive or is it nothing? Because it's so noisy, there's so many other competing factors that it's not going to add much. I can't think of a scenario where it'd be like negative. I mean, I'm sure I could think of it if I thought long enough, but I think that's less direct. Stephen.
On the competition point, Daniela De La Parra at UNC has a really cool paper where she measures labor market competition using the textual similarity and geographic overlap with job postings. So you could use something like that, both maybe as a determinant and as a control, to see how it attenuates estimates. And she uses Revelio data, but they let her make it public. So.
Okay, no, that'd be good. I mean, obviously we're looking at who's going in, but we don't see that first stage of who are they trying to attract and kind of how are they winning that war for talent. I've been ignoring you, sorry.
That one is specifically on your response to Matthias's point about the tension. To me, you could have it also negative in the sense that, you hear that often, people view HR as getting in the way. I want to fire this person, but then HR won't let me, or I want to pay this person this much. And you could think of a situation where you're investing a lot in the HR function, you're giving that person a lot of power. almost as if you have this central planner for human capital, which might not be the most efficient way for, not having this person that has a lot of power on human capital, like allocation within the firm, might actually lead to like better efficient allocation or decision making. Kind of this laissez-faire approach of let's not have that first.
Okay. Yeah. No. Thank you. Thanks for the assist. Yeah, Matt. Yeah.
Fact.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering, have you done anything where you do like a log decomp of it, where you put in log, CHRO pay and log CEO pay separately? If it's the ratio that matters, you should see they both load same magnitudes, different signs. That's sort of implicitly what you're imposing with just using the ratio. But you might find that they, maybe both load the opposite way, but with different magnitudes, or maybe one of them drives it, the other one doesn't really play much of a role. And I think it would be, really interesting to sort of know which one's driving the patterns here.
So we do something very similar to that at like somewhere in the Internet Appendix, where we find it's driven by the CHRO. There's no association with the CEO. So it's to your second story. Yeah.
I thought this turnover result was interesting in the context of intellectual capital creation. Perhaps unsurprisingly, is where I was interested. But you look at the level and quality of the patents. But I was wondering if, because we need rewards for risk tolerance, or rewards for taking risks and a high tolerance to risk to incentivize innovation, if you might see differences in the standard deviation of the innovation that's coming out as a proxy for risk. So maybe this high turnover, it's good because they're managing their talent well, but maybe it's because it's more competitive, we take less risks and increase levels and things that are kind of value to the firm, but maybe not taking on those higher risks. You can look at like 0 citation patents or the standard deviation of citations. Maybe it's a different paper, but I was interested.
No. I mean, I think it's related, and it's pretty easy to do. I mean, we look at the number of patents and we look at the dollar value, but we don't look at these maybe more exploratory as opposed to exploitive patents. That's something that we could easily look at. Oh, let's see.
Now, the CHRO is one of the many chiefs in the firm. And you could think that for some of your outcome variables, other chiefs are also playing.
Yes.
If there is a chief innovation manager or a chief technology manager or a chief operating manager. Now, would you expect the same relations, or would you expect this one to be incremental, or
so I would
you run
expect
some kind of placebos, or I'm not even sure whether it's a placebo or not.
So I would view it as incremental. I mean, I think these other individuals that are chiefs, like chief technology officer, their purview is going to be in a lot of ways broader and in some instances distinct from developing human capital specifically, right? If you're the COO, you care about, kind of your efficiency, these other metrics that maybe don't specifically relate to, developing human capital. That said, I do think some of these other ratios would probably associate, but I think like at least for me, the intuition would be harder because the CEO or the COO or these other people that are chiefs, they have other mandates that aren't specifically tied to developing their employees. And so that's why we're focusing on the CHRO. But I think your broader point of, well, if we just dropped in like a CHRO, are all these things going to happen without any other changes or thing? I think that's, I don't think that would necessarily be the case.
But in a way, extending on your logic, we could then argue that, if the chief innovation manager also loads, then they put a lot of weight on innovation. Or
yeah, and I think so. But I think our interest in human capital is just because everybody talks about it, right? People think like, the greatest asset of a firm are the employees sitting here, and that's not necessarily. And I think that's just an inherently interesting question because it's so hard to measure. June.
Charlie, sorry if I missed this in the paper, but I was wondering if you guys have done anything with the test in terms of looking over the course of the tenure of the CHRO. And I ask because I was trying to conceptually link, again, this measure with these unobservable practices happening in the firm, and thinking that maybe there are certain things that a new CHRO will do early on. Like maybe early on they come and there's more of this managing out poor performing people. Maybe later on in their tenure there, they're able to, I don't know, initiate a mobility program for high performers, for example. And like that's something that is hard to observe. But I was thinking that you might see interesting results that differ over, you know, where the CHRO is in their time and what practices they might be implementing based on that time.
Yeah, so one of the challenges that we have is the data that we get from Equilar, like over half of the observations, we only have 1 or 2 years for any given firm. So we would have a big sample attrition if we started to look across time where we have multiple years of the CHRO and kind of their pay. So I think that's one of the, we would love to have that data, but given that these are surveys run by Equilar, you know, some firms may or may not respond. In some instances, maybe the CHRO drops out of the top 25, so the firm responds, but hey, you know, the CHRO is not in the top 25 top paid employees. So we would love to get that. I think it's going to be hard with our data at this point, just because we have, you know, it's somewhat sparse in terms of a long time series for any given firm. Frank.
Just very quickly, a follow-up question to Matthias' earlier question about measurement. So there are two ways to think about the measurement here. The one way is to think about it as a measure of investment in human capital management, and the other one is kind of the effectiveness of the human capital management. So I think it might be better, like, or you know, just perhaps a more writing point to focus on the first one. And it's just more consistent with the Peterson-Taylor paper where they measure investment in organizational capital.
Yeah, no, I think that's well taken, because I think the way that I've been talking about it up here is I've been thinking of the former, not the latter. And if the writing's not consistent with that, we should make that change. Okay, I think I talked about this, that things are, you know, the turnover's heightened in the most core aspects of the firm, consistent with some quotes from CHROs. Looking at the workforce dynamics, kind of who's entering and who's leaving. So we look at the number, or the percentage of new hires that are coming from competitors, with the argument that these are presumably getting poached to some extent and that they're higher quality. We find that there's a positive association between the pay ratio and the hiring of competitors' employees. We also find that the new hires are more likely to come from more prestigious degree granting institutions. Again, another very noisy measure of incoming employee quality. For the individuals that are leaving, we find, we look at the estimated pay that Revelio Labs puts together for different positions and finds that the individuals that are leaving the company are more likely to take a lower paying job at their next employer. Again, kind of when we combine all these, we use, you know, since this is a multidimensional aspect, we're going to, you know, compress this down to a principal component and call this a workforce quality, kind of who's coming in and who's coming out of the firm. Okay, so we argue that this is, an example of strategic CHROs improving employee talent rather than driving it away, so that heightened turnover might be a way of them trying to really bring in the best and brightest into their company, as opposed to just creating churn for no reason. Lindsay.
I'm wondering if inadvertently you're actually capturing the difference between male and female CHROs. And I ask because CHROs actually, women are overrepresented. I think it's the only C-suite role where they are, but then there's also a gender pay gap even in the C-suite. So if you are, essentially separating on gender, I think there's sort of two issues there. First, I think it changes maybe some of the interpretation of your results. But second, over this time period, I think companies are trying to maybe increase the number of women in the C-suite. So in that low pay ratio where all the women are, you also have more sort of title inflation, right? So you're kind of confounding two things by inadvertently separating by gender. And I'm wondering if there's a way to kind of get at, can I separate out the title inflation so that you can maybe get a better sense of like a highly paid woman relative to other women? Is she as effective? You know what I mean? Because if there's already a gender pay gap, then
we haven't looked at gender, and I do we'd have to look to see, kind of what the gender breakdown would be. But it's my understanding as well that it tends to be overrepresented with, this role has more women in it than other C-suite roles. And it could be an example of this being an instance where there could be this credible null that if they're just trying to bring more women into the C-suite, that they're not granted any authority. But we could easily check that. Jung Ho.
Okay, I really like the paper. I just want to think about like a little bit earlier point about like a Sue and then Gara, and also a little bit connecting to the Matt's point. Where I'm going is actually that I like actually using the label, but I still want to think about like how you can do some incentive related issue here in a nice, like it's still a possible way. So one of the things I'm thinking about is actually turnover of CHRO. What I mean by that is actually there is a literature about like how risk is, I mean, more like a rank and file employee, but there is also, I see JP paper connecting to the CEO. The whole full story is that there's a risk of, let's say, this job that if you're not doing well, you will be fired, so that that is connected to the higher pay. Now then, there is some incentive is going on. I'm suggesting how you think about, let's say, you measure CEO turnover in general, and also CHRO turnover, so that you can even make the ratio of how actually that looks like, and how much actually that is also connected, so that you're actually a little bit pointing out all the good things actually CHRO pay ratio high happening, but those who actually kind of miss exactly who get paid a lot might be also more risky to be fired.
No, yeah, that's, I mean, just like the basic summary stats, the CHRO tenure is shorter than the CEO's tenure, but obviously I haven't, that's just kind of just two pools of means. It's not looking within a particular firm. Yeah, we haven't looked at, how this would relate to, kind of the turnover, and kind of oftentimes though, like just from anecdotes, when a new CEO comes in, if they really value HR, they can sometimes bring in a CHRO with them if they're going to a new firm, because they're essentially serving as their confidant. But there could be instances where there's a disconnect and one person leaving and the other person staying, or vice versa. Okay, so let me just talk a little bit about employee sentiment. So we showed that workforce turnover is heightened. They tend to bring in better quality employees and manage out worse performing ones. Then we look at Glassdoor ratings at the ratings across a bunch of different dimensions. So looking at the economic incentives related to career opportunities, comps, and benefits, we see a positive association with future Glassdoor ratings, suggesting that the CHRO pay ratio is positively associated with employee satisfaction on the economic side. We also see that to be true on the social incentives when we think about work-life balance and culture and values. So that is going to, maybe unsurprisingly, mean that Glassdoor ratings overall are going to be higher when we observe higher CHRO pay ratio. We're going to condense all this into a single PCA just for to trying to compress the dimensionality of the employee sentiment. Okay. So now let's actually look at the intellectual capital creation. So we're going to then look at these human capital measures and see if they are associated with future intellectual capital. So we're going to look at number of patents, dollar value of patents, going beyond just patents, looking at the number of new products launched, looking at org capital from Peters and Taylor, and then obviously the PCA of all these. Okay. So just to show the PCA on the PCA, we see this positive association, suggesting that these improvements in human capital are positively associated with the next year's intellectual capital creation. Kind of that second step in that conceptual framework of moving from the CHRO pay to some more tangible firm outcomes. We do other measures here. And then the final thing that we look at is going to be firm performance. Yeah.
On the patent stuff.
Yep.
I would just clarify in the paper that you're using patent filings, not grants, or
okay.
Yeah, or make sure you are.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there was some talk about controlling for investment and stuff. R&D is pretty much all scientists' wages, so you control for R&D per scientist, real change in R&D, including in the inventor level analysis. you thought that was important, you could do it.
You put, okay. Okay. No, that's fair.
Just in terms of the results on the compensation, like a cluster rating, have you guys thought about like whether it's actual like raise in compensation or some kind of change in policy around, you know, disclosure of compensation, things like that, that may affect the employee satisfaction about their compensation?
Yeah, like, are they just happier because they have a job as opposed to actually getting a raise?
Yeah, I mean, because there's research showing, you know, like when they can see other people's salaries and things like that, that could affect the, you know, like their satisfaction about their compensation rates.
Yeah, we haven't looked at that, but I guess on one hand, I think we're less concerned about the actual dollar amount. We're more concerned about how do the employees feel about it, in the sense that we want them to feel more, like if our story holds that CHROs are an investment into human capital, then if they're just happier making the same amount of money as they were making last year, then in some sense that's okay, because presumably from our perspective, that's going to, if they're more satisfied, the firm's going to have higher human capital because they're going to have more satisfied employees. So, you know, I think, I don't know how good the Revlio Labs data would be able to differentiate that by looking at the estimated pay, but I think at the end of the day, I think we just care about how the employees feel about that pay. Yeah. Yeah, no, we could do that. Yeah, Nastya.
Just additional set of outcomes. So given kind of the competing complexity and the existence of chief technology officers, chief operating officers, chief innovation officers, I'm wondering if a more direct measure could be employment-related litigation, such as discrimination, negative media coverage, mentions of the toxic work culture, if these guys are kind of managing the reputation on the employee side, or like discussion of internal SWAT teams in the HR department who essentially like make sure that the employees don't go viral about their complaints and kind of leave the company quietly and relatively happy. So I'm wondering, why didn't you go for these outcomes, for litigation? Because there's a lot of media coverage now discussing the behavior of certain top managers with respect to their employees, and if these guys get involved into resolution of this stuff.
Yeah, we can certainly tie that in because we had some other work in that area, so it'd be easy to look at kind of are there EEO violations going down and stuff like that. So that's something that we can easily add in as kind of getting a little bit to Doug's comment about this downside. Yeah, Matthias.
It's on, but this one doesn't work. Okay, so I would just suggest to maybe use the robustness as your main specification of this, where you're correlating this directly with the CHRO pay ratio, because that's the main measure that you care about, and its correlations with everything that follows. And then through showing the different outcomes, you can say it may be related through all of those, but you then just afterwards using turnover PCA that could be driven by lots of other things, and the portion that was driven by your ratio may not be correlating with the IC. So that's the typical, rather do it in reduced form, I think, that would seem more
yeah, we have
more
path
straightforward.
analysis that we brought in to try to get at that, and we see that it's, you know, that it's not only going through these turnover, but there's also this direct effect that's coming in, that kind of getting at this idea that our measures of workforce quality are one of several ways that CHROs are associated with improved intellectual capital creation, and maybe we can make that a little bit more prominent. Yeah, Lisa. Whoa.
Just a very quick question. So I was actually also thinking about this internal labor market literature. The other paper also presented. I think in that literature, so one thing about matching, they are talking about this trade-off between productivity and social preference. So basically, sometimes maybe workers are happier, but actually they are not really productive. So some trade-offs along those lines. And then it's very interesting that your paper, the last table you show, the economic incentive and also the happiness or sentiment, incentive, actually the magnitudes are very similar. So there is no trade-off. Like everything is just so nice, so good on all the dimensions. So then this maybe, I know that you really acknowledge everything about association. Maybe this still goes back to Joel's point. It's just a manifestation about a lot of good things about this paper, about this company. So I was thinking, I know that you have done so many analyses. So whether you can explore some heterogeneity in terms of those trade-off, at least to show something related to that human talent or retention, the literature, internal labor market, because that's where the human resources management can really shine there, and then showing something along those lines, that would be maybe a nice addition.
Yeah, no, I mean we haven't really found any downsides that happen, but I'm sure there are downsides, right? Like I'm sure, you know, there are people that are not happy that if they get reallocated to a less, you know, part of the firm. But a lot of this does seem to be just kind of this general sentiment that there's a large investment into human capital. This is just kind of one, we think, key input into that investment. But it's not just done in isolation. So the fact that we haven't found a lot of downsides to this isn't necessarily, you know, I think it's just the reflection of the fact that this is just a broader investment that the firm is making. Want me to keep going? Okay. Okay, so I'll talk about firm performance. That's kind of the last piece of this puzzle. And we're going to be looking at this intellectual capital creation. And we find that that is associated with stock price in the following year after this intellectual capital creation. Getting a little bit to Matthias's point, we do a path analysis to try to kind of map this out, because obviously we're kind of doing these regressions kind of as one-off things. And so we find that, yes, the pay ratio is associated with workforce quality. This workforce quality and turnover and all that does kind of map into intellectual capital creation. But in addition, we also find that this pay ratio is positively associated with intellectual capital creation, suggesting that this is also, that this investment into the CHRO is also having other ways that this is affecting intellectual capital creation.
Yeah, so I found this a really interesting figure, and I'm just wondering if you could maybe draw out in the paper a little bit more what you think the recommendations would be for additional disclosure. And you mentioned that there's some implications here. I think that, you know, the suggestion in the paper is like, look, that the pay ratio is really simple, so put that in there.
Exactly.
You know, I spend a lot of time talking to investors about what information they need. They ask for a lot of things, but in part it's because they're trying to predict future performance, you know, and I get that, like, you know, this is a very specific, you know, like you have to draw some constraints here, right? So you're focused in a very linear sort of, you know, year 1, year 2, year 3 for return. So it's, you know, but so it's super interesting. But do you really think that it would? Ratio is a big part of your paper, but if you were making recommendations about the information that you think would help investors to make better decisions about companies that are managing their human capital well, would you limit it to pay ratio, or would you, you know, turnover, workforce quality, sentiment?
I mean, it's voluntary, but some firms do disclose that in their human capital disclosures. I mean, it's not uniform, and it's hard to compare across firms. So there's some aspects of this that are already disclosed after 2020, but I do like this idea that this is a very simple metric that we can compare across firms, and I think that's one of the benefits of this, as opposed to getting kind of these more nebulous, like, well, is turnover good, is it bad? You know, we can have a lot more debate about whether or not some of these things are good or bad, whereas I think the pay ratio is a little bit more, you know, linear in that sense.
Yeah, I think it's certainly applicable across all firms in terms of, like, you could ask everybody to calculate it. But then going back to some of the earlier discussions, you don't include all firms in this analysis. It is just the ones that actually have this. And so, yeah, but point taken. I think, you know, if you could build that out a little more in the paper, like,
Okay.
what would be useful, that'd be great.
Well done. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a very related question. So you do talk about disclosure regulation implications for that. So can we use companies with high ratio as examples of best practices on human capital disclosure? Because like you mentioned, there are companies that are voluntarily reporting this. So I would assume that these companies would want to tell the world that they are doing so well on all of these dimensions. And I'm talking from the perspective, like even like standard setters evaluating the current state of reporting. Is this where I would start looking for best practices, or?
Yeah, I mean, this ratio does correlate with like whatever Forbes best places to work at, but it doesn't, I guess we haven't looked at like the disclosures of the human capital disclosure to see what are these firms doing versus the firms that have really low CHRO pay ratios. We haven't looked at that. Yeah. 5 minutes? Okay. Okay, so we also do some supporting evidence to try to drill down to get a little tighter on some of our associations. So is the CHRO incremental to other measures of human capital management? Do we try to look at inventors to see how does the productivity of these inventors that are hired during the tenure of a CHRO, and then looking at the comp mix. So as we talked about earlier, we find that the CHRO pay ratio is incremental to other measures of human capital investment. So thinking about the size of the HR team, the total estimated pay of the HR department, org capital, whether or not this individual is an NEO, as well as a Fortune 100 best place to work at. So we think that we're capturing an additional dimension of human capital investment. If we then try to drill down a little bit more on this link between CHRO pay and intellectual capital creation, we look at the hiring of inventors during the tenure of a CHRO. We find that these CHROs tend to bring in more productive inventors when they have a higher pay ratio, and then post-hire, they continue to remain productive. Okay. We also look at cross-sectional variation in terms of their pay, with the idea being that if they're really stepping into a more strategic role, we would expect these individuals to have a higher fraction of their compensation to be tied to the long-term performance of the firm. And indeed, we find that this positive association between the pay ratio and these turnover metrics are, they arise when there's a higher percentage of their compensation tied to total pay. Okay? So just to wrap up, we examine whether the CHRO pay ratio is a measure of human capital management, and we find that it is. And we also find that this leads to better intellectual capital creation and future firm performance. We speak to not only the compensation literature, but also examining the role of intangible capital and looking at a measure related to human capital. This is good news for people that work in HR because it shows that there's a strategic value creating function, that they're not just compliance-based, and getting maybe a little normative, talking about one potential way that firms can increase the information out there about their human capital investment by providing this disclosure. Obviously, this is all a very endogenous choice, like most compensation papers, and there's lots of other avenues that we can explore with these data, whether it's in this paper or in another one. Thank you so much for your time.